Konoha is 33 years old. At the time when the second war in the ninja world was fierce, a terrible news spread throughout the ninja world just recently. The hardcore ally of Konoha village, the Land of Fire, the strongest seal family in the ninja world, and the Uzumaki family of Uzumaki village. Konoha trembled from top to bottom. Not long after the war started, as an ally of Konoha village, the strongest ninja village, it was wiped out. The most important thing is that Konoha didn't even have time to send support. Konoha village ninja heart is cast a shadow. Clatter, clatter. The sound of wagon wheels twisting came from the gate of Konoha village. Different from the corpses and relics of sacrificial ninjas that were sent back in the past, all the faces in this large team were unfamiliar faces, and the clothes of these people were also somewhat incompatible with Konoha village. Commoners, artisans, merchants, and many samurai. If there's one thing these people have in common, it's that they don't all seem very easy to get along with. Captain, Lord Hokage wants you to go to the Hokage building and report the details of this escort as soon as possible. Suddenly, an Anbu ninja appeared next to a man with long silver hair. This man was the well-known Konoha killing god in the future ninja world, Fujibeya Hatake Sakumo. Now Hatake Sakumo is just a quiet Anbu captain, and he doesn't have a big name in the whole ninja world. It is said that Hatake Sakumo, who led the Anbu force, secretly crossed the old warehouse along the way or diverted the tiger away from the mountain, and escorted the Iron Country team to Konoha, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, Anbu under his command suffered a lot of losses, but Hatake Sakumo turned his head slightly, looked at the closely guarded artisans in the team, and silently comforted himself. The sacrifices of those subordinates are at least worth it. With the addition of these senior craftsmen from the Iron Country, Konoha village will be much stronger in the next Ninja World War. At the same time, the impact of the destruction of the Uzumaki clan can be somewhat alleviated. And just when Hatake Sakumo came to Hokage's office, he was still at the door when he heard a voice that was a little immature but loud. The voice is familiar, but the tone of speaking is full of strangeness. Hokage. Although I am young, don't forget that my Dragon Vine family is a big family that has been passed down from the samurai era. Take my orders. No matter what happens to me here today, not only will you not get any benefits, but I dare say that within 3 days, the chakra weapon forging technology you have been thinking about will appear in the offices of other ninja village shadows. And what kind of shit consultants are you guys, you bastards? What qualifications do you have to chatter with me, Ryu Fujikari here? Believe it or not, if you dare to say a word today, your rewards on the black market will be doubled tomorrow. Hatake Sakumo was stunned at the door for a while, unable to turn his head. This voice is undoubtedly what he brought back now, the top forging family in the Iron Country, and also the new head of the Longteng family, a samurai family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Ryu Fujikari. It's just that the voice inside the door at this moment obviously doesn't match the cute little boy he saw along the way. He only stood at the door for a short while, and he heard horrible words such as "you son of a b******ch, Layazi will kill you, kill your whole family. Ahem, it's Shu Mao outside, come in." A slight coughing sound came from the office. Hatake Sakumo hurriedly opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a boy standing on a chair, dressed in black samurai uniform, and Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Himura with gloomy faces. Lord Hokage. Hatake Sakumo saluted 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and without waiting for Hokage to ask, he reported on the escort operation this time. Although there were certain casualties, fortunately they were within an acceptable range. It was at this time that Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned his attention to the boy in front of him, Ryu Fujikari. Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but look at this boy named Ryu Fujikari, who obviously has a face like a porcelain doll, fully explaining what is cute. At this moment he had 1 foot on the chair, 1 foot on Hokage's desk, and 1 hand on the small katana at his waist. Such an offensive behavior should have been beheaded on the spot by Anbu next to Hokage. But now, due to the predicament of Konoha village and Ryu Fujikari's identity as a teenager, no one cares about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the desk, the contract that was secretly signed between the head of the Ryuto family and their Konoha. The whole family of the Longteng family, together with all the retainers, industries, and several vassal samurai families, all moved to Konoha village to make ninja tools and weapons for Konoha village. On the other hand, Konoha village needs to allocate a large area, almost half of the Death Forest, to several relocated families such as the Longteng family as clan land and samurai dojo. At the same time, the high-level ninja department of Konoha village must have people from the Ryuto family to participate in the management and have decision-making power. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at a few of his old buddies, and now the owner of Longteng is dead, and everyone knows the cause of death. However, looking at it now, the heir of this century-old warrior family, regardless of his young age, is not easy to fool. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly saw the ruthlessness in the opponent's eyes that could kill him at any time. These guys from the samurai family, even children, are so reckless. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen still chose to nod. Although I, as Hokage, don't know much about this matter, but there is indeed no problem with this contract. Hiruzen, Udatain Koharu wanted to say something, but was stared back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today's shinobi has nothing to do with the strongest Hokage, but he still has the majesty of being a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Ryu Fujikari in front of him and smiled. We will abide by the above content. In the future, a part of Konoha Death Forest will be allocated to you as clan land. You should settle down as soon as possible. You are also aware of Konoha's situation. We need a lot of ninja tools. Hearing this, the young man's cute face showed a ferocious wolf-like look. He also retracted his foot that was originally on Hokage's desk, and he did not forget to wipe the dust off it with his sleeve. Facing Hokage is a standard bow and performed a samurai salute. Ryu Fujikari, thank you Hokage-sama for your understanding. I was rude just now. Regarding the ninja tool forging, after I have settled the tribe here, I will immediately let them report to the ninja tool forging department. Seeing Ryu Fujikari put away his fierceness and immediately turned into a cute nobleman, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. He also imitated Ryu Fujikari's appearance, bowed slightly, and gave a samurai salute to Ryu Fujikari. Then, as a Hokage, I welcome the Dragon Vine family to join Konoha village. From now on, we are our own people. I'm sorry about your father's matter. It's our Konoha people's lack of protection. If you encounter any problems in Konoha village in the future, you can come to me directly. Ryu Fujikari thanked him and walked out of the office accompanied by several Anbu. At the same time, the moment Ryu Fujikari walked out of the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned cold, and he snorted coldly at Udatain Koharu, although he didn't say anything. But the dissatisfaction on their faces made the two feel uneasy enough. Regretted in my heart, if Danzo hadn't brought people to the land of rain, the two of them would not have been responsible for the implementation of this plan here. Although I don't want to admit that I am a waste, but when it comes to doing such insidious things, that guy Danzo is better at it. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hold them accountable. The Longteng family has 3 vassal families together, and the number of people who migrated this time has reached a terrifying nearly 4,000 people. But these people are not ordinary people, just some warriors. As we all know, in today's world, samurai have already withdrawn from the world stage. In their Konoha shinobi village, even if it is a samurai family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, it must be honest. The Dragon Teng family will provide them with everything they need as much as possible, so that they can invest in the production of ninja tools as soon as possible. With the help of the largest family in the Iron Country, we can also get a lot of Konoha weapons. Enhancement. The situation in the Kingdom of Rain is not optimistic. On the other side, Ryu Fujikari finally breathed a sigh of relief when he was escorted to the edge of the Death Forest by Anbu and saw the loyal family warriors. Don't look at how fierce he was in Hokage's office just now, but there was also a kind of shattering idea. In short, it is nothing more than I have already died once, so what if I travel to the Hokage world and die again? But if you can live, who wants to die, not to mention that you are in the Hokage world now, and you have traveled to the Hokage world with cheat, can master the power of gods, and even have the opportunity to touch immortality. If he could live under his own control, Ryu Fujikari's mind would be flooded, and he would choose to die. But whether it is the memory taught by the father of this body, or the experience of his previous life, he told Ryu Fujikari. If you want to live well, the first thing you need to do is to take life and death lightly. What is non-flammable? Just after Ryu Fujikari came back, a young man in samurai armor walked over solemnly and asked a question that made people puzzled. However, the next moment Ryu Fujikari spoke directly, Boruto. Immediately, the originally nervous young man relaxed and a respectful smile quickly appeared on his face. The ruthless words Ryu Fujikari said in Hokage's office just now are not fake. Although this solution is still full of loopholes, it is the best implementation method that Ryu Fujikari can think of at present. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had to face and admitted the original contract. Patriarch Konoha has sent people here just now, and they divided this area, as well as the Death Forest to the south of us.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
To us, and the clansmen have already started building houses. The youth reported. Ryuto, since his grandfather, has been a retainer of the Ryuto family and has been brainwashed by the idea of loyalty to the emperor for generations. It is also one of the few Ryu Fujikari who can entrust important tasks and is trustworthy. A high-ranking samurai equivalent to the level of Chunin, but if there is a real fight, Ryu Fujikari does not think the opponent is Chunin's opponent. While speaking, several middle-aged men also walked over. Ryu Fujioka, the person in charge of the forge of the Ryuto family, whose father once forged a Kusanagi sword. The family business guard, that is, the captain of the samurai guard recruited from the outside world, is also a senior samurai Yashiro Otsuka. There is also the head of the three vassal families of the Longteng family, Kuroki Sakukun, Shumen Saburo, and Otomo Yameshi. All three families are standard samurai families. Ryu Fujikari understands that everyone needs a backbone at this moment, and he doesn't show any naive and naughty trash side. According to the differences in the population and industrial positioning of several families, these people are assigned the clan positions of their respective families. Fortunately, Ryu Fujikari's predecessor, as the heir of the Ryuto family, received the most elite education since he was a child, and the maturity shown at this moment is also regarded as a family tradition. Not many surprises. The news that the four samurai families of the Ryuto family, the Kuroki family, the Shumen family, and the Otomo family joined Konoha village, as more and more people discovered the lively construction scene on the edge of the dead forest. It also gradually spread throughout Konoha village. Then Ryu Fujikari saw the sense of identity of Konoha village residents in this era. When these people knew that they wanted to build the clan land as soon as possible, and then quickly invest in the production of ninja tools, each of them took the initiative to help without even paying for it from the Longteng family. Or moving wood, or leveling the land, or building foundations. In this regard, Ryu Fujikari also showed the courage of the samurai family after knowing it. He directly bought a large amount of ingredients in Konoha village and let the family chef start to work and provided these villagers who came to help meals. After this peaceful scene was known by Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen may have bought the heart of Ryu Fujikari, a child, or simply wanted to let the craftsmen of the Ryuto family devote themselves to the production of ninja tools as soon as possible. Some genin were sent directly to help build the house. At the same time, it also brought something unexpected to Ryu Fujikari, chakra practice method. In a temporary residence on the edge of Konoha, when Ryu Fujikari received the scroll handed over by Anbu team members, the whole heart was filled with joy. I am already 7 years old, and I have already reached the age where I can refine chakra. But the former owner of his own body had no interest in chakra refining at all. Even though the family could get the refining method, he didn't remember it at all. The Anbu member wearing a mask did not leave, but gave another warning. After the head of the Dragon Vine family settles down here, if you want, you can go to the ninja school to study. This is Hokage-sama's intention. Ryu Fujikari's eyes lit up. Now that the Longteng family has come to Konoha, it is not a place where you can go if you want. Ryu Fujikari has known this for a long time. Therefore, he has already made preparations for the family to take root in Konoha for a long time, and even to truly enter the power center of Konoha and become a big family in Konoha. And the ninja school is naturally a place that cannot be bypassed. There, Ryu Fujikari can not only get in touch with more ninja knowledge, but most importantly, he can also meet a lot of big names in the Konoha shinobi family. If I remember correctly, the Uzushio village was destroyed some time ago, and the future second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, who was taken over by Konoha to the village, should be about the same age as me now. After Anbu left, Ryu Fujikari looked at the scroll in his hand and muttered to himself. The evil smile on the corner of the mouth, which clearly covets the beauty, is somewhat disobedient on this lovely face. In the following days, Ryu Fujikari devoted himself to the refinement of chakra. With an adult soul, it was very easy for him to refine chakra when he knew characters. Finally, after 4 or 5 days, the general framework of the clan land of the Dragon Vine family outside the Death Forest has basically appeared, and inside Ryu Fujikari, strands of chakra have finally formed a certain scale. Patriarch, Konoha is here to urge our people to make ninja tools. Serving Ryu Fujikari a sumptuous meal, watching Ryu Fujikari gobbling it up, Ryuto reported. Ryu Fujikari thought for a moment and nodded. Let them go, but pay attention, the core things can't be revealed. I'm staring at this point. Those superb forging skills are important capital for us to gain a foothold in Konoha's early stage. Once they are learned by Konoha's people go. You understand the consequences, right? Yuta nodded solemnly. Patriarch, don't worry, mister. Oka has already told the craftsmen in advance that when some core processing steps are involved, let them bring the things back and forge them in the forge in our clan. Ryu Fujikari nodded, and after finishing the meal, Ryuto stepped back. Before the other party left, he also explained something. You will stay at the door for a while and you won't see anyone who comes, understand? Although Yuta didn't understand what Ryu Fujikari was going to do, he still nodded loyally to express his understanding. When he was alone in the room, Ryu Fujikari took a deep breath and finally mobilized his chakra. Bump! Amidst a slight explosion, the smoke dispersed, but a huge scroll suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance is quite similar to Jiraiya's scroll in the previous anime, but there is a beautiful dragon pattern on the edge of the scroll. This is one of the reliance of Ryu Fujikari after he came to this world, which is his cheat. This is a summoning scroll, or rather, a manifestation of the Ryu Fujikari cheat in this world. In his mind at this moment, a strange and familiar world has been linked to him, and he can go to that world with just one thought. Just by perceiving it with will, Ryu Fujikari already understood what kind of world it was. A game I liked very much in my previous life, Monster Hunter World. In his perception, not all maps have been opened, but just one ancient tree forest has already excited Ryu Fujikari enough. The summoning scroll itself is not very important. It can be regarded as the interface of a game team here. Those who sign the scroll and get the consent of Ryu Fujikari will be able to be brought into the map of the ancient tree forest by him. Hunt monsters there, collect rare materials, improve yourself. Those who do not have Ryu Fujikari's consent, even if they sign the scroll, cannot enter that world. Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the experience of going to jail again and again when he played games. Although I don't know much about the monsters in this world, I don't know if they are divided into lower, upper, and master levels like in the game. But one thing he is very sure of is that some large monsters in Monster Hunter World are no less dangerous than the tailed beasts in the Hokage world. It can even be said that in front of some monsters, tailed beasts are also a bunch of scum. Damn it, give Ieyasu time to develop. Even if Madara wants to jump out and dance, Ieyasu can push him to death with the summoning beast, what Jito statue, what Susanoo, what 10 tails. Ieyasu Ice Cursed Dragon, Tiandihuang Crying Dragon, Annihilating Dragon, Golden Lion came out one after another, and there is also a volcano-sized Molten Mountain Dragon, Urhahaha. Ryu Fujikari's hand holding the summoning scroll was trembling violently at this moment, and he had already stepped on the Uchiha, laughing 3 masters in his heart, wantonly looking forward to everything in his future. Strength, power, beauty. None of these things that he had no relationship with in the previous life could slip out of his hands in this life. Taking a deep breath, Ryu Fujikari calmed down for a while, telling himself to calm down. Before you really understand the situation in Monster Hunting World, you should be the head of a warrior family honestly. Quickly opened the summoning scroll in his arms and wrote his own name on the blank first column, stained with his own blood. Nothing has changed. After all, this thing, acting on Ryu Fujikari, is just a simple team-building ceremony in itself. If he wants to enter the world of monster hunting, he only needs one thought. Ryu Fujikari put his saber on and adjusted his status. With a thought in his mind, there was a bang. A handful of white smoke exploded around him, and when the white smoke dissipated, Ryu Fujikari's body had disappeared. At the same time, after passing through multiple dimensional space walls in the depths of a lush and primitive forest, a young boy suddenly appeared. As soon as Ryu Fujikari appeared, he instinctively held the samurai sword in his hand, lowered his body, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, the eyes of the whole person couldn't help but widen. This is really different from the game map. Ryu Fujikari had just glanced around, and he had already concluded that the map of the ancient tree forest in the monster hunting world that he had bound was completely different from the picture in his game. Although the degree of luxuriance of the forest and the appearance of the existing vegetation are the same, the terrain he is in now is obviously something he has never seen on this map hundreds of times. That is to say, what ITM bound is really a real world. Amidst the sound of gurgling water, Ryu Fujikari carefully walked in the dense forest very similar to the tropical rainforest. In Monster Hunting World, there are mainly three types of monsters: scene creatures, small creatures, and large monsters that act as bosses in the game. The scene creatures themselves are much more abundant than those in the game. In addition to the creatures in the game, there are also many common creatures in the real world, such as snakes and rabbits. Pachai. A mindless rabbit ran towards Ryu Fujikari and was almost instinctively slashed by his sword, beheading it with precision. The expected things like gaining experience points in the game world did not happen to Ryu Fujikari. This made Ryu Fujikari somewhat disappointed. If he kills monsters and upgrades, he will definitely be able to improve in a short period of time. After all, Ryu Fujikari can even compromise on the length of his talisman, and he will never admit to others that his liver is not strong enough. Just as Ryu Fujikari was groping carefully in the woods, the clear sound of running water from Fang Yue in front of him made him think of something. He walked quickly towards the direction of the sound, and through the bushes, huge monsters were reflected in front of Ryu Fujikari's eyes. It was a huge creature at least 4 or 5 meters high, with a blue-gray body, stepping leisurely in the stream, eating the fresh and tender vegetation on both sides of the stream. Herbivore, Ryu Fujikari's eyes lit up immediately. Not for anything else, obviously compared to those aggressive monsters, the herbivorous dragon in front of me is definitely the most suitable object for me, and I can feel the difference in this world in the early stage. This thing will not attack people in the game. Even if it is beaten, the first reaction is to run away immediately. Ryu Fujikari thought about his combat power. Although due to his age, his own combat power may not be very strong. Even if he has a good samurai sword technique, he already has a certain amount of chakra in his body. To put it bluntly, it's just a fairly ordinary low-level genin who just graduated from ninja school. However, looking at the herbivorous dragons in front of him, Ryu Fujikari gritted his teeth and decided to try it out. After observing the surrounding environment, Ryu Fujikari soon found a small herbivorous dragon with a slightly smaller body, only about 3 meters high, and this guy was obviously a juvenile dragon. The dragon feet that looked like stone pillars stepped on the stream, but they were driving and playing with the fish in the stream. I didn't realize at all that before I knew it, I had already left my own group by a certain distance. What is even more unknown is that at this moment, a thin figure holding a knife has come to a bush not far from it. Well, a cheerful chirping sound came from the mouth of this small herbivorous dragon. However, at its feet, a swimming fish had already been trampled by it. And at the moment when the herbivorous dragon raised its head slightly and let out a joyful cry. In an instant, Ryu Fujikari seemed to be a lion majesty ejected from the darkness, and the chakra short sword presented by his predecessor's father in his hand let out a low moan. It was Ryu Fujikari who injected chakra, which was not much in the body, into it. The icy white light blade pierced the herbivorous dragon's neck in an instant, and before the other party neighed, Ryu Fujikari twisted the blade fiercely. Hot arterial blood splashed Ryu Fujikari's face, and the black samurai uniform on his small body was instantly soaked in blood. Woo-hoo-hoo. Painful hissing, accompanied by the instinctive struggle of this young herbivorous dragon, immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding herbivorous dragons. Immediately, a roar full of anger was heard in Ryu Fujikari's ears, and then in the corner of his vision, a large herbivorous dragon rushed towards Ryu Fujikari with rumbling steps. F***K, it really isn't a game world. How dare your herbivorous dragon charge over here? Although I really want to rush up and tell the other party with the chakra short sword in my hand, you are a grass eater. Ryu Fujikari, however, was very sensible. When the young herbivorous dragon was struggling, he decisively pulled out the short sword from the opponent's neck and took advantage of the inertia of the opponent's body. Ryu Fujikari, who was originally like a pendant on the opponent's neck, immediately rolled over and rushed into a bush. Blink disappeared. The sharp hissing of the herbivorous dragon behind him and the rumbling sound of chasing gradually disappeared when Ryu Fujikari buried his head in running away. When Ryu Fujikari finally stopped panting for breath, there was no sign of him behind him. Ryu Fujikari took out a Bingliang pill and began to restore chakra and physical strength. This thing works well, and for a new ninja like Ryu Fujikari, chakra recovers almost in the blink of an eye. Bingliangwen, if you want to fight those big monsters in this monster hunting world in the future, such things are indispensable. Unfortunately, it will be a few years before the end of World War II. The whole ninja world is in short supply of such things, so it's not easy to deal with. After recovering for a while, Ryu Fujikari started to return to the original road. At the same time, I couldn't help thinking about it. Following the route just now, he carefully came to the side of the previous news and looked around nervously from the bushes. To his delight, the group of herbivorous dragons had already left one after another. And Ryu Fujikari looked in the direction of the young herbivorous dragon just now and soon found the fallen figure beside a boulder by the stream. Blood flowed from the neck artery and flowed into the stream. Great, the body is still there. Ryu Fujikari was overjoyed, and after carefully looking at the surrounding situation again, he quickly rushed towards the corpse. As soon as one hand was placed on the other party, there was an immediate thought. Return, brush, brush. Ryu Fujikari took the body of the young herbivorous dragon and disappeared into the forest of ancient trees. At the same time, Ryuto, who was guarding outside Ryu Fujikari's door, suddenly heard a violent crashing sound accompanied by ground shaking from the room behind him. It was like some heavy object suddenly fell in the room. It made him instantly alert and tentatively opened his mouth to the room. Zia-chan, soon Ryu Fujikari's voice came from it. Kana, Yuta, come in. Yuta was relieved by Ryu Fujikari's answer to the riddle, although he didn't know much about the meaning of such a riddle. Hearing that Ryu Fujikari let him in at this moment, he pulled out half of the samurai sword from his hand and put it back into the scabbard. Open the door, patriarch. Nanny. Clang. The samurai sword that had just been put into the scabbard was pulled out again by Ryuto at the moment of opening the door and saw the other party roll quickly and came in front of Ryu Fujikari. With shock and horror written all over his face, he stood between Ryu Fujikari and the behemoth in the room. My lord, are you injured? Yuta asked nervously, but was kicked from behind by Ryu Fujikari, who was beside him, and his body couldn't help staggering. Looking back, I saw Ryu Fujikari scolding angrily. Why panic, Harry and Frizzy, why don't you close the door quickly? Although Ryu Fujikari's body was covered with bloodline at the moment, his voice was full of spirit, which instantly dissipated the worries in Ryuto's heart. Hearing Ryu Fujikari's order, he took another careful look at the completely unrecognized creature, which had not moved at all, and hurriedly closed the door. With a bang, the door was slammed shut by Ryuto. Turning around at this moment, seeing the mess in the room, Ryuto finally couldn't help asking again. Family, patriarch, what is the situation? Ryu Fujikari pulled the other party over, and before the other party asked a question, he issued a series of orders. Bring some big vats over here. In addition, select a few trustworthy people from among the samurai warriors. Be careful, don't disturb Anbu of Konoha. Yuta nodded and hurried down to work. Soon 7 or 8 young warriors who were about the same age as Yuta came to the small courtyard where Ryu Fujikari lived, carrying a large tank one by one. In order not to expose the situation on his side, Ryu Fujikari directly asked someone to carry the big tank in. He wants to decompose this young herbivorous dragon directly in the room. There is no doubt that the first reaction of these young warriors after seeing the young herbivorous dragon was not much better. But fortunately, seeing Ryu Fujikari standing here in good condition, he did not draw his sword too aggressively. Ryu Fujikari had no intention of explaining and immediately asked Shikai to dig the huge guy. Dragon meat, dragon skin, and keel bones are all put out separately. Since it is the real world, Ryu Fujikari thinks that these dragon meat and the like should have other uses. Although I have never seen this kind of creature, but fortunately, this is the ninja world after all, and people's ability to accept new things is very fast. These warriors immediately regarded this young herbivorous dragon as some kind of summoning beast. Although it's not clear where Ryu Fujikari got such a thing, it's dead. But since Ryu Fujikari, the head of the family, let him dissect, they will work honestly. Soon, under the decomposition of this group of warriors who are not bad at knives, apart from a thick layer of bloodstains and a little bit of minced meat, there are large vats that have been sorted and placed one by one. A large tank about 1 meter high. There are 4 tanks of herbivorous dragon blood. One tank contains organs such as dragon heart and dragon liver, and the other is a full 3 tanks of herbivorous dragon bones. In addition, at Ryu Fujikari's feet, there is a relatively complete gray-white dragon skin. Ryu Fujikari separated these people. Some cleaned up the traces in the room, and some directly set up a mouthful of pots in their small courtyard. Stew some meat. I think Konoha Anbu is now on the front line. Whether it is the land of rain or the land of sand, the war is very tight, Anbu should not be so boring, spying on them, the head of a samurai family, stew meat right. There is no fine condiment, just a very common fishy taste, and soon it becomes a large piece of herbivorous dragon meat, which changes color in the pot, and a faint aroma is scattered in the small courtyard of Ryu Fujikari open. The several samurai who had been guarding Ryu Fujikari all swallowed their saliva. However, Ryu Fujikari cautiously asked someone to find a dog. After feeding a piece of dragon meat to the other party, he stared at the dog. In just about 5 minutes, the dog showed obvious excitement, wandering back and forth in the cage, and seemed to be extremely energetic. After waiting here for an hour, I didn't see anything unusual about the other party. Only then did Ryu Fujikari feel relieved, and under the gaze of everyone, he cut off a piece of stewed dragon meat and put it in his mouth. Well, Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but widen his eyes when he entered the mouth of the dragon meat. However, don't wait for him to marvel at the deliciousness of this dragon meat. The next moment, a warm current slipped into the esophagus along with the soup when rejecting the dragon meat and then flowed to the limbs and bones. Ryu Fujikari's eyes almost popped out for a moment. The changes in his body made him look down at the herbivorous dragon meat in the pot in shock. He clearly felt that his physical strength, as well as the originally wrong chakra in his body, were all nourished and improved at this moment. This dragon meat. It can even strengthen the body, enhance chakra. After personally experiencing it and feeling that his body has indeed been strengthened and chakra has indeed been improved, thoughts flashed in Ryu Fujikari's mind. Originally, after he entered the world of monster hunting, he was somewhat disappointed when he found that there was no so-called monster-killing upgrade. But when he knew that the lowest herbivorous dragon he was hunting could actually improve his physical fitness, he couldn't restrain his ecstasy any longer. He ate a piece of dragon meat, and immediately he could feel the warmth flowing from his stomach to his whole body, and his bones and muscles were slowly improving. Although all this is because he is just a child now, and he is very weak. However, you can improve by eating, and it is definitely a super big deal for anyone to put this kind of thing on. It's no less than awakening the blood succession limit. My lord, are you all right? With a slightly worried voice, Ryuto pulled Ryu Fujikari back from this elevated enjoyment. He looked at the few people with burning eyes. Obviously, these people have realized that the flesh and blood of this unknown creature in front of them is of great benefit to people. However, unlike Yashiro Otsuka, another samurai team under Ryu Fujikari, Ryuto and the others, as retainers for generations, have a very strong, even deep-rooted traditional thought of loyalty to the emperor. It is definitely more trustworthy than the samurai hired by Yashiro Otsuka and the others. However, Ryu Fujikari still took out something left by his cheap dad from a small box he carried with him, a small porcelain bottle from which several purple-black pills poured out. Ryu Fujikari looked at several people. You have already realized something after thinking about it. The next thing you have to face is the secret that the Longteng family has passed down for hundreds of years. Even I discovered it when I was sorting out my father's relics recently. The next thing involves the family's core secrets. If you want to listen to it and enjoy the family's top treatment in the future, just eat this poison. Of course, your fathers, including you, have been loyal to my Longteng family for generations. Even if you don't take these poisons, I won't blame you. However, the next benefits will naturally not be yours. Choose. As soon as Ryu Fujikari finished speaking, to his surprise, several young warriors, including Yuta, took a piece of poison from Ryu Fujikari's hand without hesitation. In front of Ryu Fujikari, he swallowed it directly and opened his mouth to express his determination. Now, Ryu Fujikari finally relaxed a lot. There is no such thing as fake poison to test true loyalty. The few pills that Ryu Fujikari took out are indeed real poison, slow poison. You only need to take special drugs on a regular basis to safely limit poisons. As long as these people don't betray him, Ryu Fujikari will naturally give them the antidote on a regular basis. With this guarantee, Ryu Fujikari no longer hesitated and immediately began to dismember the stewed herbivorous dragon meat. Oh, this taste! My lord, what kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. Yeah, I heard the name of a yakiniku restaurant in Konoha. It seems to be run by the Akamichi family, but I'm sure their meat is not as good as the meat brought out by the owner. Hiss, do you feel it? My strength seems to have improved. This is not an illusion, I really feel that I have improved. Several young warriors could not help admiring while feasting. A young samurai seemed to feel something, and suddenly his eyes widened just like Ryu Fujikari just now. Ryuto also immediately felt the changes in his body. A samurai is different from a ninja and has ninjutsu. The fighting power of a samurai has stricter requirements on his physical fitness. But as long as it is a human being, it is impossible to cross those own gaps only through exercise. However, the herbivorous dragon meat brought out by Longtang opened a new door for them. While several people were gnawing on the dragon meat, Ryu Fujikari felt that his body had a lot of energy, so he stopped eating. And while waiting for his body to absorb the energy, he began to talk about the reasons he had thought up. Actually, the meat you are eating now is dragon meat. As soon as these words came out, the movements of several people froze, and they looked at Ryu Fujikari in disbelief. If it weren't for the identity of the other party, it would be impossible to coax them, and this meat and creature were indeed unheard of. For a moment, a crazy idea appeared in everyone's heart. Could it be it's really dragon meat? Ryu Fujikari smiled faintly, seeing everyone's reactions in his eyes, and continued. The origin of the Longtang family's surname itself has its own theory. Our ancestors once discovered some clues about the Fourth Holy Land. Legend has it that there are countless giant dragons living there. Ryu Fujikari, Barabara, spoke eloquently. After hundreds of years of collecting clues and the mission of generations of patriarchs, he finally found it in his own generation and successfully signed a contract with that holy place. I can go to that world, and I can tame the giant dragon monster there in the future as a summoning beast. Facing the iron-like evidence in front of them at this moment, Yuta and the others all opened their mouths wide open. The fourth holy place. Thinking of the 3 disciples of Konoha Hokage who recently fought against Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi Village, didn't they have been recognized by the 3 holy places respectively, so they can summon the summoning beasts there and help them fight? Yuta and the others looked at each other, and they all saw the passion in each other's eyes. They are the Dragon Vine family. It's about to take off. In the Land of Rain, Konoha's situation is not optimistic. Judging from the recent news, both the supplies and the army have suffered heavy losses under the massive attack of Hanzo, the Rain Shinobi Village powerhouse. It is said that due to the chaos of the battle in the Land of Rain, Konoha was caught by Rain Shinobi in a big battle with Sand Shinobi. There were not small losses on the local battlefield. So much so that when the news came back, Ryu Fujikari could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Konoha village was much depressed. Even those Konoha civilians who helped build the Dragon Vine clan land in the past were a little absent-minded when doing things. On Ryu Fujikari's side, everything was as usual and he didn't show much sadness. He just asked the forging craftsmen in the clan to make as many utensils as possible. In the eyes of the villagers in Konoha village, their reaction like this is not wrong. After all, they have only joined Konoha for less than a month. It is somewhat impossible to expect people like Ryu Fujikari to empathize with the people of Konoha village. When Ryu Fujikari received the news, another thing rang in his mind. Nagato's parents seem to have been killed when a defeated Konoha village ninja went out to collect food, right? But counting the time, it should have happened. Thinking of the leader of the Murai Akatsuki organization and the future leader of Rain Shinobi village, Uzumaki Nagato's Rinnegan, Ryu Fujikari also has a desire in his heart, but it is not strong. After all, those eyes weren't Nagato's own either. For things like strength, it is more reassuring to improve from oneself in a down-to-earth manner. For Ryu Fujikari, who has already entered the ancient tree forest once and benefited from it, the future route is also very clear. Increase the resources for developing monster hunting world. Use these resources to enhance the strength of yourself and your clansmen, and at the same time establish industries one by one in Konoha, and use this as a link to establish a link with the major ninja families in Konoha, so that the family can truly gain a firm foothold in Konoha. Ryu Fujikari is not a kid who has never experienced anything. He understands that unless he is so powerful that he can destroy the super ninja village with a single breath, otherwise, a series of existences such as personal connections and family business are unavoidable. Don't you see that according to the direction of the plot, the future development direction of the ninja world is completely love and killing among various second generations? While Ryu Fujikari was thinking, the door was knocked again. After answering, Longtang Yuta walked in with a plate of food. The smile on his face couldn't be concealed at all. On the food plate, there are bowls and dishes, which contain exquisite dishes and thick soup. Just the aroma lingering in the air is enough to move your index finger. My lord, according to your instructions, we asked the kitchen to study the ingredients of the herbivorous dragons and made these dishes according to the method of meat. When the heat is properly controlled, the effect is not only not discounted but even better, slightly improved a little. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ryu Fujikari's face. Stir-fried dragon liver, pan-fried dragon steak, cold dragon plate tendon, dragon bone soup and other dishes are in front of you. Ryu Fujikari seems to have seen the future of the family. Although as a samurai family, each one's taijutsu and chakra are much stronger than ninjas of the same level. And while those ninjas were training, the members of the Longteng family only needed to sit at the dining table and enjoy the delicious food. Ryu Fujikari picked up a piece of stir-fried dragon liver and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste and chewing sensation made Ryu Fujikari squint his eyes comfortably. My family is indeed a famous family that has been passed down for 100 years, and the family's chef skills are also top-notch. Eating these things is completely a simultaneous enjoyment of the body and mind. While enjoying the food, Ryu Fujikari did not forget the business. Have you all learned the chakra refining method that I asked you to practice? How is the effect? Hearing this, Longteng Yuta nodded hastily. According to your instructions, the dedicated warriors who belong directly to the patriarch have all practiced. And after eating these ingredients, they have refined chakra that day. Basically, all of them have improved a lot. However, since the family warriors are all non-attribute chakra, there is no way to practice more ninjutsu. Ryu Fujikari nodded. Chakra attributes indeed a problem. Even his body itself is an attributeless chakra. However, Ryu Fujikari is not discouraged because of this. The exploration of Monster Hunter World has just begun, and there may be a solution to this problem in the future. As for the behavior of giving dragon meat to Yuta and the others, Ryu Fujikari has no regrets. I know the danger level of Monster Hunting World best. Not to mention that he is just a child now. Even if he becomes an existence like Madara and dares to mess around in Monster Hunting World, he will be dealt with in minutes. Let these warriors who are loyal to him improve, and he can bring more people into the world of monster hunting. At that time, there will be a lot more prey brought back at one time. In addition, I also have the energy to study the herbs in Monster Hunting World, and I don't know if I can make any potions. After a dinner, a steaming tub is ready without Ryu Fujikari telling him. The water inside, however, has a faint smell of medicinal materials, and at the same time, there is some dark red indistinctly. This is a medicinal liquid formulated with the herbivorous dragon's blood according to the family's medicinal bath formula. After experimenting, taking a bath in it while performing chakra refining is not only efficient, but also has an immediate effect on the improvement of the body. And taking a bath after eating dragon meat, the effect is more than two. However, only Ryu Fujikari, the head of the family, is qualified to use herbivorous dragon materials for cultivation in this way. As for Yuta and the others, they are already very grateful to Ryu Fujikari for eating dragon meat and dragon bone soup. The night was quiet, and there were no lively night activities in Konoha village during the war. It was in the temporary residence of the Longteng family not far from the Death Forest. Ryu Fujikari soaked in the bathtub, leaving only his mouth and nose outside to keep breathing. Close your eyes and refine the chakra, and if you can see the situation inside his body, you can find it. Right now, Ryu Fujikari's body was like a boiler running at full capacity. The dragon liver and dragon marrow that I ate today is the fuel, and the medicinal power that continuously enters Ryu Fujikari's body around the body is the wind that blows in, making the fuel burning in the body more intense and abundant. The moment the raging chakra was extracted, it was divided into two strands in Ryu Fujikari's body. Part of it is added to the chakra that is running at this moment and becomes Ryu Fujikari's chakra reserve. The other part is facing Ryu Fujikari's body and started nourishing. Early the next morning, Ryu Fujikari spent almost the night in the tub. However, when I got out of the bathtub at this moment, not only did I not feel any discomfort, but I felt that my body had changed a lot overnight. After washing up, he took the knife and came to the small courtyard. As in the memory of his predecessor, he closed his eyes and adjusted his state, and suddenly drew his knife at the wooden stake in front of him. Jai-he slash. There was no feeling of the sword cutting anything, and even Ryu Fujikari's movements were ridiculously fast, as if a black shadow flashed and a gust of wind blew past. Crack. A clear sound of breaking came from the stake, followed by the smooth incision, which was split into two by the stake and fell to the ground, making a clear sound. But Ryuto Yuta, who just came over, happened to see this scene, and his eyes widened suddenly. Just now Ryu Fujikari's eye slash was as powerful as his own, and the opponent even had a higher standard than himself. It is said that he can already be called a senior warrior, and there is no problem. Senior samurai are not as good as Chunin in terms of combat effectiveness, but they have no problem dealing with genin who doesn't have much ninjutsu ability. In other words, the owner of the family already possessed genin's fighting power at the age of 7. Seeing his achievements at this moment, Ryu Fujikari also had a look of joy on his face. Compared with the previous Jan who could only leave a slash mark on the stake at most, after his body was improved and he used chakra, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Congratulations, Patriarch, your strength has improved. Ryuto Yuta congratulated Ryu Fujikari almost enthusiastically. He understood that as long as the strength of Ryu Fujikari, the Patriarch, improved, their subordinates would soon be able to benefit from it. Ryuto Yuta is very excited when he thinks of how much his strength has improved after the chakra in his body has gradually increased these days. He couldn't help thinking of his father who was loyal to his family. The old man was unwilling until his death, unwilling that the era of the samurai had declined, and he was suppressed and beaten by ninjas. "Oh Yuta, how was last night? Did you improve?" Ryu Fujikari withdrew his posture, the sharpness in his eyes disappeared, as if he had become a cute young patriarch here, and asked. Yuta hastily nodded respectfully. The strength of the subordinates has been improved again. With the previous combat experience and sword skills, the subordinates are confident that they can fight against the usual chunin. All of this is due to the cultivation of the Patriarch. Yuta is willing to dedicate everything to the Patriarch in the future. Even if there are swords in front. All right. Seeing the other party's reaction, Ryu Fujikari waved his hand and interrupted the other party's oath. Compared with oath, Ryu Fujikari believes in the binding of interests. If he can have enough benefits plus the glory of a samurai, people like Yuta will not choose to rebel against him. Did you find me for something today? Only then did Ryuto Yuta react and hastily lowered his voice, saying carefully. Master Patriarch, we are about to run out of herbivorous dragon meat, and now there are only 2 tanks of dragon blood left. As he spoke, he looked at Ryu Fujikari expectantly. It was only then that Ryu Fujikari realized that with his own improvement, the demand for dragon meat was also increasing, but he nodded directly. Bring a few people to my room tonight. Yuta immediately saluted excitedly, but then saw Ryu Fujikari walking towards the outside, so he hurriedly followed. During the war, as the captain of the family's enshrined warriors, he still had to personally protect the head of the family. Ryu Fujikari came to the construction site of his family outside the Death Forest. Genin is like cannon fodder on the battlefield, but he is a rare main force in the construction site. Even though they were sent by Hokage, Ryu Fujikari still paid these genin according to the level of Konoha sea-level tasks today. The result is that although the Dragon Teng family has not been here for a long time, the generosity and principled style have spread throughout Konoha. And these genin can get paid without going to the battlefield. Naturally, they are very attentive in doing things one by one. In a month's time, the land of the Longteng family has become a decent place, a standard Sakura flower country classical mansion. The Longteng family is not short of money, and building a more luxurious house can not only win some face for the family, but also show that the Longteng family will take root in Konoha for a long time. Let some people in Konoha feel more at ease with their samurai family. Looking at it this way, the clansmen will be able to officially move into the clan's territory in at most 3 months. Ryu Fujikari nodded in satisfaction. At this time, an Anbu member was rushing over. Under Ryuto Yuta's vigilant gaze, he opened his mouth. Lord Longteng Patriarch Master Hokage, please go to Hokage's office. On the way to Hokage's office, Ryu Fujikari wondered why Hokage asked him to go. Could it be that the herbivorous dragon was exposed? It shouldn't be. There are not many people who have handled this matter. Even the side of the Longteng family is in charge of the kitchen. The secrecy should not be leaked so quickly. Or, I let the family preserve the core technology which attracted Hokage's dissatisfaction. That's not right. Which of the Konoha clans doesn't have any secrets? Can't the Konoha seniors ask them to take it out? Could it be that they think our samurai family is easy to bully? And while Ryu Fujikari was thinking wildly, soon Hokage's office arrived. When Ryu Fujikari walked into the office, he was immediately attracted by 2 small figures in the office. 2. Red hair. Ryu Fujikari was stunned for a moment. The existence of red hair is hardly familiar in the Hokage world, the Uzumaki clan. Some time ago, Uzumaki village was exterminated, and the Uzumaki tribe who looked at it scattered and started their escape journey. According to the original plot, Konoha will bring back a girl from the Uzumaki tribe named Uzumaki Kushina, who will become the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the wife of little son Hokage, and the mother of Nalito, the son of Luck. It's just. Ryu Fujikari saw 2 Uzumaki girls appearing in front of him, and his brain couldn't even turn it around. What's happening here? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? No, besides Uzumaki Mido, Konoha is the only Uzumaki tribe, isn't it Kushina? What are you looking at? Look again and dig out your eyeballs. But at the moment when Ryu Fujikari's brain shut down, this picture of staring at him directly angered Uzumaki Kushina, who was already like a little hedgehog. At this time, when the country is ruined and the family is destroyed, Uzumaki Kushina is officially the most insecure, and he always looks like this to everyone who explodes at any time. The red-haired girl next to Kushina pulled her carefully. "Sister Kushina, don't do this." Unexpectedly, Kushina raised her head and pulled the girl behind her, looking like a big sister. "Lee Doozy, don't be afraid with me here. This B***** D won't even try to touch you." When Ryu Fujikari heard this strange name, he temporarily attributed this situation to the mighty power of some kind of butterfly effect in his heart. It seems that with his appearance, some original plot characters have also undergone some changes. Facing Kushina, who looked like a hot red pepper, Ryu Fujikari was not only not angry at all, but showed excellent self-restraint and smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful red hair, especially on such a beautiful girl. I'm a bit rude, sorry." As he said that, Ryu Fujikari bowed slightly to Uzumaki Kushina, but now he couldn't fix Uzumaki Kushina. Especially in front of Hokage and several Anbu members, when Ryu Fujikari praised her beauty, Uzumaki Kushina's little face immediately flushed red. He opened his mouth wanting to curse, but also felt that it was inappropriate to do so. In the end, he could only snort softly and turn his head away. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw all this in his eyes, and secretly thought in his heart that it was very correct to let Ryu Fujikari come over. They are all of the same age, and the power of Ryu Fujikari's own family cannot pose a threat to Konoha. There is nothing wrong with letting him contact the Uzumaki tribe. On the contrary, the other party is also an outsider who recently joined Konoha, who can comfort the Uzumaki tribe very well. Seeing Ryu Fujikari looking over, a gentle smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's majestic face. At this time, Shinobi Hiruzen is in the prime of his life, so it is obviously inappropriate to say that his smile is kind. He looked at Ryu Fujikari and smiled. "It seems that Patriarch Dragon Vine has already refined chakra, and you really deserve to be the descendant of a centuries-old warrior family." Ryu Fujikari nodded with a smile. "This is all thanks to the chakra refining method sent by Mr. Hokage. The effect of Konoha's chakra refining method is stronger than that of ordinary products outside. I don't know why Hokage-sama came to me today. Could it be that there is something wrong with the ninja tool department?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Since you have successfully refined chakra, even if you want to run a family and learn something about ninjas in the future, there is nothing wrong with it. There shouldn't be much going on in your clan recently, right? I'm going to let you go to the ninja school to study." Immediately, Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but looked at Kushina and the two beside him. The latter blushed as if he hadn't recovered from Ulysses' teasing just now. Perhaps seeing Ryu Fujikari's thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to hide anything and nodded directly. These two are the orphans of the Uzumaki clan. Due to the urgent situation of Konoha, Uzumaki village was in a catastrophe and the rescue of the village was delayed. In the end, only the two of them were brought back. After all, they are the descendants of Konoha's allies. We can't ignore them. I plan to send them to the ninja school with you as transfer students. Ryu Fujikari nodded, only half believing Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement in his heart. He had his own conjecture and judgment on the reason for the demise of Uzushio village. It's up to Hokage-sama to decide. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think that Ryu Fujikari would refuse. When Ryu Fujikari just nodded and agreed, the relevant procedures seemed to have been prepared a long time ago, and all the procedures were completed. Soon people brought Ryu Fujikari and the others to the ninja school. And along the way, Ryu Fujikari also saw the character of a Uzumaki girl that was not in the original book. Although the appearance is not as good as Kushina, it also has the unique cuteness of the second dimension, but that character. Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but think of the little CP Hinata. Taking a look at Kushina with a proud look, a bold idea emerged from Ryu Fujikari's heart. It has been nearly 20 years since ninja school was founded by second Hokage Senju Tabarama. And Konoha is recognized as the strongest ninja village among several ninja villages. When Ryu Fujikari saw the plot about ninja village education, he was somewhat indifferent. In the plot, the Chunin school is like a playhouse, and there are actually no other ninjutsu professors except three-body technique. On the contrary, it is the brainwashing of the will of fire every day. However, when Ryu Fujikari was brought to the ninja school by several people from Anbu, he found that it was different from what he imagined, whether it was the training ground or the classrooms one by one. Taijutsu, theory, and teaching of ninja basics are all available. The same as in the plot are the students in the classroom. Some are studying hard and some are sitting in Wang's hometown and dozing off. Third shift. When several people from Ryu Fujikari were brought here by the teacher of the ninja school, Ryu Fujikari saw the familiar golden touch in the classroom at a glance. Ryu Fujikari's eyes swept across the opponent's body without a trace, with golden broken hair, sunny and handsome image, combined with the obsessive eyes of the little girls in the class. It's true at first glance, the little son Namikaze Minato. Bringing Ryu Fujikari and the others to the class, the ninja school teacher cleared his throat and announced to the students in the class. These three are the latest transfer students in our class. They will study with our third class in the future and become qualified ninjas. Next, let them introduce themselves. After finishing speaking, under the watchful eyes of the class, everyone's eyes focused on Uzumaki Kushina, who was closest to the teacher. Originally in Hokage's office, Uzumaki Kushina, who was unusually bold and aggressive, faced such probing eyes, especially those aimed at his own hair. For a moment, a little apprehension and uneasiness appeared on his face. Naturally, Ryu Fujikari saw this in his eyes, knowing that this girl had a soft heart, and he had already decided to win her love, so he took a step forward. Under everyone's amazed gaze, a pair of eyes with eagle-like sharp light scanned the circle. A loud voice came from his mouth. My name is Ryu Fujikari, the head of the Ryuto family who joined Konoha recently. You have also seen my current attire. I am not a ninja, and I do not intend to become a ninja in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were instantly drawn away from Kushina. And when they heard that he claimed that he did not intend to become a noble ninja, some people in the class would whisper to each other, and Kushina, who was originally uneasy, could not help but tilt her head slightly at this moment, looking at Ryu Fujikari. This boy who took the initiative to praise his beautiful hair, Ryu Fujikari didn't care much about the reaction of these people and continued. In the future, I will make samurai equal to ninjas or even surpass ninjas. As for my personal ideals. Ryu Fujikari raised his face slightly, and under the gaze of the Sarutobi Hiruzen telescope technique in Hokage's office, he said a word suitable for his age. I will marry the most beautiful and powerful woman in the world. Let her spread branches and leaves for my Longtang family. Fthahahaha. In Hokage's office, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is as steady as Sarutobi, laughed when he heard Ryu Fujikari's pursuit. He even gave up his image in the end and laughed out loud. Hatake Sakumo, who was also in the office, shook his head helplessly, thinking, he is indeed a child who has been influenced by the traditional samurai family thinking. Although it hasn't been long since he inherited the position of patriarch, he already has the consciousness to work hard for the continuation of the family. As for what Ryu Fujikari said, what makes a samurai equal to a ninja and even surpasses a ninja? No one cared, none of the students and teachers in the classroom or the few people in Hokage's office thought that Ryu Fujikari could do it. After all, since the ninja era to the present, ninjas have been noble existences, and even especially after the existence of Senju Hashirama appeared in the ninja world, the profession of ninjas has been pushed to the height of the atmosphere. As for the samurai, they are already as sad as ants in the sand. After Ryu Fujikari introduced himself, he backed away. Although this self-introduction made the teachers of Class 3 dumbfounded, his eyes turned to Uzumaki Kushina. Student Kushina, then you come next. With Ryu Fujikari in front of Uzumaki Kushina, he was much calmer and took a step forward at this moment. I am Uzumaki Kushina. The voice was trembling, but the volume was very high as if to embolden himself. Seeing that no one responded, he suddenly yelled. I'm going to be the first female Hokage in this village. As soon as this remark came out, the scene became even more dead silent, but it was these people who were shocked by Uzumaki Kushina's words. Just as Uzumaki Kushina finished speaking, before she could wait for the students in the class to respond, she heard a familiar voice beside her suddenly. Ryu Fujikari looked at her with a slightly teasing smile. So, does this count as a confession? Everyone was stunned, even Kushina didn't turn the corner, wondering what Ryu Fujikari meant. But I saw Ryu Fujikari stretch out a hand, and while snapping his fingers, he made a look of reminiscence. When I introduced myself just now, I said that I want to marry the most beautiful and powerful woman. Now you say that you want to be a female Hokage. Kushina's eyes widened, her pretty face full of collagen quickly blushed, and her embarrassing eyes almost burst into flames. However, Ryu Fujikari asked with a smile as if he didn't feel anything yet. So, Uzumaki Kushina-san, do you really have that idea? Ryu Fujikari's teasing gaze finally made Uzumaki Kushina instantly turn into a fiery hot pepper, and a heavy punch hit Ryu Fujikari's head. UB*****D, what nonsense. However, perhaps Ryu Fujikari had to be careful with this trick before today. After being strengthened by the dragon blood medicine bath today, Ryu Fujikari grabbed the opponent's fist with sharp eyes. Under Uzumaki Kushina's shocked gaze, he easily withstood the opponent's attack and held the opponent's little hand firmly. Even under the admiring gaze of the male students in the class, he continued recklessly. Uzumaki Kushina, I Ryu Fujikari, would like to call you the strongest in terms of beauty. Since you want to become the head wife of my Ryuto family, let's work hard towards the goal of female Hokage. Such shameless words that would inevitably be scolded as Puxinen, but at the moment, Uzumaki Kushina was so angry that his teeth were itchy, and at the same time there was no way to refute it. In the end, the teacher gave a dry cough and separated Ryu Fujikari. Finally, it was Uzumaki's turn to introduce himself. The Uzumaki girls who have never been seen in this plot, self-introduction is much more normal than Ryu Fujikari and the others. My name is Uzumaki Liduzi. I am very happy to study with you in the future. I like flower arrangement, cooking, and fish farming. Please give me your advice in the future. After the three of them introduced themselves, the teacher of Class 3 looked at the seats in the class and was about to say something but saw Ryu Fujikari, who was already beside Kushina's exclamation, pulled each other and leaned towards the back row of the classroom. Window position. That is to go to the hometown of the king. Teacher, classmate Kushina and I should sit there. Ryu Fujikari, who wants to sit with you, let me go. However, no matter how hard Chili Pepper struggled, at this moment, under the strong invitation of Ryu Fujikari, he could only be pushed in the back row in the end. As for Uzumaki Liduzi, the plot god tier directly opened up his skills, and was directly arranged next to the little son Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was about to say something after seeing Uzumaki Kushina and hearing that the other party was also going to become Hokage. But at the moment, he was disrupted by a series of actions by Ryu Fujikari, but he sat in his seat the whole time without saying a word. However, when Uzumaki Iduzi, who was full of Yamato Nadeko style at a young age, sat beside him and greeted him quietly, the little son Namikaze Minato immediately forgot Kushina, who had a bad personality. Uzumaki Kushina was pulled by Ryu Fujikari to sit at the back at the moment, and she wanted to leave several times but was pulled by Ryu Fujikari, who didn't give her a chance at all. Looking at the smirk on the corner of Ryu Fujikari's mouth, and the eyes of some girls in the surrounding classes who obviously have some interest in Ryu Fujikari, as bold as Kushina, he was also at a loss. In the end, he could only lower his head and dare not face the eyes of the people around him with his red face. At the same time, a voice containing embarrassment entered Ryu Fujikari's ears. I would never like a B***** D like you, how bad. However, that tone of voice really made it impossible to find the slightest disgust. It seemed to be acting like a baby. Ryu Fujikari was overjoyed. Even though he became a Puxin boy once, he succeeded in taking the first step in the heart of the beautiful woman Kushina, which is not a loss. Facing Kushina's soft protest, Ryu Fujikari smiled lightly. Really, but I'm already interested in you, Hokage-sama. Kushina's face was so low that it almost touched the table, and she was already screaming in her heart. Bad guy. The three officially entered the class, and soon Ryu Fujikari finally saw the courses of the ninja school. For example, the first class they attended now was the teaching course of trap setting, which is compulsory for ninjas. Ulysses listened very seriously, and it was necessary to learn some ninja techniques. After all, things like traps also play a big role in monster hunting world. However, the serious Ryu Fujikari also found some relatively familiar figures in the class. Unlike Ryu Fujikari and Namikaze Minato, who listen carefully, these people obviously lack interest in the current course, and some even have some disdain on their faces. Aburame Jiwe, Akamichi Dingza, Nara Shiju Yamanaka Hayachi. Ryu Fujikari thought, these are the patriarchs of the major ninja clans in Konoha in the future. Ryu Fujikari knew it well. It seemed that he was drawn by Hokage. However, I was attracted to Konoha not long after I came to Konoha. It seems that the identity of the samurai family and the fact that the family joined Konoha really made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel very relieved about himself. Perhaps feeling the gaze of Ryu Fujikari, a few students from the Konoha shinobi tribe came over just after class. Nara always said troublesome words on weekdays, but at this moment she was the first one to extend her hand friendly to Ryu Fujikari and introduce herself. Hello Ryu Fujikari, I'm Nara Shikahisa. As he spoke, he pointed to the two people with the best relationship beside him and said, This is Ding Zhuo from the Akamichi family. He likes to eat. I think you can tell. He is Heiyi from the Yamanaka family. Don't mind if he doesn't talk much. I've heard about you, but I didn't expect you to be as old as us and already shoulder the responsibility of a family head. At the end of Lu Jiu's speech, he expressed his sincere admiration. Hearing this, several ninja students who came up also nodded one after another. Even Ryu Fujikari didn't expect that he is so famous in Konoha now. Although he knew that Hokage placed himself in this class with some intentions, Ryu Fujikari didn't care and immediately seized the opportunity to build a good relationship with these people. In order for the Longteng family to become an important family in Konoha and to gain a certain amount of power, the first thing to do is to truly let the family take root in Konoha. Hey, this is also a helpless act. My father was buried in the attack of the enemy country. As the only heir, I naturally cannot slack off at this time. Fortunately, Master Hokage sent Anbu to escort us all the way and took care of us a lot. Ryu Fujikari speaks beautiful words. However, at this moment she didn't notice it at all. At this moment, Kushina beside her raised her head at some point. Through the gap between the red hair, a pair of eyes looked at Ryu Fujikari blankly. Only now did she notice that Ryu Fujikari seemed to have said when he introduced himself just now that he was already the head of a family. And like him, an outsider who joined Konoha recently. For a moment, looking at Ryu Fujikari, who was chatting with these ninja classmates with a bright smile at the moment, a flame rose in Kushina's heart. The heart that has been haunted by loneliness and fear seems to have settled down. Yes, at least I still have Granny Mido and someone to protect me. What about Ryu Fujikari? He is obviously as old as himself. Not only does he have nothing to rely on now, but he also has to become the support of a family. However, he is still full of fighting spirit and firmly believes in his future. Senju Land Night. When Kushina and Liduzi returned to the clan area one after the other, Kushina was humming happily and was immediately discovered by Uzumaki Mido, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Although he was old, he smiled on his kind face. Ah, it seems that the experience of the ninja school is very good. Kushina must have met some very good friends. When Uzumaki Liduzi saw Uzumaki Mido, he immediately saluted Uzumaki Mido in an orderly manner. On the other hand, when Kushina was told by Uzumaki Mido, today Ryu Fujikari took her little hand and firmly regarded her as his deskmate. And Ryu Fujikari's decisive straight ball, "You are beautiful. I am interested in you." All kinds of behaviors made Kushina couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, he ran into Uzumaki Mido's arms, shaking his head coquettishly. No way, he is obviously a very annoying person. Uzumaki Mido hugged Kushina with a smile, lovingly caressing Kushina's head while looking at Uzumaki Liduzi at the side. Li Daojiang, how about you? Are you having a good time at the ninja school today? No one bullies you with your personality, right? Li Duzi shook his head and whispered, Minato-kun is very good, very gentle. As soon as the words came out, Kushina, who was still in Uzumaki Mido's arms, suddenly seemed to hear some Super 8 trigrams, with a hot light in his eyes and grabbed Liduzi. Ha ha ha, Li Duzi, are you really interested in that blonde-haired B****ch? I've already found out that you never took your eyes off him when get out of class was over, mess. Li Duzi immediately blushed and covered Kushina's big mouth, but seeing the eyes of Uzumaki Mido who covered his mouth with a chuckle, his whole person was not good. Looking at Kushina who was still gloating while covering her mouth, an inexplicable impulse suddenly occupied Liduzi's brain. Under Kushina's stunned gaze, he directly reported to Uzumaki Mido loudly. Kushina, she is still holding hands with a boy today, she even confessed her love to him. As soon as this remark came out, Uzumaki Mido, who originally thought it was a joke between the two, looked at Uzumaki Kushina in surprise. In this way, the smile on Kushina's face when he came back just now. It's clear that he has the appearance of a boy he likes. Uzumaki Mido's probing gaze finally made the little girl Uzumaki Kushina unable to hold on. She pulled Uzumaki Liduzi, who wanted to break the news in embarrassment, and ran towards the room. The sound of panic came to the ears of Uzumaki Mido in the courtyard from afar. Grandma Mido, we have homework to do, don't listen to Li Duzi's nonsense, she was just joking. Uzumaki Mido smiled as she watched the two girls from her mother clan disappear out of sight. However, he had already written this matter down in his heart and decided to have someone look it up, who was the hedgehog girl Kushina, the boy who put down his guard in just one day. When Kushina returned to the Senju tribe, she was in a good mood. And Ryu Fujikari, who has successfully left a mark in Kushina's heart, is naturally in a good mood. Even though Konoha village suffered a lot of losses in the land of rain, and many families in the village have received news of the death of family members on the front line these days, it did not affect Ryu Fujikari's happy mood at the moment. Back at the family, Ryuto Yuta had already been waiting here, looking at the other party's appearance. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Ryu Fujikari patted his forehead, and then he remembered that after being called to the Hokage office today, he went directly to the ninja school to enroll. The family didn't know about these things from the beginning to the end. Sure enough, seeing Ryu Fujikari coming back, Ryuto rushed up. Patriarch, you are finally back. What did Hokage ask you to do all day? It took so long. Did he make things difficult for you? If it really doesn't work, shall we leave Konoha? Listening to Yuta's cannonball-like questions, at the end, Ryu Fujikari immediately put away the smile on his face and scolded. Enough. What should I say? What should not be said? Do you want me to tell you again? Regardless of Ryu Fujikari's young age, the aura of the patriarch in his body is not weak at all. Immediately, Ryuto knelt in front of him to plead guilty, and also knew of his slip of the tongue. Ryu Fujikari snorted coldly and led the other party into the family's temporary residence without saying anything. Without Ryu Fujikari's instructions, the owner's dinner was brought over from the kitchen immediately. When Ryu Fujikari was eating, Ryuto knelt and sat beside him nervously the whole time. Fortunately, in the end, Ryu Fujikari didn't blame him. Wiping his mouth, a samurai immediately took the plate down. Seeing the samurai leaving with a plate, Ryu Fujikari realized a problem. The patriarch of his dignified Ryuto family didn't even have a maid to serve him. Those people whose family was in the country of iron before were dismissed for the convenience of relocation. Secretly remembering this matter in his heart, Ryu Fujikari glanced at Ryuto with a disturbed expression and waved his hand. Are the people you arranged ready? Hearing this, Ryuto immediately showed joy on his face and bowed to salute. Everyone stays outside, counting the subordinates, a total of 7 people. For a while, 4 people will stay around the patriarch's residence to guard, and I and the other 2 family warriors will follow the patriarch to the summoning realm. When speaking, Ryuto's voice was trembling with excitement. He couldn't help but be excited. Being able to be brought into the summoning world full of dragons by Ryu Fujikari is definitely Ryu Fujikari's greatest affirmation to them. At the same time, think of what the herbivorous dragon got and the changes it brought to them. Become an existence beyond the ninja, the road is at hand. Ryu Fujikari looked at the sky, and without delay, he asked Ryuto to call the other 2 in. Both of these 2 were orphans adopted by the Longteng family back then. They were brought up since childhood and were not given surnames or even names. One is codenamed 13 and the other is codenamed number 8. In front of the 2 young samurai, Ryu Fujikari took out the summoning scroll and unfolded it in front of each other. From today onwards, you will officially get in touch with the core secrets of my Longteng family. As long as you work hard enough, it is not impossible to become a warrior beyond Jonin, even a warrior beyond cage level. And the premise of all this is loyalty. Absolute loyalty. When Ryuto and the 3 of them cut their fingers and wrote their names with blood on the summoning scroll that Ryu Fujikari took out, the 3 of them immediately felt a vague and special world. The world is huge and appears to be covered in massive forests. Along the sea, however, when a few people instinctively wanted to go there, they found that they couldn't do it at all. Even the reverse summoning technique seen on the summoning scroll didn't seem to work. As if blocked by something, after seeing Ryu Fujikari's half-smile expression, the 3 of them suddenly realized something. The 3 immediately knelt in front of Ryu Fujikari and shouted loudly, "The subordinate is guilty." As they said that, cold sweat was already oozing from the foreheads of the 3 of them, and they all thought that their impulsive recklessness just now had made Ryu Fujikari lower their status in his heart. Thinking that there were 4 warriors outside the door who could replace them at any time and who were equally loyal to the patriarch, the heads of the 3 of them were even lower. Ryu Fujikari looked at these people coldly for a long time and finally felt that the fire was almost ready, so he uttered a sentence coldly. "I am in a good mood today. You are lucky if there is a next time. I will send you in." Ryu Fujikari said indifferently, but the last words were all understood by the 3 people present, and there was still the second half of the sentence. "Send them in, don't let them out." Thinking of the strangeness of that world in their own perception, all 3 of them bowed down and apologized again. Subordinates will never commit another crime. Ryu Fujikari didn't say anything anymore. The 3 people in front of him, including the 4 guards outside the door, had all been poisoned by the Dragon Vine family, so there was no need to worry about their rebellion. He waved his hand to let everyone pack their things. This time, Ryu Fujikari's purpose in entering the ancient tree forest is very clear. Apart from hunting a few herbivorous dragons, that is to collect some ancient tree forest herbs and collect some small creatures. Bringing it back to the clan and letting the people in the clan's related majors study it, is there any development value? Of course, Ryu Fujikari has another purpose. He wanted to try to see if he could tame a monster from the ancient tree forest. It didn't require any large monsters like bosses, as long as they were slightly larger and capable of attacking. Just after everyone prepared things such as animal traps, bags, and paralyzing poison, Ryu Fujikari made him a draw in his hand and let out a low drink. Reverse summoning technique. With a bang, the smoke exploded in the room, and when the smoke cleared, Ryu Fujikari and the others had disappeared into the room. Ancient tree forest. After personally experiencing the method of reverse summoning technique and coming to the ancient tree forest, the three of Ryuto bowed down immediately and drew their swords to be vigilant, just like Ryu Fujikari did back then. Ryu Fujikari looked at the familiar environment around him and felt relieved a lot. Sure enough, it was still the same place I just came to last time. Patriarch, there seems to be a different kind of energy in the air here, which makes my body feel much more comfortable. Ryuto whispered in Ryu Fujikari's ear. Ryu Fujikari, who was rushing towards the stream at the beginning, was moved. He didn't pay attention to it last time. This time, under the reminder of Ryuto, Ryu Fujikari also found out. Indeed, after entering the ancient tree forest, Ryu Fujikari felt that with every breath in his body, the chakra in his body seemed to be a lot more active. It seemed to be catalyzed by the air that was breathed in. Suddenly, Ryu Fujikari thought of a possibility. The three summoning holy places owned by Konoha Sannin themselves seem to have this kind of saying. According to the Hokage world, existences like 10,000 snakes and toad bosses can be born in the summoning world because the summoning world has a strong natural environment. Energy. And Ryu Fujikari thought of the large monsters in the ancient tree forest he owned and couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that the energy contained in the air in my summoning world is also natural energy? However, Ryu Fujikari has no way to confirm that the existence of natural energy is a high-end existence in the ninja system. We can only see if there is a chance to ask after Konoha Sannin returns. Clatter. The familiar sound of running water came, and soon as Ryu Fujikari was thinking about it, the four of them had arrived at the place where Ryu Fujikari hunted small herbivorous dragons. Across the bushes, Ryu Fujikari immediately noticed the traces of the last battle. It really is the real world. The traces of last time are still there, but it is very inconspicuous. But behind Ryu Fujikari, Ryuto and the other three were looking at the creek at the moment. Each of them was huge, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva with fiery eyes. Herbivore. Looking around, there were three herbivorous dragons they were familiar with. And they are all large, with an average height of 4 meters. These guys are so big, more than twice the size of the herbivorous dragon we had before. Ryuto looked at Ryu Fujikari expectantly, looking eager to try. Ryu Fujikari didn't waste time either. The purpose of bringing them in was to make himself more relaxed, and at the same time hunt more herbivorous dragons back. Nodding, the three Longtang Yuta who immediately received the order silently leaned on the bushes and carefully touched the three big guys. Under the watchful eyes of Ryu Fujikari, the three of Ryuto set their sights on one as the target, and they were directly preparing to keep all three big guys. Do it. A low shout came, and in an instant, 3 black shadows came to the front of the 3 herbivorous dragons in the blink of an eye. The speed was too fast, and at the same time as they leaped high, the 3 sharp long knives in their hands pierced fiercely into the neck of the herbivorous dragon from their hands. Be quick. It seems to have learned from the knife marks on the baby herbivorous dragon that Ryu Fujikari brought back last time. In Konoha's office, clouds and mist lingered. The 2 Hokage advisors, Udatain Koharu and Mitakado Hamura, talked dryly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage position, had no other reaction except smoking a cigarette. Hiruzen, are you listening to us? That brat from the samurai family is definitely not a good guy. He has only been here for a month, and now he has hooked up with the future Jinchuriki of 9 Tails. Udatain Koharu flushed with anger. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hatake Sakumo as if he couldn't hear him. Tsunade, have they reached the front? The latter nodded immediately. I have received news from the front line of the Kingdom of Rain. Master Tsunade has taken over the command of the front line. I think he will be able to reverse the situation soon. However, they also urged us, saying that after inspection they found that the front line is in short supply, especially weapons and medicines. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then looked at the 2 consultants and said in a neutral tone, since you are sitting in the position of consultant, don't be idle all day worrying about things that have nothing to do with you. You can raise supplies for the frontline. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Udatain Koharu and the 2 became even uglier. However, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's slowly raised eyes, he finally didn't dare to talk too much nonsense and left in despair. After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hatake here, "Did anything happen to the Longteng family recently?" Hatake Sakumo shook his head. "They are still busy building the clan land. It seems that they want to build their clan land to the level of Konoha's first family, and they don't have any other actions." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and waved Hatake to leave. At the same time, I couldn't help but blame my old buddies. Gradually, I don't know what the will of the fire is, and I just think about those little dogs all day long, so I can't get on the stage. That's why the teacher chose me to be Hokage back then. Bang bang bang, Ryu Fujikari's temporary settlement outside the courtyard of Ryu Fujikari's residence. Along with several white smokes appearing in the sheds set up outside the small courtyard of Ryu Fujikari, huge monsters that have lost their movement, but their bodies are still warm, appeared in the eyes of several samurai. Ryuto had a look of excitement on his face. This time the three big guys, if they were still warriors like them, it would be no problem to say at least half a month. Several other people also looked excited, but in order to ensure the secrecy of their actions at night, even in the corner of the dead forest, everyone kept calm and quiet. Follow the steps of the division of labor and start to quickly dismember the corpses of these herbivore dragons. This side was handed over to the outside samurai, and the three of Ryuto immediately reversed summoning and entered the ancient tree forest again. They couldn't help being in a hurry. When they solved the three herbivorous dragons on their side, Ryu Fujikari found several different monsters. The same can only be attributed to small monsters, which are a little smaller than adult herbivorous dragons, but they are much more aggressive monsters. Crowned Tyrannosaurus. A group of monsters just like the opponent's name, the main attack method is to charge with an extremely hard head. At present, Lai Kai is definitely the current strength, the existence most likely to reach a contract. In order to ensure the safety of the action, Ryu Fujikari asked Ryuto and the other three to send the prey back outside first, while he squatted here to guard. There are 5 crowned dragons in total. 2 of them are adults, 1 male and 1 female, and the remaining 3 are juveniles. But even the baby dragon itself is 2 Ryu Fujikari tall. Although our summoning scrolls can enforce contracts, killing any of them will definitely be detrimental to the contract. So we need to capture them all, Ryu Fujikari said, and the 3 people beside him nodded. Even though doing so was full of danger, the 3 of them did not hesitate to start the arrest operation under Ryu Fujikari's order. Wow! Ryuto rushed out first, holding one end of a large net with one hand and number 8 on the other. As soon as the 2 of them appeared under the blessing of chakra, they quickly caught these crowned dragons with a big net. Aw! Faced with the sudden change, the Guanchalong family immediately launched a resistance, and the large net that had been blessed with steel wires suddenly became precarious at this moment. The expressions of the 2 changed and they shouted hastily, "Quickly cast poison, shhhhhh." There were several sounds of piercing through the air, and then 4 or 5 unknown projectiles were slammed on the bodies of several crested dragons. The projectiles exploded, and bursts of thick purple smoke immediately filled the air. Under the nervous gaze of Ryu Fujikari and others, several Tyrannosauruses struggled harder and were about to break free from the big net. Longteng Yuta was even about to kill it, but saw a young Crestosaurus finally staggered and fell to the ground. This seemed to be a signal, and soon the other 2 young dragons fell to the ground one after another. It was the 2 adult Crestosaurus, and in the end Ryu Fujikari couldn't bear it and smashed the last 2 paralyzing poisonous smoke bombs in his hand. A roar full of unwillingness came, and soon the 2 big guys were finally knocked to the ground. After a few seconds of brief silence, even Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but let out a shout of excitement. By the time Ryu Fujikari and the others returned from the ancient tree forest to the Hokage world, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. However, both Ryu Fujikari and Yuta were all excited. "Master Patriarch, we have already dealt with all the things, sealed them separately as before, and put them in the cellar to freeze them." Ryu Fujikari nodded in satisfaction, looked at Yuta and the others who had big bags and small bags at the moment, and gave orders directly. "Keep all these collected things well. These things will be related to the future family's industry in Konoha in the future. Be careful to keep them secret." Yuta and the others nodded solemnly with excited expressions. Recalling their experience of entering the ancient tree forest today, it is full of magic until now. But thinking that he and others will be able to pass the summoning technique in the future, the faces of the few crowned dragons captured by summoning just now turned red with excitement. The achievement of capturing small monsters already seemed to let them see the future. Ryu Fujikari said that large monsters such as fire dragons existed in the ancient tree forest. In addition to hunting 3 adult herbivorous dragons and capturing 5 crested dragons this time, they also conducted simple explorations in the surrounding area. Gathered some herbs and fruits from Ryu Fujikari's mouth. These things seemed to be very ordinary. But they tasted the honey collected in the ancient tree forest, but they immediately put away their contempt for these little things. The apparently ordinary honey has the effect of eliminating dark wounds. Just this point, let Longteng Yuta and the others see the great prosperity of the Longteng family in the future. The few people who had already decided to die for the Longteng family not only put themselves on the Longteng family's ship, but also decided to tie their future descendants to the Longteng family's warship. As a samurai family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, the Longteng family has lost a lot of influence due to the decline of samurai, but there is no shortage of related inheritance. Although the Longteng family is not a medical family, they have their own secret recipes in medicine, especially healing medicine, antidote, and medicinal bath. Give the Yakushi of the family some time to turn the things collected in the ancient tree forest into the future family capital, which is not difficult in itself. Seeing the enthusiastic expressions of Yuta and the others, Ryu Fujikari thought for a while before saying, "In addition to speeding up your own improvement and training these days, you should also pay attention to other trustworthy warriors in the family and expand the team as soon as possible." As soon as these words came out, Yuta and the others all showed expressions of surprise. "Patriarch, do you want to formally start cultivating the family's samurai?" Yuta asked in surprise. Ryu Fujikari nodded, raised his head slightly, looked at the night sky of Konoha with vigilance and coldness in his eyes. "Even though our aim is to truly integrate into Konoha, that is also the future. If we want our samurai family to gain a real foothold in this village of ninjas, we must have strength worthy of respect and prudence from others. I don't want to have to endure ambush surveillance after we move in after the family's family land is officially completed." In the following period of time, Ryu Fujikari's life became more regular. During the day, besides studying at the ninja school, I practiced the sword skills inherited in the family, and on the basis of the family's sword skills, I make certain developments according to my own understanding and ideas. And under Ryu Fujikari's continuous strategy, although Kushina would still blushed and screamed and hammered him every time Ryu Fujikari said something embarrassing. But for the relationship between the two, especially Ryu Fujikari's hand-holding action at times, it is no longer a struggle. It was a tacit agreement between the two of them. 3 months passed in a flash. The news of the battle situation in the Land of Rain came back, but Ryu Fujikari didn't care about it at all. Today, the ninja school is on holiday, and Ryu Fujikari came to his clan land on the edge of the Death Forest early in the morning. The head of the family is here. As soon as Ryu Fujikari appeared, a fierce-faced warrior of the Dragon Vine family with a samurai sword pinned to his waist, and wearing a jet-black samurai uniform separated on both sides of the clan gate. Bowing and saluting loudly at that scene, Lu Jiu, who came to congratulate him at the request of his parents, was stunned. They haven't seen the samurai family before, but at this moment in their hearts, they can't help but associate the samurai with black. He rolled his eyes at Yashiro Otsuka, the former hired samurai leader of the family headed by him. Ever since this guy got to know Yuta and the others and received the secret support of Ryu Fujikari, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is about to break through the level of high-level samurai, surpassing Chunin at the same level. Immediately, he approached Ryu Fujikari in person and expressed his willingness to accept the family's poison control. From now on, as a dead man of the family, he only hopes to get the secret support of the family with Yuta and the others. Naturally, Ryu Fujikari had no intention of refusing. The Death Forest is already on the periphery of Konoha, and the land here is not as precious as the inside of the village. In addition, in order to win over the Longteng family, Konoha granted the Longteng family a large area of land. Now that it has been built, the scale of the entire clan is definitely the standard of the Konoha clan. Skoi. Shu, your family's family land is more than 3 times larger than ours. The one who spoke was Inuzuka Chu from the Inuzuka clan and Ryu Fujikari's class. At the moment, the little girl is also pretty, with wild oil paint on her face. Lu Jiu, who was following behind, sighed after hearing the words. Is it necessary to compare like this? The clan of your Inuzuka clan is also ranked first in Konoha. If you compare it like this, isn't our Nara clan the most pitiful? Ryu Fujikari listened to their words with a faint smile on his lips. After several months of getting along, they got along pretty well. Today, the clan land of the Longteng family has just been built, and the clan has moved, so they have already come to congratulate. The future heirs of several ninjas in the same class have almost arrived, but Ryu Fujikari did not see the arrival of that touch of red. Perhaps it is because the patriarchs of the major Konoha shinobi clans do not pay much attention to the Ryuto family, which is a samurai family, or the purpose is to let Shikagyu and Ryu Fujikari's peers come forward to avoid embarrassment in some matters. Anyway, looking at the bustling scene in a living room at the moment, Ryu Fujikari is quite satisfied with their visit. Are you thinking about Kushina? I heard she said that she will be late today, maybe it will be night. Heh. Inuzuka looked at Ryu Fujikari's silent look and leaned over with a weird smile on his face which attracted Ryu Fujikari's eyes. Everyone was playing for a while, but Shikagyu, who was sitting next to Ryu Fujikari, suddenly asked, "Kari, do you really plan to become a ninja in the future?" The living room suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Ryu Fujikari. It seemed that they were still very concerned about Ryu Fujikari's pursuit. Ryu Fujikari didn't mean to shy away, nodded directly and spread his hands with a smile. "My chakra has no attributes and I can't release the escapism. In addition to the inheritance of the Dragon Vine family, I rely on me alone. All factors show that I am not suitable to be called a ninja. Compared to being called a ninja, I want to develop my Dragon Vine Samurai Dojo." Everyone nodded, but Lu Jiu became thoughtful. "If this is the case, becoming a samurai is indeed your best choice. Sai, I thought we could become comrades in arms in the future." Lu Jiu shook his head helplessly, but he did not force Ryu Fujikari. After all, Ryu Fujikari's reason is very good. The family is only one seedling, and the ninjutsu that he can learn is really limited, so he became a ninja, especially during World War II. Any fool knows how to choose. Ryu Fujikari looked at the expressions of everyone but asked, "What's the situation on the front line of the village recently?" Yamanaka, who was sitting on the side with his chest folded, shook his head. "The Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi Village is not easy to deal with. I heard from my father that he not only uses poison as a grandmaster, but also is good at taijutsu and ninjutsu. There is no small attainment in it. Plus, both Sunagakuren and Iwagakuren have increased their troops on the front line recently. Master Tsunade is under a lot of pressure." Lu Jiu on the side took over the conversation and said quietly, "Our group of ninja school students are very likely to face early graduation." Ryu Fujikari nodded and was about to say something when suddenly Ryuto walked in with a serious look on his face. "Master Patriarch Lord Hokage is here to visit." As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the living room was stunned on the spot. Even Ryu Fujikari did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who definitely had a lot of things during the war, would come here when the Ryuto family moved. However, when Ryu Fujikari rushed to the door with the crowd to greet him and saw the people beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, he suddenly realized again. "Master Hokage, Master Uzumaki, I didn't expect that my family's housewarming would alarm the two of you. Please forgive me for being negligent." It really is just like what little Kushina said. He is indeed a very polite boy. Uzumaki Maito looked Ryu Fujikari up and down with a smile, and beside her, Uzumaki Kushina blushed and turned her head away. Shikagyu and the others behind Ryu Fujikari were all surprised and hastily followed to salute. At the same time, my heart was full of surprise. This first-generation's wife, who has always been a reclusive person, why did she come today? Could it be that they came to congratulate the housewarming like them? Uzumaki Maito, as the wife of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, is naturally well known in the ninja world. The clansmen behind Ryu Fujikari all showed surprised expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed a faint smile when he saw Shikagyu and others behind Ryu Fujikari at this moment. "It looks like a class reunion is going on. Our arrival is a bit abrupt." One sentence directly attracted Lu Jiu, who was in charge of IQ, and waved his hands hastily, not even daring to say it. Welcoming everyone into the clan land, Uzumaki Maito was also looking at the clan land of the Ryuto family while heading to Ryu Fujikari, the patriarch's residence along the way. The carved beams and painted buildings, except for some places that are obviously used for gardens, are still vacant and waiting to be taken care of in the future, such as the imported clan river, various houses, and even the venues needed for warrior training. It's no wonder that it is a top warrior family that has been passed down for 100 years. The family is well off, and the girl Kushina will enjoy some blessings in the future. Ryu Fujikari didn't dare to say anything nonsense at the moment. He could only laugh along with him. But fortunately, the other party obviously didn't have any malicious intentions. After everyone entered the living room, the atmosphere was obviously not as active as before. After getting someone to serve tea, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply asked about the recent situation of the Ryuto family in Konoha, exchanged a few words, and then talked about his purpose this time. Patriarch Longteng, I heard people say that you don't intend to become a ninja, do you? Ryu Fujikari nodded. Yes, my dragon and vine family has always pursued the goal of pursuing the highest level of samurai. In addition, I am indeed not suitable to be a ninja. From now on, I just want to develop my family in Konoha with peace of mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I see, since this is your decision, even as Hokage, I can't force you to do something you don't want. However, the creation of ninja tools. Ryu Fujikari interrupted directly. Master Hokage, don't worry, since my Ryuto family has agreed to this aspect, I will not do anything that humiliates the lintel. We will still be responsible for the management of the ninja tool production department in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, however, before he could say anything, Ryu Fujikari spoke again this time. He said something that stunned everyone present. But since Master Hokage is here, I actually have something to tell you. Ryu Fujikari looked more solemn than ever. I Dragon Vine Clan have found the fourth summoning holy land and have signed a summoning contract with it. I Dragon Vine Clan have found the fourth summoning holy land and have signed a summoning contract with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen Uzumaki Maido. As soon as these words came out, the scene was dead silent for a while. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't react from Ryu Fujikari's words for a while. The fourth summoning holy land. Yes, but I heard from my father that there are only 3 summoning holy lands in the ninja world. The confusion on Inuzukazume's face broke the silence. Facing the eyes of everyone, Ryu Fujikari nodded. It was true before that, the Katsuyu of the Shikun Forest, the snake of the Ryuche Cave, and the toad of Mount Mayaboku. But recently I got the 4th largest summoning holy land, which I call the Longaming Realm. And the summoning beasts living in it are all kinds of dragon monsters. Uzumaki Maido, who originally just wanted to see the boy Ryu Fujikari that Kushina said today, did not expect that he just heard this huge news today. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, still digesting the information in Ryu Fujikari's words, or rather, he didn't believe it. What is Longaming World? What is the 4th summoning holy land? With his knowledge of ninjutsu, Dr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has never heard of such a place in the ninja world. However, Ryu Fujikari didn't expect the other party to just take his word for it. Under the gaze of everyone, he came to the small courtyard outside the living room and then made a seal in his hand and slapped the ground with his palm. Summoning technique, Crowned Dragon. As a burst of smoke exploded, a blue-colored monster with a huge and seemingly hard head appeared in everyone's sight. The aura emanating from the opponent's body already has the level of Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, and the natural energy radiating from the Crestosaurus made him believe most of Ryu Fujikari's information almost instantly. As he who also owns the summoning beast, he is no stranger to the existence of natural energy, and even he has never thought about learning the Sage Mode for the purpose of first generation. It's a pity that the ape demons don't have the word Sage Mode, and the world where the ape demons live, the rich level of natural energy itself can't meet the requirements of Sage Mode. And only the summoning world that meets the conditions for the existence of Sage Mode can be called a holy place. The place called Longaming Realm in Ryu Fujikari's mouth definitely has this condition. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knows more about the summoning holy land, the students of Ryu Fujikari's ninja school all exclaimed immediately after seeing the adult crest dragon that was brought out by summoning. Ding Zhuo didn't even notice that the dim sum plate he was holding fell to the ground. At this moment, Inuzu Kazuo was looking at the huge 3 to 4 meter tall Coronatosaurus, with a scorching light in his eyes, staring fixedly at the thick teeth of the Coronatosaurus. Obviously, this girl who played with dogs was conquered by the ferocious image of Coriolis. Staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ryu Fujikari introduced. This is a kind of summoning beast that our family has signed a contract with. It's called Crown Chilong. It can be regarded as the existence of the bottom dragon family in the Longaming Realm. The bottom dragon clan. The horror on the faces of the people was even stronger. They were all from the ninja clan, so their eyesight was naturally not bad. Although the guy in front of him hasn't really made a move yet, he doesn't know how powerful the opponent is or how he fights. However, the power exuding from his body is definitely at the Chunin level. Just this, or the bottommost existence. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the side of the crowned dragon, looked around the other side twice and nodded. It is indeed a summoning beast that has never appeared in the ninja world. Looking at Ryu Fujikari, Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught off guard by today's events. So, is there any purpose for Patriarch Longtang to share this secret with the old man today? With a thought of Ryu Fujikari's mind, Crestialosaurus turned into a cloud of white smoke and returned to the world of monster hunting. He clapped his hands, called Ryuto over, and whispered a few words in the other's ear. After the other party left, Ryu Fujikari sat in the living room again and said seriously, "As I said just now, my Longtang family will continue to follow the development path of the samurai family in the future, but Mr. Hokage is also aware of the current situation of the samurai. According to the previous method, the samurai cannot become stronger. Fortunately, thanks to our ancestors, we have been recognized by the Longoming world." Ryu Fujikari stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took a lot of risk in today's behavior. But for the rapid development of the family and a firm foothold in Konoha, this is the best choice. I would like to cooperate with Konoha village and the various ethnic groups in the village regarding the development of the rare products produced in the Longoming world. While talking, Ryuto took a few warriors and carried a few trays into the living room and placed the things in front of everyone one by one. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ryu Fujikari opened a long wooden box, revealing what was inside, a samurai sword with a sheath. Clang, pulling out the long knife did not move Sarutobi Hiruzen in the slightest, but after seeing the energy fluctuations emanating from the knife, the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched unconsciously. Ryu Fujikari said, "Master Hokage, you must have noticed that this is a chakra weapon, but this weapon is much stronger than most weapons in the current ninja world in terms of chakra transmission." As he spoke, he directly handed the knife to the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the samurai sword. As a member of the personal guard of the second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen has experienced many wars. As soon as he got the long sword, he immediately felt the extraordinariness of this sword. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. "The knives crafted by my Longtang clan, together with some special ores obtained from Longoming realm, this knife was born." Facing the real samurai sword in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't doubt the existence of the Longoming realm in Ryu Fujikari's mouth. However, Ryu Fujikari clearly has more cards than that. He looked at Nara Shiju, pushed a beautiful small jar in front of her and opened it directly. Immediately, a scent of honey wafted in the living room, and there was a faint scent of medicine in the scent. Nara Shikahisa looked at Ryu Fujikari in shock as if he had realized something. Sure enough, Ryu Fujikari said the next moment, "This is the doctor in our clan, using the honey we collected from the Longoming realm, plus some healing and conditioning medicinal materials, the medicinal honey is prepared. Although it is only a preliminary preparation, it already has a good healing effect. The most important thing is to be able to heal dark wounds to a certain extent." As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still feeling the chakra samurai sword in his hand, immediately looked over. Before Lu Jiu could say anything, he had already pulled the jar in front of him, smelled it, and judging by his knowledge there was nothing wrong with it. Then he directly scooped out some medicinal honey and put it in his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt the moment when the medicinal honey entered the mouth. It immediately spread in the mouth, and a warm current began to flow quickly around the body, and wherever it passed, it was like experiencing a massage. Very comfortable. Suddenly, his fingers that were still stained with some medicinal honey trembled, his eyes widened, and he felt a certain position in his body in disbelief. As expected, the stinging pain of a dark wound from a battle when he was young has slightly weakened, and the process is still going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed his saliva, took a deep breath, and looked at Ryu Fujikari with unprecedented seriousness. Ryu Fujikari, sitting in front of him at this moment in his eyes, is no longer just the patriarch of the Ryuto family but Konoha's hope of winning World War II. However, after all, it is the current shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, quickly calmed down the shock in his heart and looked at the other small boxes. Ryu Fujikari didn't talk nonsense and directly opened another box, revealing a ready-made barbecue steak inside. When the box was opened, the aroma stimulated everyone present, and their saliva was secreted quickly. Especially Akimichi Dingza, who likes to eat the most, has no image at the moment. Maybe he has never had any image. At this moment, the saliva is already dripping out. Uzumaki Maito looked at the grilled meat that was cut and placed in front of him and asked curiously, "Could it be the meat of the summoning beast? Can you kill the summoning beast in the Holy Land?" Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. "This is indeed the meat of the summoning beast, but it is the bottom dragon of the food chain in the Longoming world, a kind of herbivorous dragon meat. There are a lot of herbivorous dragons in the Longoming world. It is the food of other dragons in that world. It is huge in size, but its aggressiveness is much lower than that of the Crestosaurus I was summoning just now. As for the effect of their meat, you may wish to taste it yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a piece of grilled meat and looked at it first. Apart from the better color, it seemed to be no different from ordinary meat. However, just after the barbecue was eaten by him, within a few breaths, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being moved again. It actually strengthens chakra and seems to increase physical strength as well. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply at Ryu Fujikari and finally sighed. No wonder you are so confident when you say you want to lead the warriors to become stronger again. Although a samurai cannot perform ninjutsu such as 5 elements escape technique, he can learn ninjutsu such as 3 body technique. If he eats this kind of dragon meat for a long time, his body can be strengthened forever, and he will become a transcendent ninja existence and become a ninja. It's not empty talk. Ryu Fujikari smiled and bowed his body without any arrogance or complacency on his face. Reaching out to open a box again, this time he pushed the box in front of a Burame Jiue. He hardly spoke, but after seeing the contents in the box, he lay down on the ground excitedly. He bent down and looked at it as if he saw some rare treasure. Ryu Fujikari looked at each other with a bold smile. Inside the box was a bug the size of a thumbnail. The whole body is golden in color, vaguely seems to be shrouded in electric light. This is the lightning bug, which can release the power of lightning. Although it is not very powerful, if the Aburame family cultivates it and forms a large scale, it will definitely greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the Aburame family. Now, Inuzuka Claw couldn't help but look at this taciturn partner enviously and said in a sour tone, "Longteng-kun is really cunning." Jiue didn't let him go. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. At this moment, the identities of the two were Konoha Hokage, and the other was the head of the Ryuto family with super high value. Ryu Fujikari, Master Hokage, I have only been here in Konoha for a few months. If I say something like I love the village, no one will believe me. So compared to this, I am more willing to say that Konoha is the best partner for my Longteng family to revitalize the family. My Longteng family is willing to support all decisions made by Konoha without harming my own interests. I don't know, Master Hokage, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, even as Uzumaki Mido, even though Kushina beside her was carefully pulling the corner of her clothes, trying to get her to speak out to help Ryu Fujikari, she didn't speak. However, looking at Ryu Fujikari, it was more than just satisfaction. At a young age, he knows how to assess the situation and can keep calm in the face of huge interests. Although it is not clear how far the opponent's future strength can grow, but this character definitely will be a qualified home owner. It is indeed a good choice to entrust Kushina to the other party. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and asked, "So, Patriarch Longteng, how do you want to cooperate with Konoha?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the question, Ryu Fujikari knew he had made the right bet. Sarutobi Hiruzen in this period is still worthy of the title of ninja hero. Although it is a bit risky to face such a situation, success means that Konoha has achieved an opportunity to take off, and he chose to seize it without hesitation. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly and expressed his vision. That night when Hatake Sakumo came to Hokage's office with something urgent, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was almost a role model, was not here. That night, Sarutobi Hiruzen left beautifully after having a dragon meat feast at the Longteng family's land. Also leaving together are Uzumaki Mido and others who are also delicious. Holding a jar of medicinal honey in his arms, Lu Jiu looked solemnly at Ryu Fujikari, who was sending him off at the door. "Don't worry, my father will definitely agree to your proposal and—" "Thank you," Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly upon hearing this. The next day, early in the morning, the patriarchs of the major ninja clans in Konoha village received Hokage's summoning order one after another. But when these people came one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, but led them towards the Death Forest, the land of the Longteng family. Along the way, the Hyuga family, the Uchiha family, and a few patriarchs who had not received any news yesterday were puzzled. Rather, it looks like Konoha Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Inuzuka's family patriarchs, but there is an uncontrollable smile on the corner of their mouths. When everyone came to the Dragon Vine clan, they found that the Dragon Vine clan seemed to have expected their arrival long ago. At this moment, the young head of the house, like Ryu Fujikari, was already wearing expensive robes, a pair of old-fashioned clothes, and 2 lines of elite warriors waiting at the door. Welcome their arrival. Master Hokage, all patriarchs, welcome to our Dragon Vine clan as guests. Refreshments have been prepared inside, please come inside. Seeing puzzled looks, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted everyone with a smile to enter the Dragon Vine clan and soon came to a prepared meeting hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was walking in front, pulled Ryu Fujikari in front of him and whispered, "Little guy, I brought it to you. They will never refuse the cooperation you proposed, but how much meat you can keep is up to you." Ryu Fujikari smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I have already arranged for the share of the Sarutobi clan, and I promise to satisfy you." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled without saying a word, and then did not sit on the main seat but sat casually on a seat on the side, and at the same time signaled the chiefs of various clans to sit down. Nara and other patriarchs who already knew what happened today quickly sat down in several places around the main seat, and the other ninja patriarchs who watched looked at each other in blank dismay. Everyone was seated, and Ryu Fujikari was also sitting on the main seat, but he didn't speak, which made everyone present puzzled. "Everyone, wait a moment, there are still a few people I invited who have not come." While speaking, Yuta's report came from outside the meeting hall. "Master Patriarch, 3 Senju old gentlemen are here." Hearing this address, everyone present was taken aback for a moment, and then they saw 3 old men with gray hair and signs of aging on their faces, walking in with crutches. Ryu Fujikari immediately asked them to help them to several specially arranged positions. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't know it beforehand, couldn't help but take a deep look at the little boy on the main seat. The 3 old Mr. Senju actually don't have the surname Senju anymore. With the death of the second generation, the Senju family has already gone out on missions again and again, and their talents have withered and there are no successors. The rest of these people have changed their names and surnames, and they have integrated into Konoha in another way. However, it was unexpected that the Senju clan, who obviously had no strength to speak of, was also invited by Ryu Fujikari to discuss major cooperation matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's evaluation of Ryu Fujikari is even higher. Although they are willing to pay immediate benefits, they have long-term plans. After all, the Senju clan is one of the super ninja clans that once founded the Konoha clan. Ryu Fujikari invited them here today, and he didn't need to give much benefit to the declining Senju clan, but he was able to show a very good manner of emphasizing righteousness and affection. Seeing everyone coming together, Ryu Fujikari clapped his hands. He didn't waste any time in exchanging greetings, and immediately sent the prepared documents to the heads of the various tribes one by one. Everyone who was wondering what was the purpose of Hokage calling them here today with great fanfare, their eyes widened immediately after seeing the contents of the documents in their hands. This can't be true, the 4th summoning holy land. Longoming realm, I have never heard of it. Everyone flipped through the documents in their hands, intending to question them, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing beside him, swallowed these doubts back to his stomach. And when they saw the cooperation project proposed by Ryu Fujikari, several ninja patriarchs who lacked concentration stood up in shock. Can enhance chakra's flesh, a healing potion that restores dark wounds, a more advanced chakra weapon. Everything on the document seemed to be teasing their nerves. As the leader of the Konoha ninja clan, the Uchiha Patriarch is now on the front line of the Rain country, fighting with Sand Shinobi and the others with Tsunade. Today, the representative of the Uchiha clan is the Uchiha Great Elder. He frowned and looked at Ryu Fujikari in the main seat. "Does Patriarch Longtang want to cooperate with us to start these businesses?" Those present, the chiefs of the major ninja tribes who didn't know the purpose of coming here today, all looked at the documents in their hands. The names of the items above, as well as the dragon meat and medicinal honey mentioned in it, made them feel very confused. The head of the Nara clan looked at the document in his hand. Longtang Meat Industry Cooperation Project Book, Longtang Pharmaceutical Industry Cooperation Project Book, Longtang Weapons Company Cooperation Project Book. The Nara family opened up the project that they are most interested in and they thought about last night and want to participate in it vigorously. Dragon Vine Pharmaceuticals. In the project book, Ryu Fujikari narrated very clearly that some people from the Longtang family were responsible for the collection of Huxia herbal medicines in the Longoming realm. And a medicinal garden was divided in the Death Forest to be responsible for the special herbal medicines in the Longoming realm. The collaborators need to be responsible for funding the construction of factories, researching and sharing the research prescription technology with the Longtang family. As for the subsequent chain pharmacies and possible cooperation projects with Konoha Shinobi Hospital, it can be said that from this document alone, It can be seen that this is definitely a large-scale cooperation project that can support a ninja village. Not only the value of the things it researches, but also the huge benefits behind it. As for the patriarch of the Akamichi clan on the side, he was staring at the project book of Longtang meat industry in his hand, and was very interested in the above projects such as chain barbecue restaurants. The Akamichi family now has a related industry in Konoha village, but the scale is not large, but the stalls have already been spread out. If they can successfully join this project, they will definitely have a lot of advantages. In short, just as the question of the great elder Uchiha was asked, the aura of the several family patriarchs sitting closest to Ryu Fujikari's starting position has changed. As they looked at each other, there were faint sparks colliding. Seeing that the heat was almost ready, Ryu Fujikari put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, "Just like what old Mr. Uchiha meant, my Dragon Vine family has now been recognized by the fourth summoning Holy Land Longaming. But now that I have joined Konoha, whether it is for the samurai family to develop more rapidly in the future, or I want to for mutual benefit, I have decided to cooperate with the patriarchs. Of course, whether to cooperate or not is entirely up to voluntary. As a century-old warrior family, my Longtang family doesn't like to make things difficult for others. If you don't like it, you can leave on your own." Ryu Fujikari's tone was filled with the indifference of sitting firmly on the Daioyutai, but just as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the Ino Shika Cho family beside Konoha spoke decisively. "My Nara family is very interested in this cooperation. My Akamichi family is also willing to cooperate. The Yamanaka family is also willing to participate." The reaction of the three patriarchs was a bit big, but facing the eyes of everyone, the patriarchs of the three families not only did not feel the slightest embarrassment, but also looked at Ryu Fujikari and continued to express their views sincerely. "Patriarch Longtang, you know the scale of our Nara family's medicinal material industry in Konoha village. This project of Longtang pharmaceutical industry is most suitable for cooperation with my Nara family," the patriarch of the Nara clan in Pineapple Head said, even with honorifics when speaking. This more or less makes some other people who have not experienced the magic of the Longtang family feel a little confused. Ulysses smiled and waved his hands, signaling the three patriarchs not to worry, and winked at Yuta who was standing by, and soon the latter greeted the people who had already prepared and walked in. A tray with boxes and bottles and jars was placed in front of everyone. Ryu Fujikari smiled and stretched out his hand as a gesture of please. "These are what I said in the document, the products we are going to cooperate with in the project. You might as well give it a try first." In addition to families such as Hyuga, Uchiha, and Ino Shika Cho, there were also some small ninja families such as the Moonlight family and the Mitarashi family. At first they looked at the things in front of them and hesitated, but when they saw that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent beside Ryu Fujikari, had already started to taste a bowl of steaming broth, they stopped hesitating and moved their chopsticks one after another. "Oh, Patriarch Longtang, I didn't expect this broth to have such a miraculous effect. Old man, I feel comfortable all over now, as if soaking in a hot spring." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the soup, sighed sincerely, looked at Ryu Fujikari with a faint light in his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. They were all made of ingredients from small monsters like herbivorous dragons. Ryu Fujikari didn't feel any distress at all. Using these things that he doesn't like, win over the major families of Konoha so that the Longtang family can take root in Konoha. And given him time, Ryu Fujikari believed that those boss-level monsters and the things on them would definitely have more terrifying effects. This is Keel soup. The chefs in the clan have been groping for a long time recently and added some nourishing medicinal materials. It is very effective for the recovery of the elderly and patients. Of course, as Master Hokage said, drinking a bowl of Keel soup can also relieve fatigue when people who have worked for a long time are tired. Hokage-sama has worked a lot for Konoha. You can eat more of this kind of thing in the future, so that you can better shine and heat Konoha. Ryu Fujikari's seemingly sincere words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes more satisfied. Thinking of Ryu Fujikari's sincere words last night, he didn't talk about the sense of belonging to the village, but only about the continuation of family interests. In connection with the current practice, Sarutobi Hiruzen also couldn't help but recognize the existence of the Ryuto family in Konoha in his heart. Sense of belonging, people expect people to have a sense of belonging when they first come here. This is indeed too strong and difficult for others. And Ryu Fujikari's willingness to bundle interest with them has fully demonstrated the sincerity of their family. For this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly made a decision in his mind. And at this moment, the patriarchs of various clans who had personally experienced the miraculous things in front of them were also shocked, or exclaimed, or sighed. Among the different reactions, everyone's eyes burst out with hot flames. How could these people not understand that inviting them to join these projects proposed by the Longteng family is no different from giving them money? Sure enough, Patriarch Hyuga, who originally had a dignified attitude and a calm expression, was the first to ask. The head of the Ryuto family, the Hyuga family, hoped to join the cooperation of these projects. Whether it's money, people, or anything else, please be sure to include my Hyuga family. Others reacted similarly, looking at Ryu Fujikari eagerly and expectantly. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. Integrating into Konoha and becoming the head of the chaebol is the first step success. Next, Ryu Fujikari began to speak out all his thoughts. First of all, whether it is Longteng meat industry or Longteng pharmaceutical industry, my early thinking is to go in 2 steps. Ryu Fujikari was sitting on the main seat, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also sitting on the sidelines watching him, and below were the Konoha ninja clan masters kneeling neatly. Ryu Fujikari held out a finger. First of all, it is a plan to put our industry into production as soon as possible. My Dragon Vine family will form a special hunting team and gathering team, reverse summoning and enter the Longaming realm and bring back the prey, herbs, and other things we need. At the same time, quickly select a site in Konoha village, establish a workshop, recruit and train workers, and produce the first batch of products as soon as possible, especially medicines, and give priority to supporting the village's troops on the front line of the country of rain. Minimizing casualties as much as possible. The words of Ryu Fujikari made Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nod in satisfaction, and at the same time, the chiefs of other clans also nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the minds of these people, they recognized the existence of the Longteng family more and more. Although he is a newcomer to the village, this kind of courage is worthy of the lintel of a centuries-old warrior family. Ryu Fujikari nodded, then held up a finger again. The other step is mainly the responsibility of my Longteng family. I am going to try to see if I can bring out some non-aggressive dragons that can be bred from the Longaming realm, and breed them in the dead forest area that Konoha has assigned to us. Establishing a special breeding base, if successful, we will be able to supply materials much more easily in the future. After all, Longaming realm itself is not like Ryuto caves summoning holy places, and the danger itself is still very high. Hearing Ryu Fujikari's plan, the patriarchs of all the tribes present looked at each other and began to communicate with each other in low voices. Ryu Fujikari swept his eyes and saw the strange expressions on the faces of several young ninja patriarchs, and he could more or less understand their thoughts. Isn't it just the establishment of a breeding base, and the importance of the Longteng family itself is greatly reduced? Ryu Fujikari sneered in his heart. Since he dared to raise it, he was not afraid that the other party would have such thoughts. He has roughly figured out something about the current situation of the monster hunting world. The most fundamental reason why the creatures in that world can have such magical effects is the monster hunting world itself. Maybe it's natural energy, or there are other factors. Capture some creatures like herbivorous dragons alive and bring them back to the Hokage world to raise them. As long as there is no problem with the food and climate, they will not die by themselves. But over time, the effects of these monsters bred outside will definitely become less and less effective. Longaming realm itself is still controlled by him, Ryu Fujikari. However, Ryu Fujikari's proposal made some people at the scene feel more at ease about the Ryuto family. If the Longteng family threatens their interest in the future or wants to defect, with this breeding base in place, Konoha would not lose much if the Longteng family was wiped out. Some people harbor ulterior motives, but on the surface they appear to be surprised and supportive. Finally, after Ryu Fujikari finished speaking, his eyes swept around, everyone looked slightly solemn, and they all understood that it was time for the distribution of benefits. Whoever gets more shares naturally means that they will get more benefits in the future, and no one cares about the initial investment under the temptation of these real things in front of them. Sure enough, when Ryu Fujikari said categorically and proposed that the Ryuto family would account for 40% of the shares in the future, others spoke fiercely. Great Elder Uchiha didn't care about the transcendent status of the Uchiha family at this moment, as well as the usual cold and arrogant family style. He just slapped the table and shouted, "My Uchiha family is willing to pay 2 billion taels. Ask for 20% of each of Longteng meat and Longteng pharmaceutical. 2 billion taels. Speaking of this number will definitely scare many people to paralysis. You know, the profession of ninja is definitely a high-income group in this world. But even so, the reward for completing an S-level mission is only 1,000,000 taels, and it still has to be shared with the rest of the team. With 2 billion taels of funds, it is possible to start a small war. However, before Ryu Fujikari lamented that he was worthy of being a wealthy family with the same reputation as Senju back then, the head of the Hyuga family who was sitting next to the elder Uchiha stretched out a hand lightly. Hyuga's family contributes 3 billion taels, 20% share. Now, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead Kakuzu was beating. Thinking of what Ryu Fujikari secretly promised himself last night to give the Sarutobi family half of the share, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the urge to sell that half to the Hyuga family on the spot. The two giants opened their mouths with billions of taels of capital investment, which made the Ino, Shika, Cho, and other families who were looking forward to it extremely gloomy. In terms of funds, they are naturally no match for these big families. Fortunately, Ryu Fujikari has no interest in things like money. With Monster Hunting World as his reliance, if he is richer in the future, he believes that he can only compare with himself yesterday. He clapped his hands, interrupted the crowd who were already making noise, and said hastily, "Everyone, the cooperation project is not just based on the investment of funds. We need to start the factory as soon as possible. The investment in other resources is more valuable in the proportion of the share." As soon as this remark came out, the heads of the Ino, Shika, Cho families who were still feeling bad at first all looked happy. The patriarch of the Nara clan almost shouted and raised his hand. "Patriarch Longtang, my Nara clan is in Konoha village. I own more than a dozen long-established drugstore chains. I also control a large share of the Fire Nation's medicinal herb market and even have 3 large medicinal herb plantations. In addition, my Nara family is willing to take out my family's Nara secret medicine prescription and share it with the Longtang family. I just hope to get a 10% share." The complexions of Great Elder Uchiha and Patriarch Hyuga changed slightly, and the complexion of Great Elder Uchiha was the most ugly. The Uchiha family has some industries as a person, but in terms of control of some industries, there is nothing that can be obtained except only. My Uchiha family controls the Konoha security department, and I can provide force protection for the Ryuto family. However, before Ryu Fujikari responded, the head of the Yamanaka clan asked in doubt, "Why do I hear that there is a threat in the words of Great Elder Uchiha? Force protection? What kind of force protection is needed for the Dragon Vine family's industry in Konoha village?" Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sweeping over, Great Elder Uchiha's face turned ashen and cursed. "Bagya Road, UB ****D, how could this old man have such a meaning? This old man is thinking for the owner of the Longtang family. You know, even in Konoha, there are some people with vicious thoughts. I am afraid that they will attack the Longtang family at that time." Ryu Fujikari watched Uchiha Great Elder being squeezed out by various tribes, and he knew in his heart that even though the current clan of Uchiha clan is still in the central area of Konoha, it has obviously begun to be squeezed out by various ninja clans. He didn't care much about it. He really wants to get the sharing-in of the Uchiha family, but this does not mean that he has to please the Uchiha family in every possible way. Silently watching the quarrel between the chiefs of various clans, he drank tea silently. None of these people, including Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side, had any objection to Ryu Fujikari's direct 40% share. After all, if nothing else is said, if Ryu Fujikari is not happy to make the cake so big, just doesn't bring them to play, and cooperates with the Sarutobi family, the ruling family in Konoha, would other families dare to rebel? At that time, the Dragon Vine family will only occupy a larger share, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely spare no effort to protect the Dragon Vine family. Amidst the fierce quarrels, the distribution of the shares of each ethnic group and the proportion of investment required are slowly advancing, and Ryu Fujikari is drinking tea with the old gods, and from time to time he will answer everyone's questions. One sound. Then it was chatting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sarutobi family invested a sum of money on the surface, and some land around Konoha and got half of the share, plus the half promised by Ryu Fujikari in secret. It was 10% of the share. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the pillar of the Sarutobi family, has definitely won a lot of benefits for the family, and it is a long-term benefit. The chakra owner of Dragon Vine has no attributes, right? In this case, it will be very difficult to improve his strength in the future. To revitalize the profession of warriors, there is a long way to go. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a cup of medicinal honey, the brewing water, asked Ryu Fujikari sitting beside him. Ryu Fujikari nodded and sighed. Recently, I have received a lot of teaching from the teachers of the ninja school. I also have a lot of understanding of the family's swordsmanship, which is much better than when I was in the Iron Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, was silent for a while but suddenly said, "My three apprentices, as you must know, Tsunade, Jirja, and Orochimaru, are now independent ninjas, and Tsunade is currently in charge of the command of the Rain Country." Ryu Fujikari's heart skipped a beat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's endless words gave him a different feeling, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was hinting at him. However, after saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again drank the medicinal honey water in the cup with the old god, and let out a breath of comfort from time to time, without any other reactions. Finally, as night fell, after Ryu Fujikari had people prepare a sumptuous dinner for the owners, after a quarrel during the dinner, and several times of almost fighting, the various ethnic groups finally completed the negotiation on the share of each ethnic group. During the banquet, the Uchiha Great Elder looked a little unhappy. The Uchiha family was targeted so that no matter how much money they had, they couldn't get the expected share ratio. In the end, they only competed for the next 8% share, but paid a full one. 2 billion taels. Except for Elder Uchiha, who looked a bit ugly, although the other races still wanted more, they all reached their bottom line of expectations. Even a few seniors of the Senju clan, who didn't pay much from the beginning to the end, got a 3% share at the special request of Ryu Fujikari. Don't underestimate that it is only 3%, but it can definitely make Senju, who is now declining, a family full of vitality. Even though most of the Senju clan are no longer ninjas, it can make their life as a commoner much easier. At night, Ryu Fujikari sent a group of guests to the gate of the clan place. Everyone had friendly smiles on their faces. Even if one was randomly picked out, it belonged to Ryu Fujikari uncle. At this moment, everyone was still polite to Ryu Fujikari. In the words of saying goodbye and staying, just when everyone was about to leave, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke again, meaning something. Patriarch Longtang, the way of the samurai and the way of the ninja also have something in common in some aspects. I also studied the way of the samurai at the beginning. Later, it was only under the teaching and training of the second generation that I have today's ninja doctor. If you want to revitalize the warriors, you need to work harder. Some words of encouragement sounded okay, but when Ryu Fujikari thought of what the other party said to himself in the living room before, the guess in his heart was instantly affirmed. Under the stunned gaze of other ninja chiefs, Ryu Fujikari suddenly saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly. Shouted in the mouth, "I want to revitalize the samurai, I want to revitalize the family, I implore Lord Hokage to accept me as a disciple." Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid is not too slow. He finally comprehended his hint. With a look of relief on his face, he helped Ryu Fujikari up under the gaze of everyone. "It's not impossible to accept you as a disciple, but the old man is a ninja after all. Apart from being able to give you guidance in some aspects, if you want to continue exploring the way of the warrior, you need to rely more on your own efforts. So now, are you still willing to worship me as a teacher?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. What responded to him was Ryu Fujikari's salute again, as well as a sincere salutation. "Teacher, I am willing." Immediately, the patriarchs of the Ino Shika, Cho tribes who were close to Hokage at the scene looked at each other, and they all saw the joy in each other's eyes. Although they didn't say anything, they were already determined. Explain a few words. "We must get along well with Ryu Fujikari from now on. Although Ryu Fujikari firmly wants to explore the higher realm of the samurai, it is impossible to become Hokage in the future. However, the Ryuto family who controls the Longaming world will definitely be Konoha in the future, and even a well-known wealthy family in the ninja world, so there is absolutely no problem in making friends." Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Ryu Fujikari's courtesy this time, but at the next moment, as if he had been prepared, he took out a scroll and handed it to Ryu Fujikari. "This is some cultivation experience of the old man when he was young. More advanced things are not good for you now. You learn these things first, and the old man will arrange other things for you next. Then, Kari, you will be my fourth disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen from now on. Do not disappoint me." It is impossible to hide things like Hokage's apprenticeship, not to mention that the patriarchs of the major ninja tribes in Konoha village were all present at the scene, and when Ryu Fujikari came to the ninja school again after the holiday here. Still at the school gate, he was stopped by several figures. With excitement and joy on Kushina's face, seeing Ryu Fujikari coming to the ninja school with the appearance of a big boss under the protection of 2 Dragon Fuji family warriors, he immediately joined him. Kari, I heard that Hokage has taken you as an apprentice. Is this true? Where is there a lie you don't believe us, Kushina? Our father told us about this and Jiwei and the others must know about it. Hokage-sama's apprentice, isn't that the future Orochimaru-sama, Saige? He waved his hands to the two samurai behind him. They bowed solemnly and then left quickly. In fact, they hid around to protect Ryu Fujikari's safety at all times. Facing the excited Kushina, Ryu Fujikari smiled and took the other's little hand. Master Hokage is willing to accept me as an apprentice and I am also very happy. Now I am more and more confident in my dream, Kushina, you have to work hard. Hearing this, Kushina immediately raised her fist, her little face flushed with excitement. Of course. I will never be left behind by you. When I came to the classroom, even some civilian ninjas of other grades in the ninja school heard about it. When Ryu Fujikari pulled Kushina to sit on the seat, there were many other grades gathered at the door people. All to see Ryu Fujikari. Some girls were pointed out, and when they saw Ryu Fujikari sitting in the back row of the classroom and flipping through a scroll, they were instantly fascinated by his temperament and handsome appearance. Ah, I can't do it anymore. Why didn't I know that there is such a handsome guy in our school? Who is that red-haired guy sitting next to my Ryuto-kun? Why is he so close to my Ryuto-kun? Scratch. That little bitch, I dare to get so close to my Long Tengjun. I want to fight her. The head of the samurai family, I didn't expect to be so handsome. I heard that the land of the Ryuto family is more gorgeous than the Uchiha and Hyuga families. I really want to marry him. I heard that when Long Tengjun introduced himself, he said that it was very difficult to marry the most beautiful and powerful girl in the world. Namikaze Minato, who was seated not far from Ryu Fujikari, glanced at the chaotic scene at the door and then at Ryu Fujikari, who was quietly looking at the scroll. Before that, he had been the focus of the class, and he was somewhat disappointed. However, he has no jealousy towards Ryu Fujikari. At most, he is envious that he can be favored by Master Hokage and accepted as his apprentice. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something and moved closer carefully. Ryuto-kun, did you see the scroll that Mr. Hokage gave you? Ryu Fujikari raised his head slightly, looked at Namikaze Minato, who was obviously curious, but tried his best to keep his eyes looking elsewhere and smiled slightly. It seems that the other party also understands that his current behavior is very abrupt. However, in the end, the desire in his heart brought him to Ryu Fujikari's side. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. Knowing that little son was a human being, he didn't feel disgusted by the other party's behavior. After all, there was nothing too profound recorded in this scroll. It is mainly a comprehension of ninja basics and some chakra refinements, which can be understood as the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation of the ninja school written by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, what's up? Do you want to watch it together? Namikaze Minato looked at Ryu Fujikari in surprise. Yes, is it possible? After all, Master Hokage gave it to you. I see. No, it's not very good. Looking at the shy appearance of the other party, Ryu Fujikari couldn't help sighing in his heart. If he didn't exist, Namikaze Minato would definitely be the school girl of the ninja school today. Even Ryu Fujikari conjectures that the other party can be selected as 4th Hokage in the future, which is definitely a big plus in terms of image. After all, sunny and handsome, born as a commoner and talented as a penultimate, he can interpret the righteous position that Konoha has always advocated in all aspects. Ryu Fujikari waved his hand with a smile and leaned towards Kushina inside, making room for the other party. However, just as Namikaze Minato rubbed his hands, thanked Ryu Fujikari, and was about to sit down, a haughty voice came from outside the door. Which one is Ryu Fujikari? Ryu Fujikari frowned slightly. He could not see people's faces but just heard his voice, which made people feel disgusted. Ryu Fujikari himself couldn't help but wondered what is so sacred. Afterwards, he saw standing at the door in front of the classroom, followed by 2 or 3 younger brothers who looked like they were the 2nd or 3rd child. Look at the other party's black hair like a hedgehog and the look of contempt on his face. Ryu Fujikari didn't even need to look at the ping-pong bat logos on them to identify the men. The Uchiha clan. Under the guidance of a younger brother, the leader was obviously a senior boy and immediately looked at Ryu Fujikari. Ryu Fujikari's aristocratic and heroic appearance from a famous family made the hostility in the young man's eyes even more intense. He pointed to Ryu Fujikari's nose and questioned, Ryu Fujikari. The Hyuga family pays so much less money than our Uchiha family. Why do you give them half more than our share, say? Are you looking down on my Uchiha family? Ryu Fujikari frowned slightly, but he didn't expect the other party to do it for this matter. However, a kid with a bigger fart at best is about to graduate from ninja school. What right can he have in the family? And he dares to ask him directly. The Uchiha clan isn't there anyone with a normal mind, either a fool or a lunatic. Just as Ryu Fujikari was about to say something, a burst of anxious footsteps came suddenly, and then Ryu Fujikari saw a black-haired girl wearing the same clothes with the Uchiha family crest, squeezed into the classroom. Seeing the appearance of the tall boy questioning Ryu Fujikari, his complexion changed drastically. He shouted angrily at the young man. Uchiha Fugaku, do you know what you are doing? What kind of loss do you want the Uchiha clan to pay because of you? Uchiha Fugaku. Ryu Fujikari began to look at the arrogant boy in front of him, but he couldn't tell that the other was the calm and generous image in his memory. The other party at this moment is completely similar to a mad dog with rabies. And when the girl who rushed over was yelling at Uchiha Fugaku, the latter's face suddenly turned livid. He snorted coldly, turned his spearhead directly, and yelled at the girl. Uchiha Mikoto, don't meddle in your own business here. The huge sum of 1.2 billion taels is only in exchange for an 8% share of the future of those industries. Your lineage of elders is selling out the interests of the family. As the son of the patriarch, I have the power and the obligation to prevent you from doing such things that corrupt the family. Uchiha Mikoto. Seeing this scene, Ryu Fujikari looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had an arrogant face at the moment, and three younger brothers applauding behind him. His eyes gradually became strange. As the future wife of Uchiha Fugaku in the plot, at this moment, she was scolded by Uchiha Fugaku in front of everyone, and she was also labeled as betraying the interests of the family. Things seemed to be much more interesting than he imagined. And Kushina, who was sitting leaning on Ryu Fujikari, looked at Uchiha Fugaku's rude behavior, and Uchiha Mikoto, whose eyes were firm but whose body was trembling slightly, was suddenly unhappy. As soon as he slapped the table, he turned into blood-red pepper Kushina under the unexpected circumstances of Ryu Fujikari. That Uchiha Fugaku guy, don't you only bully one girl? With that said, the whole person stepped on the table and rushed to the front of the classroom. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the red-haired Kushina and immediately thought of the other party's identity but sneered. It's none of your business, it's just a poor wretch who was exterminated you. Uchiha Mikoto's complexion changed. He interrupted the other party again and pulled Kushina aside. His pretty face was cold. Uchiha Fugaku, you are so disrespectful. Let's see who is the one who embarrassed Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with Uchiha Mikoto anymore, looked at Ryu Fujikari with cold eyes, and was about to repeat what he said before when he met Ryu Fujikari's cold eyes. Namikaze Minato on the side opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't say anything. Although he, like the commoner ninja students around him, did not understand what by Yujibo Fugaku meant by the 1.2 billion taels and 8% share, the other party obviously came for Ryu Fujikari. And just when Ryu Fujikari stood up and came to the front of the classroom, in the classroom, Nara Shiju, Yamanaka Haiichi, Akimichi Choza, Aburame Jiue, and several Konoha shinobi second generation also stood up one after another and followed behind Ryu Fujikari. That gesture, although he didn't say anything, the meaning it represents has already made Uchiha Mikoto feel bad in his heart. She looked at Ryu Fujikari, wanting to explain, but was stopped by Ryu Fujikari raising his hand slightly. Miss Mikoto, could you please take care of Kushina for me for a while? Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kushina with dark eyes and felt ashamed when he thought why the other party stood up, so he nodded. Patriarch Longteng, don't worry. Only then did Ryu Fujikari turn his head to look at Uchiha Fugaku, who looked arrogantly in front of him, as if looking at people with his nostrils, and said coldly, You just said that you are the son of the Uchiha Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Huh, that's right. My father is now leading our clan's ninjas to fight in the front line in the Land of Rain, but my father still has the final say in the clan. The agreement between you and the Big Elder, the Uchiha Patriarch, absolutely disagrees. Unless you can increase the 8% share to 20%, no, 30%. Behind Ryu Fujikari, Shiju and others looked at Uchiha Fugaku with disdain. This guy, wouldn't he even know what kind of share the Great Elder spent 1.2 billion taels in exchange for? Ryu Fujikari also thought of this at the moment. So do you know what that 8% share is? Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly and waved his hand. No matter what the share is, it is nothing more than the share of some industries. Even if it is the blacksmithing workshop of your Longteng clan in Konoha in the future, is 8% of the share worth 1.2 billion taels. Sell your entire Longteng family, and you won't be able to make up 1.2 billion taels. Immediately, Ryu Fujikari no longer had the idea of arguing with the other idiot, took a deep breath, and tilted his head at Kushina, who was secretly sad. Apologize. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. What? You mean you want me to give this Uzumaki family mourner the bump? Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish speaking, his eyes were already wide open, and he flew upside down amidst everyone's unbelievable exclamation. The whole person hit the blackboard directly, and there was a bang. Uchiha Fugaku's eyeballs were red at the moment, and he half-bent, looking up at Ryu Fujikari fiercely, like a beast that chooses to eat people. "You be ****D, hit me, a mere samurai." Facing the ferocious gazes of Uchiha Fugaku and several followers, Ryu Fujikari showed no sign of weakness, and his voice revealed a coldness that no one present had ever seen before. "Yeah, I'm just a mere samurai, so Uchiha Fugaku, a descendant of the Sengoku clan, Ninja Shu Luo Yujibo Madara's family. Do you dare to have a real duel with me, a mere samurai? We warriors don't like to play tricks, and the one who stands at the end is the truth." As he spoke, without waiting for the other party's response, Ryu Fujikari turned around and walked out of the classroom. Although there was emotion in Kushina's eyes, at the moment she was more worried about Ryu Fujikari. She reached out to grab him, but was stopped by a comforting smile from Ryu Fujikari. "You don't even think I'm a mere samurai, do you?" Hokage's new apprentice, Ryu Fujikari, head of the samurai family Ryuto family, is about to accept the challenge of the son of the head of the Uchiha family. Almost when Ryu Fujikari first came to the school's duel field, this incident spread throughout the entire ninja school, and soon a large number of students came after hearing the news. And of course, because of this matter was quickly noticed by the teacher of the ninja school. Whether it is Ryu Fujikari, who has just joined Konoha recently, or Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the head of the Uchiha family, the reputation of the two is not small in the ninja school. Especially the latter, Uchiha Fugaku is a ninja who is about to graduate from the ninja school. Due to the teachings of the Uchiha family in these years, although he has not yet graduated, his combat power has already touched the level of Chunin. Of course, the teachers of the ninja school did not dare to let this duel begin. However, just as they were about to stop them, they were stopped by several Anbu ninjas. Master Hokage has orders, there is no need to stop them, just end the duel secretly when one side is about to be defeated and seriously injured. In Hokage's office, Hiruzen, as Hokage, unexpectedly accepted a member of the samurai family as a disciple. This will definitely not have any good impact on the entire Konoha. It is to make other ninja villages look down on us. That's right, Hiruzen, as a samurai family, how can the Dragon Vine family retain the summoning scroll that only ninjas can have? They joined Konoha, so naturally they should hand over the summoning scroll for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two figures facing each other in the crystal ball. Behind him were two Hokage advisors, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Himura. At this moment, the two are talking to Sarutobi Hiruzen about their constructive suggestions for Konoha, with vicious expressions on their faces. It would be more convincing if they ignore the greedy look in their eyes from time to time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, but the office door was opened again and a shadowy middle-aged figure walked in. Facing this person, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head slightly. "Danzo, you are back. How is the situation in the Land of Rain?" However, instead of answering the question, Danzo asked rhetorically. "Hiruzen, is the matter of the fourth summoning holy land true? Those holy medicines for healing, and the dragon meat with a sound of physical fitness are all true?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced coldly over Udatane Koharu and the two of them. Sure enough, they were both old buddies back then and they knew each other too well. Notified Danzo of this matter, how could the other party not be moved? Sure enough, seeing Hiruzen acquiescing, Danzo immediately showed a look of impatience. "Why? Why not directly control the summoning scroll in our own hands? Is it just a foreign warrior family? Is it difficult to deal with? If you don't want to make a move, then I will let the roots deal with it." "Enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded angrily, looked at the three of them with warning and said coldly, "Kari is my disciple now, he is a member of Konoha, and the Longtang family is also a member of Konoha, whoever dares to touch them. I will find him a good place to retire in the Land of Fire." Suddenly, Danzo clenched his fists tightly and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, Danzo, I'm the Hokage." Danzo's face turned black and red with anger. That damn sentence again. While arguing here on the ninja school duel field, Ryu Fujikari pulled out a Uchiha Fugaku in front of him with a fierce smile on his face. Gritting teeth. "Boy, as a samurai, you dare to fight a ninja like me. I really don't know whether to say you are stupid, naive, or both." Ryu Fujikari did not speak, but one hand was lightly placed on his waist, and his breathing became calmer at the handle of the katana sword made for him by the family's top forging master Ryu Fujioka. The whole body sank slightly. Strictly speaking, this is the first time Ryu Fujikari has actually fought since he traveled to this world. What he learned and understood deliberately during this period, coupled with the legacy of his predecessor, made Ryu Fujikari face Uchiha Fugaku at the Chunin level at this moment, without any tension. Instead, it was full of excitement. Seeing that Ryu Fujikari did not speak, the anger in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed away, and the next moment it turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Ryu Fujikari. At the same time, like a butterfly wearing a flower, one after another, the kunai flew out. Outside the arena, the students in the same class as Ryu Fujikari, as well as those little fans who are determined to marry Ryu Fujikari, stared nervously at the situation in the city. Kushina clasped her hands together nervously, praying in her heart that nothing would happen to Ryu Fujikari. Shikihisa, do you think Kari can win? That's Uchiha Fugaku. I heard that he has even learned several fire-style ninjutsu. Akimichi Choza also ignored eating and stared nervously at the situation on the field. Lujiu didn't answer yet, but Namikaze Minato at the side said firmly, Long Tengkun is absolutely fine. I have a hunch that Long Tengkun is not an ordinary samurai. While talking, Namikaze Minato thought of the kick that Ryu Fujikari kicked Uchiha Fugaku in the classroom just now. Without chakra's boost, that speed is definitely not something that ordinary people can achieve. Others didn't notice, but Namikaze Minato, who paid more attention to the speed in actual combat, keenly noticed the action of Ryu Fujikari at that time, which seemed not simple. As soon as he spoke, 7 or 8 kunai who were chasing stars and moons in the field had already arrived in front of Ryu Fujikari. The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth curved slightly into a cruel arc. With this level of strength, it turns out that warriors are rubbish. Can't even dodge his Uchiha family's kunai throw. However, the next moment, Ryu Fujikari, who seemed to be adjusting his breathing, suddenly disappeared in place when kunai was about to hit. Aggression, kunai plunged into the ground, causing the scene to cry. The teachers from the ninja school who were about to rescue Ryu Fujikari outside the court stopped themselves and looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Yamanaka's eyes widened. That was body flicker technique. On the field, facing Ryu Fujikari, who suddenly turned into an afterimage on the spot and then disappeared, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and pupils also shrank, but then he immediately snorted coldly. You're really ignorant to show off your speed in front of my Uchiha clan. As he said that, the black in his eyes quickly disappeared, and the scarlet too Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, who has not graduated from ninja school, has already opened his eyes to the level of Urgayu. It is not without reason that the opponent's status in the clan is not low. However, just when Uchiha Fugaku thought he was sure of winning, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from behind, making his hairs stand on end in an instant. Dragon Vine Flow Draw Knife and Cut. The icy sound of cutting the air was accompanied by the icy voice of Ryu Fujikari. Uchiha Fugaku almost instinctively trembled like a cramp in his hand. Boom. A cold light flashed across his body, and in a burst of exclamation outside the court, Uchiha Fugaku, who was slashed by Ryu Fujikari, suddenly exploded a white smoke on the spot. 2 wooden stakes with smooth cuts fell to the ground with a clang. Ryu Fujikari squinted his eyes and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared not far away, panting violently with a shocked expression on his face. Oh, body replacement technique, I should say, is it worthy of Uchiha? The speed of this seal is really fast. Ryu Fujikari slashed at nothing, however. The shock to the audience was not small. Outside the arena, Akimichi Dingza opened his mouth wide, looked in horror at Ryu Fujikari, who put the knife back into its sheath, put one hand on the handle and made the previous gesture again and made a sound of horror. Ryu Fujikari, is he trying to kill Uchiha Fugaku? Everyone also looked at Ryu Fujikari like a lunatic. If Uchiha Fugaku hadn't exploded his potential, he would have displayed the body replacement technique instinctively. Now Uchiha Fugaku is the 2 halves of the wood on the ground. How could Uchiha Fugaku not see what Akimichi Dingza thought of? He had experienced it himself, and the killing intent just now was completely unadulterated. Hagya dear, how dare you kill me, you be ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* what answered him was Ryu Fujikari's eyes as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. The murderous intent of a mere samurai. Why did Master Uchiha have such a big reaction? Uchiha Fugaku's face twitched and his body was already tense. Compared with the relaxation before, at this moment, he really regarded Ryu Fujikari as his life and death opponent. If this duel is not serious, you will die. Ryu Fujikari's cold eyes made him feel that Ryu Fujikari didn't take his so-called Uchiha master status seriously. For him, if Uchiha Fugaku is cut, he will be cut and there will be nothing at all. Psychological burden. Tight your nerves, widen your eyes, hold your weapon tightly, I'm coming. Ryu Fujikari whispered. Uchiha Fugaku's forehead immediately began to burst into bursts of nervous sweat. Thinking of Ryu Fujikari's method just now, his heart became more dignified and tense. The next moment, as everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, Ryu Fujikari, who had drawn his sword, suddenly disappeared in place. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bloodshot immediately, and the whistling sword came from behind, making him react suddenly. Kunai with both hands immediately turned around to parry. Clang! Sparks of metal collisions burst out in the air, and what responded was Uchiha Fugaku's painful howl. I saw Uchiha Fugaku, who was parrying with both hands, was directly sent flying by Ryu Fujikari. The kunai in his hands had been shattered, and his hands were dripping with blood. Uchiha Fugaku thought about flying backwards, but at the next moment, Ryu Fujikari, who had just slashed with a knife, suddenly screamed under his feet and then turned into a series of afterimages and came to the flying back in front of Uchiha Fugaku. The terrifying speed made the eyes of Namikaze Minato, who had been paying attention to this footwork outside the field, widen. At the same time, Ryu Fujikari's pursuit also made Uchiha Fugaku's face change drastically. Quickly, print in hand. Fire-style great fireball technique. A scorching fireball whizzed out of his mouth. Although it was only a sea-level fire-style ninjutsu, if it was hit, it would definitely be the result of at least a serious injury. The teachers outside the arena fired electric shots in the direction of Ryu Fujikari, one after another. When Kushina saw the hot fireball coming in front of Ryu Fujikari, his complexion changed drastically. "Get out of here!" Uchiha Fugaku heard the voice outside the field and saw the looming figure of Ryu Fujikari in the firelight. His eyes were full of pleasure. Dod. A mere samurai trying to avoid my Uchiha clan's fire style is wishful thinking. Ryu Fujikari, dare to mess with my Uchiha clan, you deserve your bad luck today. However, facing the roaring fireball in front of him, Ryu Fujikari seems to have entered a strange state at this moment. The swordsmanship of the Ryuto family from his predecessor, and the content on the scroll given by Sarutobi Hiruzen that he saw today suddenly appeared in this paragraph time erupted in my mind. The sharp samurai sword in his hand shone coldly, and the root of chakra's movement in the body changed inexplicably. Facing the fireball in front of him, not only did Ryu Fujikari not dodge at all, but he slashed directly with the samurai sword in his hand. Such a reckless behavior made Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion change when watching the scene with a telescope technique. However, the next moment, the ordinary samurai sword slash suddenly burst out with powerful wind pressure, and Ryu Fujikari's eyes were shining brightly, like an adventurer who has discovered a treasure. Dragon Vine Flow ran Songfeng. Wow! The sword light with strong chakra fluctuations suddenly swung out from Ryu Fujikari's katana and instantly hit the fireball in front of him. The sword light was surrounded by flames, and under Uchiha Fugaku's horrified gaze, it struck his chest in an instant. Boom! Smoke and dust were billowing and sparks were flying in the air. When several teachers from the ninja school felt the scene, Ryu Fujikari stood intact in the field. At his feet there was a scorching smell from his hair, several obvious burns on his body, and a horrible knife wound on his chest. Uchiha Fugaku was lying on the ground, trembling all over. D. The pain all over his body can't hide the anger and fear in Uchiha Fugaku's heart at this moment. He could no longer move his body and turned his head sideways, unwillingly looking up at the proud figure of Ryu Fujikari with the sword in its sheath. However, what responded to him was Ryu Fujikari's cold, contemptuous words. The young patriarch of the Uchiha family relies on the so-called strength, which is nothing more than the glory from the father's generation. The strength is as low as an ant, but I don't understand what it means to be in awe of the strong. The departure of Ninja Shura seems to have failed to make you Uchiha understand. The Uchiha clan with no successors. The back of Ryu Fujikari leaving, as well as those words like the last few steel knives, instantly penetrated Uchiha Fugaku's psychological defense line, rolled his eyes in anger and passed out directly. When the consciousness fell into darkness, the hatred for Ryu Fujikari was all in the mind. The battle on Ryu Fujikari's side had just ended, and the teachers of the ninja school hurried up to take Uchiha Fugaku to the hospital. As for Ryu Fujikari, since they received orders from Hokage just now, they dare not come over and blame him at this moment. Kari, are you hurt anywhere? Right after the battle, Kushina couldn't help but was the first to rush forward, rubbing Ryu Fujikari's body worriedly with her big red eyes filled with tears. Uchiha Mikoto on the side also walked over with an apologetic face. Ryuto-kun, I'm sorry for today's incident. It's our Uchiha family who caused you trouble. Ulysses comforted Kushina but shook his head upon hearing this. That guy Uchiha Fugaku is nothing in a sense, I have to thank him. Ulysses thought of the trick he used by accident when he faced the great fireball just now. Originally, he was going to dodge, but in the end, he came up with this seemingly not simple knife technique by accident. At this time, Lugiu, Minato, and other classmates of Ryu Fujikari's class also gathered together, and the voice of the little son Namikaze Minato was pleasantly surprised. Longteng-kun, the footwork you just did doesn't look like a body flicker technique. Is it a technique you invented yourself? Everyone was staring at Ryu Fujikari, and Nara was also curious. I also want to ask, although the effect of the fast footwork just now looks very similar to the body flicker technique, it is obviously not. Ryu Fujikari laughed, and when he mentioned this, a smug expression inevitably appeared on his face. This is the pride of Ryu Fujikari, a time traveler these days. While borrowing part of the ninja body flicker technique, Ryu Fujikari combined the training methods of the samurai in the family inheritance and some simulations of previous life memories to come up with the footwork he just performed. This one, I did come up with it. I call it shunpo. It's just the initial stage. It's a fast-moving footwork that I specially researched for the warrior profession. Hiss. Guess it's on the one hand, but when they really knew that Ryu Fujikari had actually developed a very practical skill similar to the body flicker technique, everyone present took a deep breath, looking into the eyes of Ryu Fujikari, already full of awe. Uchiha Mikoto also covered his mouth and congratulated Ryu Fujikari with his beautiful eyes. Mr. Longteng, you are indeed a genius. The sword technique you used in the battle just now is not simple. I believe that if it is you, you will definitely bring about great changes in the ranks of future warriors. Ryu Fujikari smiled and said modest words. At this time, two boys in white robes with white eyes different from others came over. The two teenagers look almost identical and are twins. Ryu Fujikari has already guessed the identity of the other party in his heart, the future head of the Hyuga family and the head of the branch house, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. Sure enough, the two came up as very self-reported, self-declared families. Patriarch Ryuga, I am Hyuga Hayashi and this is my younger brother Hyuga Hisashi. If the Uchiha family is looking for trouble, I the Hyuga clan are willing to help. Please don't worry about it, Patriarch Ryuga. Ryu Fujikari smiled lightly. What worries the Uchiha clan? Ryu Fujikari didn't believe it. The Uchiha clan dared to touch him. In this situation, if he moved Ryu Fujikari, it would be an enemy of the entire ninja clan with more than 80% of Konoha. Thank you too, but one Uchiha Fugaku is nothing more than a threat to me, but the two reminded me. Since Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch, is not willing to exchange 2 billion taels for 8% of the share, then there is no need to force others. On the side, Uchiha Mikoto changed his pretty face when he heard the words and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ryu Fujikari's smile. Student Mikoto, I believe in your character, but Uchiha Fugaku is right. After all, your grandfather is only the elder, not the head of the Uchiha clan. This deal is too big. We should wait until the Uchiha clan leader makes a decision. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto with a gloomy expression, Ryu Fujikari changed the topic. However, I can accept the investment from Uchiha's lineage. On the side, Nara Shikahisa swept across Ryu Fujikari and Uchiha Mikoto meaningfully, as if he had seen through everything. While everyone was talking, a figure suddenly appeared aside. It was a ninja wearing an Anbu mask. Patriarch Longteng, Lord Hokage has summoned you. Please rush to the Hokage building immediately. Hokage office. When Ryu Fujikari came here, the few figures in the office made him frown slightly. Teacher, are you looking for me? Ryu Fujikari saluted respectfully to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a cigarette and looked at Ryu Fujikari helplessly. Who would have thought that Ryu Fujikari, who was accepted as a disciple 2 days ago, would kill the young patriarch of the Uchiha family today? Just now, the people from Anbu have come to report that Uchiha Fugaku has serious injuries. Although he will not die, the huge knife mark on his chest will accompany him for life. Kari, do you have to ask me to explain what happened today? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked helplessly. There was not much blame in the tone, which made Shimura Danzo and Udatane Koharu beside them flash a dissatisfaction in their eyes. However, before they could speak, Ryu Fujikari laughed and scratched his head without any guilt. Teacher, it seems that you know everything. If so, you will not blame me. After all, the cause of the incident is entirely caused by that idiot young patriarch Uchiha. This guy actually insulted me as a samurai. If you say so, can you bear it? Of course I can't bear it. No one can insult people's beliefs and dreams. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of tobacco and was non-committal about the explanation with Ryu Fujikari, and asked, The old man of the Uchiha family doesn't care, and the Ryuto family must pay medical expenses and other things according to regulations. Ryu Fujikari nodded without the slightest hesitation, and Shimura Danzo at the side immediately showed dissatisfaction when he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take over the matter so lightly. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is still fighting on the front line. If this matter cannot give a reasonable explanation to the Uchiha clan, I'm worried. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Himura on the side also nodded. That's right, Hokage, this incident has too much impact. After all, it is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If this incident spreads to the front line, the morale of the army will be unstable. We must punish the Longtang family. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ryu Fujikari. Kari, what do you mean? Ryu Fujikari picked his ear indifferently. What do I mean? I have no objection, but since you want to send a message to the head of the Uchiha family on the front line, you just have to send me a sentence saying that the 8% share originally negotiated by the elder Uchiha will no longer belong to the Uchiha family. I have decided not to accept investment from the Uchiha family. As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of the two consultants, who were a little dissatisfied with Ryu Fujikari's contemptuous attitude, and Shimura Danzo suddenly moved. Doesn't that mean that the 8% share of the Uchiha family is vacant? This made the three people who were not counted by Ryu Fujikari before suddenly feel cautious. In the Hokage office, when Ryu Fujikari said that the 8% share that originally belonged to the Uchiha family was vacant, the atmosphere in the office changed obviously in a short period of time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still smoking a cigarette, but the two Hokage consultants, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Himura, who were still looking fiercely at Ryu Fujikari, had changed their expressions. The two looked at each other and coughed twice. Although the Uchiha clan is on the front line, as Konoha's ninja clan, they should have the awareness. Since the matter was caused by their young patriarch himself, I think this matter should be followed. Hokage-sama's opinion is fine. Udatane Koharu said with a smile. Ryu Fujikari looked at the other party's smiling face that showed no sign of embarrassment and was speechless. Put this guy's face in front of him, Raikage can't smash it with all his strength, right? This is the strongest shield in the true sense. On the side, the jellyfish Himura also stroked his chin and nodded, as if he was not the first to bring up the matter of punishing the Longtang family. It's true that Uchiha Kid's skills are not as good as others. The head of Longtang family is just a low-grade student who has just entered school. Then Uchiha Kid is about to graduate. I don't believe that anyone has the face to cause trouble if they lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. If it weren't for the favor of his former teammates, these 2 sacks and rice bags would be able to sit in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head slightly, looked at Ryu Fujikari, and asked, "The Uchiha family paid for the 8% subscription is not a small amount. If you don't accept their investment, how will you make up for the 1-2 billion tael funding gap?" Before Ryu Fujikari finished speaking, Danzo suddenly spoke. "If it's just money, we can't afford the investment at all." Ryu Fujikari looked at the gloomy old man in surprise. The Danzo now doesn't look like he was covered in bandages like in the later period, but his temperament is gloomy, which is not a good thing at first glance. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend in surprise. 1.2 billion taels, Danzo, where did the root get so much money? Danzo snorted softly. "Hokage, you don't have to think too much. I am the Dark of Konoha. When I perform some tasks, there will inevitably be other gains. This fund is not clean, so naturally it cannot be used for the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, his face remained calm, but there was a dangerous look in his eyes. "How much money is there?" "About 1 billion taels, the rest I can use some of my secret techniques as investment. I don't know if the owner of the Dragon Vine is willing." Shimura Danzo looked at Ryu Fujikari. During this period of time, he naturally studied the things produced by the Longtang family, and the results were outstanding and valuable. Under the current protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no way to control this power in their own hands, so it is the best choice to take this opportunity to invest in shares. Hearing this, Ryu Fujikari was also taken aback, accepting the root investment. He really hadn't thought about this, but it would be really embarrassing for him to spend so much money for the early stage arrangement. Then he had a thought, pretended to ponder for a while but said, "It's okay to accept the investment from the Department of the Big Population, as long as Master Hokage allows it, but if the funds are not clean, I'm sorry, sir, I can't give you the share ratio of the previous Uchiha clan." Shimura Danzo frowned. This old man is Hokage's assistant, root leader Shimura Danzo. "Hokage will naturally not reject our investment, but how much share can you give?" 5%. Ryu Fujikari held out a hand. And not only that, I also want to choose the secret technique you mentioned in third gate. Shimura Danzo's frown deepened. 1 billion taels of funds plus the third gate secret technique, Patriarch Longteng, isn't your appetite too big? Ryu Fujikari shrugged his shoulders as if he had the chance to win. Everyone, I am willing to do what you like. Master Shimura is not willing to accept it, so I can naturally find someone else. When we agreed on the share at the beginning, everyone was not satisfied. We sold the remaining share in proportion and raised the funds. It's not too difficult, it's just a matter of time. Shimura Danzo thought for a while, then snorted, then follow what you said, I will subscribe for half of the shares at all. Ryu Fujikari nodded with a smile, and Mitokado Himura at the side saw this and hurriedly spoke out. The remaining 3%, my transfer family and the Mito family can accept it and subscribe according to the previous value. However, the smile on Ryu Fujikari's face disappeared in the blink of an eye when he heard the words, and the eyes he looked at the two were full of disgust. 2 dogs, what do you deserve? You 2 guys, it's best not to let me find out the cause of my father's death. Otherwise, it won't work if the teacher pleads with you. Leazi will kill your whole family. Doghead. Fierce words came out of the mouth of the boy Ryu Fujikari, still saying the same to the 2 Hokage advisors. The members of Anbu who were hiding in the dark all swallowed their saliva. However, when Udatain Koharu, whose faces were flushed with anger, turned their heads to look at Hokage and Shimura Danzo, they seemed to be selectively deaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Ryu Fujikari. I can see from your battle today that you are indeed talented. This is a scroll of the shadow clone technique. You can take it back and study it. You can also pass it on to your family, it's not a secret. Hearing this, Ryu Fujikari was overjoyed immediately and hastily reached out to take it and saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen in gratitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen's last sentence can be passed on to the family, which really touched his heart. Shadow clone technique, isn't this TM a small cheating device in the ninja world? Although it is not as pervert as the multiple shadow clone technique, it is more than enough for cultivation and ordinary battles. Shimura Danzo turned a blind eye to the gazes of Udatain Koharu and put his hands in his sleeves. After telling Ryu Fujikari that the funds would be delivered tomorrow, he left Hokage's office without looking back. Ryu Fujikari also left quickly, but when he was about to leave, he turned his head and wiped his neck at Udatain Koharu. That ferocious appearance is completely in line with the general rough and gangster situation of samurai families in this era. A single disagreement will kill the whole family. Hiruzen, this is your disciple. Do you leave him alone? Leaving Hokage's office, Ryu Fujikari did not return to the ninja school, but turned his head directly and headed towards the other side, the entrance of a mansion not far from the central area of Konoha. Ryu Fujikari glanced at the surname on the door plate and decisively knocked on the door. Patriarch of the Dragon Vine. When Hatake Sakumo saw Ryu Fujikari at the door, his expression was slightly taken aback. He looked around and saw no one else, and his expression was even more confused. Patriarch Hatake, don't look at it. I have something important to discuss with you. Hatake Sakumo thought for a while, nodded and welcomed Ryu Fujikari in. In the living room, he personally poured hot tea for Ryu Fujikari. Hatake looked at Ryu Fujikari, who was young but had already formed a majestic aura. Can't help but sigh with emotion. Thinking about it now, I can't believe it. The boy in the team a few months ago can have such a mature side now. Does suffering really make people mature? Did Patriarch Longteng come to inquire about the cause of your father's death? Ryu Fujikari shook his head. I'll find out this matter myself. I'm looking for Patriarch Hatake for another matter. Patriarch Hatake should know about the businesses that my Ryuto family has opened recently, right? Hatake Sakumo nodded. There is still a 3% share. I wonder if the owner of Hatake intends to join. Hatake Sakumo was taken aback. His eyes were naturally a little moved, but then he shook his head and sighed when he thought of the price the Uchiha clan paid for the 8% share. Thank you, Patriarch Longteng, for your kindness, but it's a pity. My Hatake family is not like those big families and I can't come up with so much money. I don't want your funds. My Longteng family will make up for the 3% of the funds. The ownership of the shares still goes to the Hatake family, but I have one condition. Ryu Fujikari solemnly said, I want you to teach me Hatake's sword skills without reservation. As soon as this remark came out, Hatake Sakumo was stunned immediately. Hatake's sword skills. Although this thing is worth a lot in his heart, he will never spread it to the outside world, but no matter how valuable it is definitely not as expensive as the 3% industry share that Ryu Fujikari took out. In conversion, wouldn't the 3% share be worth 450 million taels? I think Hatake Sakumo is now an elite jonin, but with 450 million taels of capital, he would never earn it in his lifetime. After being silent for a long time, Hatake Sakumo could only hold back one sentence. Patriarch Longtang really values the sword skills of my Hatake family. Ryu Fujikari nodded directly without any obscurity. I want to revitalize the way of the samurai. Naturally, I need to learn all kinds of sword skills. The head of the Hatake family sits on the strongest of the Konoha sword ninjas. I have long been yearning for it. Hatake Sakumo pondered for a while and finally looked at the sincere Ryu Fujikari, but was still defeated by Ryu Fujikari's banknote ability. It's no wonder you are favored by Mr. Hokage. With such a disposition, I suddenly feel that the dream in your mouth is not so unrealistic. Okay, I can teach you Hatake sword skills. When they came out of the Hatake family mansion, both Ryu Fujikari and Hatake Sakumo had happy smiles on their faces, and both sides achieved their goals. And soon, when Ryu Fujikari removed the Uchiha family from the property list and transferred the remaining 8% share to the Shimura Danzo and Hatake families, Konoha's senior ninja clan laughed gloatingly. Especially the elders of the Hyuga family, a rare group went to the Uchiha family and laughed at the Uchiha family. Saying that the Uchiha family has no brains and their fists are not strong enough, this made the elders of the Uchiha family very angry. Damn trash, that idiot. One day, this is less than a day. Elder Uchiha was so angry that he slumped on the tatami, his face pale. He never thought that Uchiha Fugaku, that idiot, could be so stupid with an investment of 2 billion taels. Does he, the great elder, dare to be so unscrupulous? That idiot didn't even have the brains to come over and ask the old man. He just knocked on the door. That's it. A benefit that can be passed on to the family for hundreds of years is lost, and he himself can be sent to the hospital. Shame, shame. This is the first time in my life that I hate my surname Uchiha so much. Uchiha Mikoto, who came home from school, felt distressed when he saw his grandfather in tears. Grandpa, Mr. Longtang knows us. He has already said that this matter has nothing to do with our lineage. He is still willing to accept our investment in the future. The crying great elder stopped abruptly, grabbed his precious granddaughter and asked eagerly, "He really said that?" Uchiha Mikoto nodded and told about today's events. The face of great elder Shiyujibo suddenly became much better and even showed a gloating smile. HMPH, it seems that our patriarch is in some trouble. Danzo's efficiency is still very high. Sure enough, all the funds were sent early the next morning. In addition, he also made an appointment with Ryu Fujikari to take him to choose 3 kinds of root secrets. With financial support, Ryu Fujikari did not mean to delay and directly called several vassal families who had just finished repairing the clan land during this period, and started the establishment of the industry. The Nara family has sent a group of family Yakushi to come, and other families participating in the shares have also sent their staff. You may not be active on the battlefield, but there is no one who is not active in things like planting a cash cow. Saruto by Hiruzen, who is Hokage, did not deploy the construction force here because of the emergency on the front line. Instead, he recruited a group of civilian ninjas and let them devote themselves to intense construction work in the form of B-level tasks. Whether it is Longtang Pharmaceutical, Longtang Meat, or Longtang Forge, the 3 large-scale industries have some necessary factories that need to be built, and the rest are all acquired by money. It can be said that with the input of more than half of Konoha's strength, in just 1 month, Longtang Pharmaceutical produced the first batch of healing medicine for emergency wound healing. After Konoha Shinobi's experiment, as long as the palm-wide knife wound is not too deep, there is no need for emergency sutures. You only need to touch a handful of ointment and apply the wound, and the bleeding will heal quickly. Saruto by Hiruzen almost didn't think about it, and immediately ordered a support army to rush to the battlefield of the Land of Rain, with the scrolls sealed with these healing medicines, and a large number of scrolls sealed with ninja weapons. Teacher, let's agree, we can sell the things that support the battlefield to the village at cost price, but the funds must be in place as soon as possible, otherwise the subsequent production will be greatly affected. Coming out of the Hokage office, Ryu Fujikari had 3 more scrolls in his hand, which Saruto by Hiruzen went to the root base with him to pick just now. Saruto by Hiruzen personally accompanied him, and it can also be shown from the side. This Hokage lord understands certain methods of his Hokage assistant, which is to protect Ryu Fujikari in a different way. In this regard, Ryu Fujikari also extended his payment time for a few days as a thank you. Back at the clan site, as soon as we arrived at the gate, the samurai who was in charge of guarding today bowed respectfully to Ryu Fujikari and reported, Master Patriarch Ms. Uzumaki is here, and she is now at your residence, accompanied by several other ladies from the Konoha shinobi clan. Ryu Fujikari was stunned for a moment but still nodded and entered the inner house holding tongue trouble elimination technique, Konoha Ryu knife technique, and Konoha fluid technique. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard Kushina's voice. "You're welcome, eat more. Mr. Shu won't care about these things, and he often brings these things for me to eat. Kushina, you are so familiar with this place. Do you come here often?" "Ah. Well, how could this happen? I just come here a few times occasionally. Mr. Shu sometimes takes me to the Dragon Vine Land for dinner. That is, a few times it's too late to stay here." Ryu Fujikari raised his eyebrows, and when he walked into the living room, he saw Uzumaki Kushina with a strange smile and some posturing. At the moment in the living room besides Kushina, there are several other girls, some of whom are familiar with each other. Such as Uchiha Mikoto and Inuzuka Claw. Some are familiar like the girls from the Hyuga family in the next class, and some of them are not at all. "No, you're finally back, Shukun. Where did you put the beauty, honey? I asked you to leave for me last time. Didn't you say you won't touch my room?" Seeing Ryu Fujikari coming back, Kushina immediately stepped forward and hugged one of Ryu Fujikari's arms. The intimate movements combined with the gentle and enthusiastic smile gave Ryu Fujikari the illusion of falling into an ice cellar. He wanted to ask, "When did you ask me to leave you, honey? What is your room? Aren't you willing to spend the night in the Dragon and Vine Land? Where is your room?" But seeing Kushina's smiling face very close, Ryu Fujikari twitched twice and smiled cooperatively, but he didn't want to suffer any disadvantages, so he put one arm around Kushina's slender waist superior. The latter's body trembled suddenly, and the smile on his face became more gentle. "Honey, of course that kind of thing is fresh. I'll ask someone to prepare it for you. As for the room, didn't I promise me that I would move here and live with me?" Ryu Fujikari also had a doting smile on his face, and Kushina's hair stood on end at such a close distance. Especially after hearing the last words of Ryu Fujikari, the whole person shouted something bad. Sure enough, the malicious little sisters who followed behind were all shocked and covered their mouths and exclaimed, "Jiu, Kushina, are you already going to live with Ryuto-kun? Sleeping in the same room? How is this possible? Master Uzumaki really agrees that you will marry Ryuto-kun in the future. Impossible, I haven't even heard the news. Kushina is too much, you just told us that you and Ryuto-kun are just good friends, woo woo woo." In the blink of an eye, several familiar and unfamiliar girls Ryu Fujikari covered their faces and ran outside. And Kushina, who was in Ryu Fujikari's arms, also lost his expression in an instant, looking at Ryu Fujikari's approaching face with dangerous eyes and said viciously, "If you dare to get any closer, I'll let you try my latest physical training results." Ryu Fujikari smiled lightly, letting go of the fiery red pepper that was about to erupt. The latter snorted softly, sat down on the seat, and muttered something like "finally left." Uchiha Mikoto and Inuzuka Zuo, who were watching from the side, shook their heads slightly. The presence of those people just now did not make the two of them feel uncomfortable, but the gentle Kushina, who tried to act like a good wife and mother, just now gave them the illusion that they were being watched by evil spirits. Ryu Fujikari looked at the expressions of several people, and after a little brainstorming, he figured out the reason for the scene just now. Without it, Kushina, a carefree girl, saw all the ninjas sending girls over and finally had sense of crisis. Ryu Fujikari's smile made Kushina snort in dissatisfaction, and Uchiha Mikoto covered his mouth and let out an elegant chuckle, telling the truth. Kushina, who was so nervous just now, "Ryuto-kun is really cute. Ha ha ha, that's right, I said it so hard just now." Inuzuka Chu also laughed, but the dog beside him, seeing Ryu Fujikari coming back at this moment, walked over wagging his tail. Obviously, the experience that Inuzukazuo brought him to the Dragon Teng family for dinner some time ago made him never forget the beauty of dragon meat and keel. Ryu Fujikari sighed in his heart when he saw the girls fighting together amidst Kushina's shameful shouts. It would be nice if Kushina and Mikoto grew up a bit. Both of them seemed to have a good figure in the future. Although Kushina felt that it was too early to stay at Ryu Fujikari's house this night. Under the threat of Ryu Fujikari, "If you don't stay here overnight, let someone tell those people that you are putting on a pose just now," Kushina stayed in the Dragon Vine clan nervously overnight. The means are a bit despicable, but the effect is outstanding. At the same time, the splashing rain slapped on the muddy ground at night on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. In a dense forest, tents were struggling to support themselves in the rainy night. Wearing a ninja battle uniform, the heroic Senju Tsunade stood in the handsome tent, looking at the heavy rain that had been raining for several days without stopping. The worry on his face deepened a bit. "Patriarch Nara, Didn't the teacher give you any other explanations before you came? Why hasn't the support arrived yet? A large number of wounded are waiting for medicine. Why hasn't it been delivered yet? There was coldness in Tsunede's eyes. She was sent here some time ago. At the beginning, the situation was indeed under control. However, this situation was followed by that ninja demigod. Suddenly it became out of hand. In a battle with the ninjas of the Land of Rain, 500 or 600 elite ninjas were killed on Konoha's side, and there were more than 2,000 wounded. Just when Tsunade was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, there was a rush of footsteps, and a Konoha shinobi who was in charge of battlefield communications had an excited look on his face. Master Tsunade, reinforcements from the village are here. The news quickly spread throughout the camp, especially those injured ninjas. Each of them seemed to see some hope. Therefore, when Hatake Sakumo arrived at the camp here with this group of reinforcements, he received a very warm welcome. However, Tsunade's eyes were always on the group of ninjas accompanied by Hatake Sakumo, and his frown became deeper and deeper. Captain Hatake, among the people you brought this time, how many ninjas know medical ninjutsu? As soon as these words came out, the originally lively scene suddenly fell silent. Hatake Sakumo looked back at the subordinates behind him and answered silently. The people who came here this time are all from the combat unit, and they know medical ninjutsu. There are probably 30 or 40 of them. Tsunade's face immediately turned cold, and he immediately scolded in front of everyone. Is the old man in a daze? Didn't I see the report I gave him? Compared with reinforcements, what we need now is more, and the number one is a ninja who knows medical ninjutsu. The injuries of the wounded in the camp will only get worse day by day in such a harsh environment. If something goes wrong with these people, it will be a greater loss than us in a big defeat. Anyone who is familiar with Tsunade can tell that Tsunade is really on fire at this moment. However, Hatake waved his hand as if he didn't see Tsunade's angry face. Master Tsunade, calm down. Master Hokage will not give up any of Konoha's ninjas. Although we didn't bring many medical ninjutsu practitioners this time, we brought a lot of new medicine. Saying that, Hatake Sakumo signaled the subordinates behind him to unseal all the scrolls. Tsunade's expression didn't soften much. What's the use of simple medicine? The environment in the Land of Rain is harsh. There is no place for the wounded to recover. We need to move them to the rear. Having said that, Tsunade stepped forward and began to check the pile of bottles and cans that appeared in a puff of white smoke. Longteng Pharmaceutical. Is this the pharmacy in the village? Why haven't I heard of it? Tsunade muttered, but after seeing the curative effect described on the medicine bottle, the doubt on his face turned into ice cold at the blink of an eye. She picked up a bottle of so-called new medicine and threw it directly at Hatake Sakumo. What the hell are you doing? Sending fake medicine to the front line? Are the people in the village crazy? Tsunade's mood at this moment is not as simple as anger. She is Princess Senju. As the granddaughter of first generation and second generation, Tsunade's love for Konoha is unquestionable before she has experienced the pain of parting and seen the darkness of Konoha. However, she couldn't understand and forgive that people in the village actually sent fake medicine to the front line during the war. Hatake Sakumo's face was sluggish, calm as if he was also confused by such a big reaction from Tsunade at the moment. What's the matter with this man? Why don't you say that what you brought is fake medicine without even trying it? In your heart, Tsunade, is this the kind of person third generation is? However, the ninjas who were fighting on the front line at the scene changed their colors in an uproar when they heard that Tsunade, the strongest medical ninjutsu, said that the new medicine sent in his hands was actually a counterfeit medicine. One by one stood there in disbelief. Hatake Sakumo and the Nara Patriarch, who is serving as a military advisor here, secretly thought that something was wrong. The long-term battlefield pressure has made Tsunade's reaction has begun to be extreme, and his thinking ability has been affected by the battlefield. While Hatake Sakumo was thinking this way, he hastily raised a hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The medicines sent in this batch are indeed new medicines, but they are definitely not counterfeit medicines. The efficacy stated on the bottle has been strictly inspected by the village. As he said that, seeing everyone, including Tsunade, with disbelief on his face, Hatake Sakumo directly pulled out the short sword behind him, and under the stunned gaze of everyone, he decisively pulled a forearm on one of his arm's long mouth. Blood gushed out from the wound in an instant. After that, without giving everyone a chance to be surprised, Hatake Sakumo directly took out a ball of amber-colored ointment from the medicine bottle. Under the gaze of everyone, he directly smeared it on the bloody wound and just raised his hand like this. Then, in just 3 or 2 minutes, everyone was shocked to find that the wound just now had completely solidified and stopped bleeding. At this moment, even Tsunade was shocked by the curative effect of the ointment in his hand. Look at the words on the bottle again. Dragon Vine Blood Jade Ointment can stop bleeding in a short period of time, disinfect and effectively remove scars. A simple description, but this simple description is something Konoha's other healing medicines dare not write. If it is too full, if something goes wrong on the battlefield, the people behind the medicine workshop are also responsible. Because of this, Tsunade's first reaction after seeing the description on the bottle just now was to not believe it. A misunderstanding was finally resolved under Hokage's decisive demonstration. Hokage arranged for manpower to give medicine to the wounded, and he and Tsunade came to the handsome tent. Captain Hokage, have any major events happened in the village during this period of time? And I just saw the words Longtang Pharmaceutical written on the medicine bottle. What's the situation? Hokage Sakumo didn't hide anything and soon told what happened to the Ryuto family. Tsunade didn't show any special expression when she heard how the Longtang family took root in Konoha. When she heard that the head of the Longtang family had found the fourth largest summoning holy land, she stood up with a bang. The fourth holy land. How could there be a fourth holy land in the world? As the contractor of summoning in the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade can say that he has quite a say in this matter. After all, unlike other summoning worlds, there is actually only one Katsuyu itself, and those small Katsuyu are just clones of the Katsuyu sage. The other party said at the beginning that there are 3 holy places of summoning in the world, and it is absolutely impossible for a fourth holy place to emerge. Hokage Sakumo coughed dryly. Master Tsunade, Master Hokage has already made a judgment on this matter, and it is almost inseparable. In addition, I think the current situation of Master Tsunade does not seem to be ideal. You may wish to ask Master Hokage to go back to the village to rest for a while. I'll take care of it here. Hearing this, Tsunade was about to refute, but he thought of these new medicines this time, plus his understanding of Hokage's combat effectiveness. For a while, I really wanted to go back and have a look. Let's see if the so-called fourth holy land is real or not, and look at my cheap junior. Ryu Fujikari didn't know at the moment that his titular senior sister, Tsunade Jai, had already missed him because of the supplies he sent to the front line, and directly submitted an application to 3rd Hokage to return to the village for a rest. At this moment in Konoha's dead forest, Ryu Fujikari nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the well-organized site for raising some herbivorous dragons in the future. Beside him, Ryuto Yuta and Atsuka Yashiro, the leaders of Ryu Fujikari's samurai team, stood on the left and right behind Ryu Fujikari just like gate gods. Very good. Now that the place is ready, let's gather the team. This time we will hunt a lot of prey at one time, including the collection team and the hunting team. Ryu Fujikari nodded and ordered, and the 2 behind him responded immediately. When they left the caller, the 2 couldn't help but glance at each other, their eyes collided in midair as if sparks burst out. Ryuto Yuta is in charge. It has been the samurai team of the Ryuto family's retainers for generations, and it is used as a hunting team on weekdays. And Atsuka Yashiro, these hired warriors who have formally pledged their allegiance to the Longtang family, serve as the collection team. They are also subordinates of Ryu Fujikari. The former looks down on Atsuka Yashiro and the others as wandering samurai, while the latter thinks that the so-called retainers such as Ryuto Yuta and the others lack the fighting power and lack the ferocity that a real samurai should have. This is how a rivalry under the control of Ryu Fujikari unfolded. Both of them moved very quickly, Ryu Fujikari didn't have to wait long, and the 2 sides gathered a group of heavily armed samurai teams, each with 100 people. Each left half to be responsible for the placement of prey after hunting. This time, Ryu Fujikari took the remaining more than 100 people into the world of monster hunting, which is the 4th holy place he declared to the outside world, in the world of Longaming. Scanning around the warriors in front of him, these people are now able to sign their names on the summoning scroll. In addition to having taken the poison of controlling people given by Ryu Fujikari, they have also been casted by Ryu Fujikari. I have to say that this thing at the root sounds very inhumane, but it is really easy to use as a superior. Without too many words, Ryu Fujikari just let out a light drink. Everyone remembers their mission. Let's go. Boom. As a burst of smoke exploded, Ryu Fujikari and others arrived in the familiar ancient forest in the blink of an eye. It is still the place where Ryu Fujikari first came, but now it is no longer a simple open space. Tents with excellent privacy are hidden here, under the cover of surrounding mountain walls and trees, was directly transformed into a supply point in the ancient tree forest by them. As soon as the samurai appeared, they immediately formed combat teams in 2s and 3s, and under the leadership of Ryu Fujikari, they rushed towards the confirmed herbivorous dragon's activity area. The speed of everyone was very fast, and those who could be selected by Ryu Fujikari to join this team were at least samurai who had reached the level of chunin. During this period, they enjoyed the dragon meat and other dishes bestowed by Ryu Fujikari. Some confidants like Ryuto, Ryu Fujikari even gave them the opportunity to take a dragon's blood medicine bath. Needless to say, Ryu Fujikari himself, although he has just practiced chakra for a few months, the amount of chakra has steadily reached the level of chunin. Coupled with the fact that he has not carried his own sword skills and body skills training these days, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a chunin. The familiar sound of the stream came. Ryu Fujikari made a gesture with his hand while running, and immediately Ryuto, Yuta, and Atsuka Yashiro led their respective men and spread out towards the two wings. A group of huge herbivorous dragons are gathering here at this moment, looking for food and playing the next moment. Shhhhhhh. Amidst the sharp piercing sounds, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out of the bushes. Ryu Fujikari stepped on Shunpo, staring at the largest herbivorous dragon with cold eyes, took a deep breath, chakra surged in his body and the unsheathed long knife buzzed. Without giving the herbivorous dragon a chance to react, he stabbed the opponent's neck with a knife. Dragon Vine Stream Evil Python. The buzzing light of the knife flashed away, followed by the herbivorous dragon's painful neighing. Ryu Fujikari pierced its throat with a long knife. Tread. The moment chakra surged, he cast Shunpo again and came to the nearest adult herbivorous dragon. The long knife in his hand was like an antelope's horns, and the light of the knife burst out like a thunderbolt. After several months of crazy training, Ryu Fujikari is now holding a sword like a knife, and his eyes are cold. Dragon Vine Stream Torrent. The light of the knife burst out from the tip of the knife, soaring into the sky the moment before the herbivorous dragon lowered its head and rushed up from the opponent's jaw in an instant, piercing through the entire head. Tread. Chakra surged under his feet, and Ryu Fujikari landed lightly, stepping on the stream, with the samurai sword sheathed in his hand. Those family warriors who rushed out after Ryu Fujikari took a breath when they saw the small figure of Ryu Fujikari and the talent for swordsmanship he showed just now. The swordsmanship of Ryuto was taught by the family warriors who were able to enter the core. However, in the swordsmanship moves that Ryu Fujikari performed just now, they have never seen it before, but there are traces to follow of. Atsuka Yashiro slammed down the hilt violently, knocking out a juvenile herbivorous dragon struggling to escape. When he looked up, he saw the scene where Ryu Fujikari dealt with two adult herbivorous dragons of chunin level. He also couldn't help opening his mouth and was about to say something about the mighty patriarch, when suddenly a strong stench, accompanied by a vibration on the ground, suddenly came from the woods on the side of the stream. The rumbling collision changed the faces of everyone present. When a dark golden lizard with long hair and a height of 6 or 7 meters appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned on the spot. Ayohuo. The deafening roar shook remnant wind, causing everyone present to cover their ears in pain. Ryu Fujikari looked at the figure who had rushed out of the forest, but there was a fiery look in his eyes. Appeared one of the large monsters in the ancient tree forest, the toothed dragon family known as Zhangfeng, Jagira, Aohu. As soon as the great Jaeger came on the stage, it sent out a powerful sonic attack, and this was just its own simple roar. Everyone's heads were still buzzing, but the great javelin that rushed out of the forest had already come. With a slight scratch of the huge body, some surrounding bushes were knocked down. When the ground shook, the opponent who was so undead turned out to come towards the adult herbivorous dragon whose throat had been pierced by Ryu Fujikari before. Patriarch, be careful. Ryuto Yuta and the vassals and samurai led by him changed their complexions one after another, abandoned the herbivorous dragon in front of them, and charged in the direction of Ryu Fujikari. However, despite the huge size of the Jaegerin, it was a section taller than an adult herbivorous dragon, but its movements were quite fast. Get out of the way, this guy is hard to deal with. Ryu Fujikari formed a seal in his hand, and the shadow clone technique instantly separated 3 figures that were exactly like him. Together with the main body, they rushed towards Jagatra, and the information about Jagatra quickly flashed in his mind. He had already recalled several ways of attacking Javelin. But at this moment, the great Jaeger saw several weak figures rushing towards him. But without turning his eyes, he continued to rush in the direction of the herbivorous dragon, apparently very hungry. Ryu Fujikari snorted coldly in his heart, but at this moment, he and several shadow clones had rushed in front of each other. And just when Ryu Fujikari drew his long knife out of its sheath and was about to stab the opponent's eyes, something happened suddenly, and the ferocious head of the big raptor, which was rushing straight towards the herbivorous dragon in the distance, suddenly turned. There seems to be a treacherous light in the huge golden pupils at this moment. The bloody mouth opened towards Ryu Fujikari, biting him. Crack! Master Patriarch, Yashiro Otsuka and the others changed their expressions drastically. From their perspective, Ryu Fujikari was directly swallowed by the great Jaeger. However, at this moment there was a slight explosion, and in a puff of white smoke, the figure of Ryu Fujikari appeared beside a stream not far away. Looking solemnly at the big Jaeger, who also stopped, his brows were furrowed. Obviously there are 3 shadow clones, but this guy was able to directly attack my main body. Is it luck, or can he tell the difference between the shadow clone and the main body? Ryu Fujikari was puzzled, and his eyes became more serious. If I hadn't been in a hurry and under the relay of shadow clone, I used Shunpo to dodge, that one bite would have killed him directly. After getting in close contact, Ryu Fujikari has confirmed in his heart the strength of Jaguar in front of him, not to mention any factors such as actual combat experience, just the aura exuding from the body, but it is already a standard Jonin level. Aohu. The unsatisfactory tilted head biting was unsuccessful, and the mood of the big Jaeger was visibly a little bit. He raised his head to the sky and roared, and suddenly, a dozen dark golden slender figures rushed out of the forest that he rushed out just now. It was a monster that had been shrunk several times in size, Javelosaurus, a small monster like a herbivorous dragon, but it was extremely aggressive and could hunt cooperatively like a pack of wolves. The Jaegeran's subordinates, summoned by the great Jaeger, rushed towards Otsuka, Yashiro and the others as soon as they appeared, and their agility managed to escape several slashes from the warriors. You all try your best to deal with these small javelins, and I will deal with this big guy myself. Ryu Fujikari yelled, and regardless of how these people reacted, he rushed towards the Jaeger again. In another confrontation, Ryu Fujikari finally came to the side of Dai Jaegeran through his quick Shunpo reaction, and the long knife chakra in his hand was surging, and he cut out on the side of the opponent's stomach. The long knife pierced into the flesh, but it didn't feel as smooth as imagined. It only pierced the opponent's scales, and it was difficult to enter. However, this stinging pain made Javes immediately furious, and his body tilted for a while, but it rolled sideways and smashed directly towards Ryu Fujikari. Boom! Boom! The gravel and white smoke scattered, and a piece of broken wood remained on the ground. Before the javelin could get up, 2 shadow clone figures appeared, and the chakra short sword in his hand stabbed without hesitation. Roar. The sword pierced into the scales, but it only brought a little pain to Javelin, not even a minor injury. But the 2 shadow clones were crushed by Javelin's claws one after another, turning into 2 balls of white smoke. Ryu Fujikari's gaze became colder. At this moment, he suddenly realized that relying on simple sword skills is not enough to grow in the monster hunting world, where monsters are rampant in the future. He needs other methods, such as ninjutsu to strengthen the body, ninjutsu to strengthen the attack, even illusion, sealing, and other means which he needs to learn. After a brief moment of distraction, a gust of wind rushed towards his face. When Ryu Fujikari came back to his senses, he saw the javelin broke out briefly and rushed to the bloody mouth in front of him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the hairs on Ryu Fujikari's body stood on end. He never imagined that the lowest-level boss, the Jagras, which he picked up casually in the game, would make him feel the aura of death at this moment. The adrenaline surged in a short period of time, and in Ryu Fujikari's eyes, everything seemed to start slowing down. Inexplicably, just like when I was fighting Uchiha Fugaku back then, a spontaneous sense of enlightenment appeared in my mind in a short time, spreading, bursting, and reorganizing. As if his body was being taken over, the long knife in Ryu Fujikari's hand was extended to his side, and the sharp point of the knife was facing Jaguar's bloody mouth. Ryu Fujikari's body disappeared in an instant, like an afterimage with a burst of thunder. Pseudo-Dragon Flow Thieves Shadow Strike. On the edge of the creek, Ryu Fujikari maintained the posture of stabbing with a knife, but his eyes were full of shock and confusion. Behind him, the aggressive and unbreakable Jagras howled in pain. Ryu Fujikari hurriedly turned his head and saw that the edge of the huge mouth of the giant javelin was directly stabbed with a hideous incision, and the mouth was open, but the blood had already soaked the entire mouth. The already huge mouth became even bigger at this moment. Ryu Fujikari stared blankly at this scene, and the feeling of losing control just now gradually came to his heart. The way chakra works, the control of the muscles of the whole body and mind. Ryu Fujikari suddenly thought of the sword skills passed down from generation to generation of the Ryuto family that he studied during this period. especially the conjecture classics about the combination of sword skills, and will that only generations of patriarchs can study. The sense of enlightenment from before surged into my heart again. Ryu Fujikari hastily assumed the previous posture again, ignoring the numbness of his body, took a deep breath, and mobilized the slightly insufficient chakra again as before. The will smooth out the anxiety in a short time and become calm. The sound of his heavy breathing was infinitely amplified in Ryu Fujikari's ears, and the Jagapes, who had suffered a penetrating heavy blow in front of him, had recovered at this moment and flew towards Ryu Fujikari angrily. For a brief moment, the huge body blocked the sun from Ryu Fujikari's view. Facing such a completely enraged Jagras, Ryu Fujikari blocked all the information about the opponent's weakness in the previous game at this moment, and also forgot the horror of the real Jaga in front of him at this moment. There is only one belief in the mind: pierce it. Chakra moved suddenly under his feet just like before. Ryu Fujikari's body instantly appeared behind the flying Jagara. The body of Jagara, which was originally flying towards Ryu Fujikari, also trembled in midair. With a bang amidst a burst of mourning, it slammed hard on the ground, smashing the rocks by the stream on the ground. The next moment, the body of Ryu Fujikari, who was in midair, also fell suddenly, and the long knife in his hand stabbed fiercely, piercing Jave's dragon's head directly from the back of the head. Roar. After the short scream, except for the short-term twitch of the muscles after death, the tail flicked. The Jagara at the foot of Ryu Fujikari finally died and lost its breath. And at this moment, Ryu Fujikari finally went limp and sat slumped on the huge back of the javelin. His face turned slightly pale, and he hurriedly swallowed a few Bingliang pills for himself. My lord. At this time, perhaps it was the death of the big Jaeger, which caused those javelins to panic, and they were killed or captured alive by Ryuto and the others. When Atsuka Yashiro and the others hurried to Ryu Fujikari, they were all under Ryu Fujikari's body. The dead javelin gasped in shock. And looking at Ryu Fujikari, who was holding on to the handle of the short sword that had penetrated the brain of Javelin and was struggling to do it, everyone showed fiery admiration. But then, this worship was replaced by deep shame. Yashiro Atsuka and Yuta Ryuto, almost at the same time, knelt down in front of Ryu Fujikari with a crash and shouted in shame, "The subordinate is incompetent, please punish the master." The two who grabbed the ground with their heads gritted their teeth, thinking that just now Ryu Fujikari, as the head of the family, had to face such a terrifying monster. There were more than 100 of them, but they were entangled by dozens of mobs. The feeling of shame is lingering in my heart and I can't get rid of it. Ryu Fujikari glanced at them wearily, took a deep breath and said calmly, "These days, since you got the supply of dragon meat and other resources, you practice carrying and training relaxation." Atsuka Yashiro and the others felt more and more ashamed, but Ryu Fujikari continued, "I didn't even mention you. After all, as a warrior, if the sword in your hand is swung because of an order, it is not the heart of the warrior that cuts the front, but the metal sword in your hand. Anyone can do it. And such a person is doomed to be ineligible to aspire to be the strongest with me in the name of a warrior, and will only become a stepping stone for others." Ryu Fujikari looked at the two big men who lowered their heads but were crying because of shame and waved their hands. "Get up from now on, whether to swing the knife with your hands or with your heart, the choice is yours." Ryuto raised his head abruptly. The big man was crying quite ugly, however. Ryu Fujikari had already noticed that the other person's eyes had changed, become resolute bright like a long knife that has been unsheathed. Ryuto solemnly saluted Ryu Fujikari again, with determination in his voice. "Master Patriarch, please forgive my incompetence this time. Next time, please give me the chance to fight to the death before you, please." With a bang, he knocked his head directly on the rocky ground in front of him. On the side, Yashiro Atsuka gritted his teeth and trembled violently. He looked up at Ryu Fujikari and shouted loudly, "Master Patriarch, next time, this subordinate will definitely let you see my awareness as a warrior." Ryu Fujikari stood up slowly, and the Bingliang pill made of dragon meat mixed with medicinal materials was surprisingly effective. Although chakra still didn't reply much, there is no problem with the movement of the body. With a punch, he pulled out the saber at his feet, shook off the blood stains on it, and put the saber back into its sheath. "May your actions be worthy of your generosity today." After saying that, a puff of smoke exploded under my feet, and I disappeared into the Longaming realm with the body of the great javelin under my feet, but I have already summoned back to the clan of Konoha village. He couldn't wait to try to see if there was anything special about the material of the large monster. Boom! In the land of the dragon and vine tribe, a burst of white smoke exploded suddenly, which instantly alarmed the surrounding samurai. When the white smoke cleared and Ryu Fujikari and the dead body of the dead dragon appeared, everyone gasped. Gas. Several retainer warriors rushed over and saluted Ryu Fujikari. Ryu Fujikari waved his hand. Dismember this prey quickly, let the kitchen and pharmacy do research and deal with something as soon as possible. Hi. A dozen or so people struggled to move this dark golden lizard-like monster towards the core area of the clan. And when Ryu Fujikari was soaking beautifully in the bathtub and washing his body, he also received a request from everyone in Longaming Realm for summoning to return, and his mind moved. Longtang Yuta and the others returned to the clan land with a large amount of trophies and prey. Hokage building. Are you sure you saw those so-called monsters in the Longaming Realm? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu in front of him and asked. Yes, Lord Hokage. The warriors of the Dragon Vine family didn't restrict our inspection, they just didn't allow us to touch anything in the farm. I saw with my own eyes that when they returned against the summoning technique, they brought back a lot of herbivorous dragon corpses and 7 or 8 young dragons. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and waved his hand to let the Anbu members back down. In this way, the future of the Longtang family is really limitless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart and suddenly felt that if he wanted to tie the Longtang family to Konoha village, he might need some insurance. My lord, please use it. This is the method of cooking herbivorous dragon meat before. The dragon meat and keel bone soup of the big javelin you mentioned are made. In addition, when we dissected the big javelin, we found that please take a look at this. A samurai respectfully placed several sumptuous dishes in front of Ryu Fujikari, and at the same time took out a crystal ball about the size of a baby's fist from his arms, in front of Ryu Fujikari. Ryu Fujikari picked up the glass beads in front of him, frowned suddenly, looked at the samurai in front of him and asked, Are you sure it was taken from the body of the great javelin? Which part? The samurai reported truthfully, Yes, my lord, it was found at the heart. There is only one piece in the whole body. Mr. Gang doesn't know what it is. It feels like an ordinary glass bead. Ryu Fujikari nodded and waved his hand to signal the other party to back out. He held the dragon jade in his hand and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand anything special about it, as if it was just an ordinary glass bead, as the samurai said. Shaking his head and putting this thing aside, Ryu Fujikari finally rubbed his hands together and focused on the delicious food in front of him. Dragon meat stewed in red wine, dragon bone soup, grilled dragon steak, and a small soup that is said to be made of dragon brain. Ryu Fujikari no longer cares about the specific ingredients used in these dishes. Among other things, the family pharmacy has made dragon root wine during this period, and Ryu Fujikari himself has tasted it. With just a sip of dragon root wine, Ryu Fujikari frantically carried out a night of gymnastics training outside his house, and was in high spirits early in the morning. A piece of dragon meat full of red wine fruit aroma and rich soup entered the mouth, and the juice burst out, making Ryu Fujikari moan involuntarily. I, as expected, still want the life of a rich man. Ryu Fujikari sighed, and suddenly he felt the dragon meat in his stomach, and began to feel a burning sensation, and a strong heat flow like an electric current quickly flowed through the whole body, so that he could only feel the muscles of the whole body. Everywhere was twitching slightly. Ryu Fujikari was startled, and just when he was wondering if something went wrong, he suddenly felt that his body had been strengthened. It's a lie, right? It's just a small piece. Ryu Fujikari's eyes widened in horror. A physical ninja, in order to have a strong body, he has to train day and night and supplement it with a lot of medicinal materials. Even so, the improvement of the body is still a very long process. However, Ryu Fujikari clearly felt just now that the changes in his body just now, although weak, were indeed a significant improvement. Sure enough, I still have to eat the meat of large monsters. Although the ingredients produced by small monsters like herbivorous dragons are still effective for me, they are only the recovery effect after training, and the improvement has been minimal. I just don't know how to encounter such a large monster as the Great Jagras so frequently in the future. Today, the Great Jagras was killed. I will always need to contract one as a summoning beast in the future. Ryu Fujikari shook his head with some regrets and soon fell into the wind and clouds of the dishes in front of him. Ryu Fujikari's face turned red after eating the dishes with a lot of weight. His whole body seemed to have entered a sweat steam room, but his head was refreshed after drinking the small bowl of diptero soup, which allowed him to stay awake even though his body was obviously overtoned. When he came to the small courtyard, Ryu Fujikari tore off the coat of his upper body, revealing a slim but powerful upper body. Boom. The weight plate on a long steel rod that was longer than Ryu Fujikari's height collided with each other at the moment Ryu Fujikari swung the steel rod, making a clear metal symphony. Ryu Fujikari opened his legs in a standard sword-swinging stance, and the next moment he swung the heavy bearing stick that was enough to move exaggeratedly like a sword. Boom 1, boom 2, boom. This night, Ryuto Yuta and Atsuka Yashiro, who lived near Ryu Fujikari's residence, also stayed up all night. Just like Ryu Fujikari, they trained themselves like chicken blood. When the scorching sun appeared in the morning, Ryu Fujikari finally felt that he had returned to normal, and the burning sensation in his body disappeared. He picked up the glass bead that was on the table last night, and after one night he finally had a certain guess about this thing. In the Monster Hunting World game, monsters will produce a rare material called Dragon Jade, can be used to forge weapons and equipment. Master Patriarch, Master Nara and the others are here to look for you. Outside the yard, Ryuto Yuta's respectful voice came, and then Ryu Fujikari turned his head and saw Nara Shikaku and the others who were like seeing a ghost after seeing him. Cheat, lie. Don't tell us you use this kind of thing to train. You guy, are you really human? Well, that kind of thing you actually use it to practice swinging a sword. Shaddai, the god of ninjas, wouldn't dare to do that, would he? Yeah, it's crazy. I was able to barely lift it with my hands in the middle just now, and you can swing it so easily. Are you a tailed beast? Could this be the effect of dragon meat? Hee boss hunting, look at my house. There is no one there recently. Look at me, I'm starving and skinny. Ryu Fujikari looked at the guys around him with a speechless face. Ino Shika Cho is fine. Why even a Buram Jiwe, who has always been reticent, took the initiative to say that he wanted to go to my house. Ryu Fujikari was also helpless. He had just finished training in the yard this morning, and they hadn't packed up his things yet, so they walked in and saw his exaggerated training equipment. Then all the way to the ninja school, there was no end to twittering. Seeing Ryu Fujikari walk into the classroom, Kushina, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, immediately waved her little hand, not caring at all about the relationship between the two being known by others. Kari, good morning. With a word of greeting, Kushina looked eagerly at the small box in Ryu Fujikari's hand, rubbed the long red hair of Ryu Fujikari fondly, and handed the things to him. Okay, I really developed a bad habit for you. Would you really skip breakfast without me? Nah, a new type of pastry developed by the family pastry chef. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up, and holding the pastry box, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Speaking of which, you still bring me pastries every time. Kushina proudly raised his chin at Ryu Fujikari, who was sitting beside him, causing Ryu Fujikari to shake his head in a funny way again. This girl, as the two of them got along for a long time, gradually let go, and the smiles on her face gradually increased, and then she didn't know when she started, she actually learned to act like a baby. Hey, it seems that this is my future brother-in-law. A strange voice came from behind. Ryu Fujikari looked back and saw a boy with a sunny smile on his face. The boy was slightly older than Ryu Fujikari and the others, and he should be in a senior grade. Ryu Fujikari was still thinking about the identity of the other party, but he heard Kushina's voice from the side. Stupid Nawaki, what are you doing in our class? Is it to avoid your exam today? When the young man heard this, Sunshine's smile froze immediately and the veins on his forehead popped out. Kushina, you're so rude, I'm your cousin. Looking at the two people who started bickering, Ryu Fujikari also understood the other's identity, a tragic character in the Hokage world. Senju Nawaki, the direct descendant of the Senju family, the grandson of the first generation and the second generation, has the same naive and almost brainless dream of becoming Hokage as the protagonist Naruto, and also has the same attributes as the tail of the class. However, in the end, the opponent died tragically on the battlefield, and as a descendant of the Senju family, the internal organs of his body were even hollowed out by the enemy after death. Looking at the second fool Senju Nawaki, who looked harmless to humans and animals in front of him, Ryu Fujikari nodded with a smile, interrupted the bickering between the two, and asked, "So Nawaki, what do you want?" Nawaki snorted at his uncute cousin of the Uzumaki clan, then turned his head and showed a sunny smile on his face again. But for some reason, Ryu Fujikari always felt that there seemed to be a little gloating in the other party's smile. Senju Nawaki coughed twice, cleared his throat, and then spoke. My elder sister, that is, your senior sister, is about to return from the front line of the Land of Rain recently. She mentioned you in a letter to her family and said that she will take a good exam on you after returning. As he spoke, he moved slightly closer to Ryu Fujikari and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. According to what I know about my old sister, she will not target a person inexplicably. Once she does such a thing, it may be that this person has done something wrong to her or made her embarrassing in public. After finishing speaking, he patted Ryu Fujikari on the shoulder with sympathy. It seems that you probably provoked her without knowing it. It's okay, I've already gotten used to it. If you can give me some benefits by then, if so, I wouldn't mind helping you. You also know that the power of my old sister's strange power fist is not something ordinary people can bear. Seeing Senju Nawaki's "I'm thinking about you" appearance, Ryu Fujikari also felt funny in his heart. Some people are really not suitable for playing tricks, and all the thoughts in their hearts are written on their faces. However, when Senju Nawaki mentioned Tsunade's strange power fist, Ryu Fujikari couldn't help but feel his heart move. For samurai like them, fighting involves body skills, sword skills, simple 3-body technique, and illusion skills. Class means can be used outside. Tsunade's strange power seems to be a good choice too. With a slight smile, Ryu Fujikari thanked Senju Nawaki very cooperatively, patted Senju Nawaki on the shoulder, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Ha ha ha, then thank you Nawaki, don't worry, I will send you a gift after school." Hearing this, Nawaki didn't expect his strategy to be so smooth. He immediately laughed like a fool, and after a few short greetings, he almost changed his name from brother-in-law to brother-in-law. Seeing the back of Senju Nawaki leaving, Kushina couldn't help curling his lips. Idiot Nawaki, he is indeed an idiot, and he is the only one who thinks he is successful. Ryu Fujikari smiled and touched Kushina's hair, but he didn't care. His heart is not a child, and some benefits are nothing to him at all, but he has a relationship with Senju Nawaki. And to a certain extent, it can be regarded as a step forward in the relationship with Tsunade Jai. It's also good to speak up when making some requests. Soon the teacher from the ninja school came to class, but unlike the previous behavior of listening to the class carefully, when the teacher saw Ryu Fujikari and the others in the last row. Hyakushuin was not so angry that he vomited blood at the scene at the back of the classroom. I saw Kushina sitting in the middle of the last row. On her left was a Ryu Fujikari who was listening carefully to the class, and on her right was another Ryu Fujikari, but she was bowing her head and meditating, and from time to time she was bowing her head and writing hard. This guy is already so blatant, using shadow clone to listen to my class. Damn warrior brat, even if you sit like this, can't you just leave the body and leave only a shadow clone? It really doesn't give you any face. On the podium, the teacher of the ninja school was trying his best to explain some knowledge points about survival in the wild, but he was obviously restraining himself from looking in the direction of Ryu Fujikari. Since the teacher who taught the first class returned to the office and told the story, the teachers of the following courses have noticed that Ryu Fujikari is still using shadow in his own class. Clone attends lectures. As for myself, I don't know what I'm studying. Kari, I think the teacher seems a little angry. Since Ryu Fujikari regularly brought all kinds of exquisite pastries to feed, Kushina has developed the bad habit of sneaking in class. However, today she is holding a piece of sweet pastry in her little hand and dare not move. The teacher obviously didn't look this way, but she felt like a light was on her back now. Nervously, he reminded Ryu Fujikari in a low voice. Ryu Fujikari, who was writing and drawing on a stack of paper and chanting words from time to time compared to the scroll of human acupuncture points on the side, did not lift his head and responded casually. "Well, it's probably because I didn't get along with my wife last night, don't worry about it." Kushina's face suddenly became tense and her body sat up straight. The air in the classroom was dead silent for a while, and the substitute teacher who was holding chalk and writing on the blackboard in front of the podium froze in place when he was writing. On the forehead, blue veins throbbed to the extent visible to the naked eye. Ryu Fujikari was studying the chakra operation method of Mingwu's knife technique when he was hunting the Jagera yesterday. When faced with Kushina's reminder, he forgot the current environment. Unexpectedly, he didn't lower his voice. The words full of offense and ridicule clearly spread throughout the classroom. In the classroom, Ryu Fujikari's friends cast sympathetic and admiring glances towards him. Beside Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki looked worriedly at the teacher on the stage. "Minato-kun, the teacher shouldn't be angry and punish Ryuto-san, right?" Namikaze Minato glanced at the teacher on the stage, who took a few deep breaths and started writing on the blackboard again, and shook his head slightly. "Not now, but I think there is a high probability that the teacher will definitely report to Master Hokage." When get out of class was over, the substitute teacher took a deep look at Ryu Fujikari, who was still scribbling in a row behind him, packed up his things and left silently. and Ryu Fujikari's friends also gathered beside Ryu Fujikari. Namikaze Minato saw that Ryu Fujikari's desk was full of words, and there were a lot of papers for drawings and even calculations, and he was stunned on the spot. Akamichi Dingza and the others came over and were planning to tease Ryu Fujikari, but after seeing the dazzling things in front of Ryu Fujikari, they all stood there dumbfounded. "Kari, what are you writing?" Akamichi Dingza said that he couldn't understand. On the other hand, Nara Lugiu, who was on the side, saw some tricks from the composition of some acupoints and suddenly took a breath. As if looking at a monster, he looked at Ryu Fujikari, who was concentrating on it at the moment. "D, you are actually studying self-created ninjutsu." Kushina, who was beside Ryu Fujikari, also looked at Ryu Fujikari in shock. "Create your own ninjutsu? This kind of thing happened to Ryu Fujikari the same age, and the other party is still a samurai." However, Ryu Fujikari, who was bowing his head to write and draw, just shook his head and denied it. "Ninjutsu? I'm not a ninja. What kind of ninjutsu did I create myself?" Finally, Kushina's small face relaxed a little, and she thought to herself, "It's a good thing it's not. Otherwise it would be really stressful to be this guy's girlfriend." However, such relaxation did not last even in the blink of an eye, and Ryu Fujikari's next words caused an uproar among the audience. "I'm researching a new genre of sword art. I want to create a powerful sword art genre." As he spoke, Ryu Fujikari finally stopped what he was doing, looked at the crowd and smiled slightly and said, "I call this genre the pseudo-dragon style, literally, imitating the attacking methods of the dragon clan, acting on the sword technique to form a powerful attack." As the little son in the class, Namikaze Minato, who is also a little son in every test, wiped sweat in his heart when he heard this. As a Konoha civilian family, he was able to get the first place in the class this time. There is nothing to say pride, that is absolutely impossible. However, Namikaze Minato felt pressured for the first time when he heard what Ryu Fujikari said just now. Ryu Fujikari itself is not authentic, the existence of receiving ninja education, and he himself entered the ninja school as a transfer student, and he must be inferior to them basically. However, he is like this, and now he opens his mouth to create a school of swordsmanship. Everyone is incredible and even think Ryu Fujikari is crazy. However, Nara Shikihisa, who met Ryu Fujikari on the other side of Ryu Fujikari this morning, looked at each other and swallowed each other's saliva. Nara Shikihisa asked tentatively, "You have even thought of the name of this genre, so it must be that you have achieved certain results." Ryu Fujikari had a sunny smile like Senju Nawaki on his face. Nod. "Just last night when I was hunting in Longaming Realm, I learned a sword technique from a monster. Today I am sorting out my insights at that time. Ryu Fujikari, D, I finally caught you, come and fight me." Before Ryu Fujikari could finish his sentence, a familiar rough voice came from outside the classroom door. When Ryu Fujikari turned his head, he saw a familiar figure. Namikaze Minato and others looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was full of fighting spirit for some reason, and all cast pity eyes on each other. "Why are you always able to stand up when you are most likely to be beaten by society?" Ryu Fujikari originally planned to brag in front of Nara Shikaku and the others, which can be regarded as relaxing, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. He stared blankly at Uchiha Fugaku, who was alive and kicking in front of him, looking full of fighting spirit, and he paused for a while before uttering a sentence. "You healed so quickly." When Uchiha Fugaku heard the words, his eyes turned red with anger. He waved his hand and said angrily, "I was careless last time, let's compete again this time. I will definitely beat you, a damn warrior, to the ground." However, Ryu Fujikari looked at him and shook his head very simply. "No, why should I fight with you? If you break it, you still have to pay for medical expenses. Although my Longtang family has a big business, it's not bad for those 3 melons and 2 dates, but compared to spending it on you, I don't care. It's better to be unrestrained and unrestrained, hooking up and listening to music." Saying that, after taking another look at Uchiha Fugaku's prematurely aging face, he shook his head in disgust. This scene made Uchiha Fugaku very angry. Today Senju Nawaki received a letter from his sister Tsunejai, and Uchiha Fugaku received a letter from his patriarch's father. However, the content of this letter is full of abuse and harsh criticism against him. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just recovered from his injury for a few days, was so angry that he came to the door again. He has already heard about the 8% share, and Ryu Fujikari has already given it to other forces in the village. Judging from the current situation, revolving heaven is useless. Then you might as well take advantage of the blessing in disguise and your improved strength to get back some ground. However, looking at Ryu Fujikari, who doesn't have the slightest desire to fight at the moment, Uchiha Fugaku is numb. Didn't you act decisively last time? He was going to kill me when he came up. Why didn't he move again today? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's refusal to leave, Nara Shikaku, who was at the side, was moved and said suddenly, "Shun, in fact, I think you might as well take this opportunity to try your new method, and it just happens to let us see how powerful your sword skills are." Immediately, the eyes of the future patriarchs of the Konoha shinobi clan around them lit up. Even Namikaze Minato hesitated before nodding, encouraging Ryu Fujikari. "Kari, please let me see your strength. I really want to know what level I am among my peers. Please." Uchiha Fugaku listened to everyone's words and his temples throbbed. These guys, did he treat him, the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, as a free sandbag or a sparring partner? Anger rose in his heart, but on the surface Uchiha Fugaku tried to keep himself calm. Finally, Ryu Fujikari glanced at Kushina, who was also looking forward to it, and finally nodded but looked at Uchiha Fugaku with contempt. "Let's say it first, if you get injured later, I won't pay you for medical expenses." Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, then turned his head and walked out of the classroom after saying a word. "HMPH, the outcome is not decided. I have never heard of any arrogant warrior who can live for a long time." The news that Ryu Fujikari and Uchiha Fugaku were going to duel again quickly spread in the school again, and the substitute teachers who got the news lamented. "Why is this Ryu Fujikari again? As a samurai and the head of the clan, why is he so troublesome?" Even so, the teachers of these ninja schools rushed towards the playground while dispatching people to notify third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Ryu Fujikari is Hokage's fourth disciple, and such things always need to be known by the other party. "Samurai, I was careless last time. This time I will show you the power of my Uchiha clan." On the playground, as soon as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, there was a burst of chakra fluctuations, and Ryu Fujikari keenly noticed the changing pupils of the opponent. 1-2. Ryu Fujikari looked at the Urgoyu Sharingan, who was rolling in the other's eyes, but there was no sign of emotion on his face. Instead, he spoke directly and said with disdain, "What kind of ignorance is it that allows you to come in front of me when you just awakened the mere Urgoyu Sharingan?" Off the court, Nara Shijyu and the others took a breath after seeing Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. As the well-known pupil-like blood successor limit boundary in the entire ninja world, the Uchiha tribe who awakened the Sharingan, it is completely different from the Uchiha people who have not awakened the Sharingan. There is a saying in the ninja world that Uchiha with Sharingan is invincible among ninjas of the same level in one-on-one situations. However, before Nara Shikaku and the others had time to worry about how Ryu Fujikari would deal with Uchiha Fugaku in this state, they heard Ryu Fujikari's disdainful words. Everyone, including Uchiha Fugaku, who was full of confidence, was stunned when he heard the words, "Mere Urgoyu. How do you say such arrogant words?" Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew what was going on here and looked at the situation here with a telescope technique, shook his head slightly, thinking that Ryu Fujikari was contemptuous of Uchiha Fugaku because of his previous victory. I sighed in my heart. After all, you are a young man and your mind still needs to be tempered. However, in the picture of the crystal ball, Ryu Fujikari has no idea of wasting too much talking and talking. He has already decided to take this opportunity to skip class after the game and go home early to try to see if the strengthening effect will be weakened when he eats the second big javelin set meal. Therefore, after seeing Uchiha Fugaku pull out kunai, this person also put one hand on the short sword around his waist. The eyes are as sharp as knives, and it starts with the sound of Nara Shijyu, who is the referee outside the court. The figure of Ryu Fujikari disappeared instantly. The terrifying Shunpo made Ryu Fujikari look like an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Uchiha Fugaku. I can see it. Uchiha Fugaku roared, and Ryu Fujikari, who was rushing towards Ryu Fujikari with kunai in his hand, stabbed at once, and the Zhang Gaoyu Sharingan in his eyes had already started to work quickly. Bang. The metal collision wiped out a spark in the open space, and then everyone saw that Uchiha Fugaku could not control himself and began to back away. Namikaze Minato, who was staring at the scene, shrank his pupils. Even though he hadn't personally experienced the collision with Ryu Fujikari just now, Namikaze Minato could still clearly perceive it. Compared with the panic in the last battle between Ryu Fujikari and Uchiha Fugaku, Ryu Fujikari's strength has obviously improved too much. So that Uchiha Fugaku is totally different from him. If Namikaze Minato judged the gap between Uchiha Fugaku and Ryu Fujikari with his eyesight, Uchiha Fugaku himself definitely experienced it himself. Although the awakening of the Sharingan cheered him up again, he still didn't dare to relax in the slightest towards Ryu Fujikari. He showed his full energy at the beginning of the battle. However, the battle had just begun, and Uchiha Fugaku was taught a solid lesson. Uchiha Fugaku awakened Sharingan, and his strength has been improved. However, Ryu Fujikari is standing still, and even Ryu Fujikari's strength improvement is a bit too terrifying. As soon as it collided, Uchiha Fugaku felt his hands go numb, and the tiger's mouth was cracked again, just like it was at the beginning. The Sharingan of Shungaoyu turned quickly, and it happened to meet Ryu Fujikari's face full of murderous intent at the moment. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even have time to call Ryu Fujikari a lunatic in his heart. The next moment, he hurriedly used the body flicker technique to stay away from Ryu Fujikari. Just dodging and retreating for a distance, Uchiha Fugaku quickly formed seals with both hands, and while retreating rapidly, flames spewed out of his mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique, a huge fireball spewed out. Judging from the release of this ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku is definitely worthy of the title of genius in the Uchiha clan, and even in Konoha village. However, facing a strong enemy like Ryu Fujikari, Uchiha Fugaku did not expect his attack to hurt Ryu Fujikari at all. With his hands sealed again, Uchiha Fugaku looked coldly at the huge great fireball who was pushing away in front of him. I can't believe this time you Ryu Fujikari can crack it. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Flames followed the giant great fireball and blasted towards Ryu Fujikari. Seeing this scene, the faces of Namikaze Minato and others outside the field changed. The raging flames blocked their sight, so that at this moment they could not see anything but a swaying black shadow. Things. And just when the teacher of the ninja school on the outskirts had formed seals in his hands, he was about to use water style to save people. A cold voice came from behind fire style. Pseudo-dragon flow thieves shadow strike. The air was like a piercing hum of scratching glass at this moment, and the flame was cut directly from the middle like a cake. Through the burning air there was no sign of Ryu Fujikari. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku stared directly at the fire-style ninjutsu who had fallen short in front of him, with disbelief and fear written all over his face. Amidst the roaring sound behind him, a big tree with 3 people hugging each other, which stood here before the ninja school was built, shattered directly from the trunk in the middle with a bang. It was as if the middle section of the whole tree was directly blasted into pieces by the force out of thin air. The canopy lost its support and fell to the ground with a bang amidst a flurry of birdsong. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in Hokage's office at the moment, and he froze in place while smoking a cigarette. It was like looking at a monster, looking at the crystal ball, and at some point, Ryu Fujikari appeared on the side of the canopy. At this moment, the latter slowly sheathed the samurai sword in his hand and looked back coldly at Uchiha Fugaku, who was already kneeling on the ground. The cold and contemptuous words stimulated everyone present. This time, for the sake of you being a Konoha shinobi, please forgive me. If you want a challenge next time, you must be prepared to die. The footsteps sounded away from the playground, and Uchiha Fugaku just knelt in the messy playground, a clear knife mark slowly protruding from the side of his left cheek bloodline. However, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's mind is full of the scene he just saw in Sharingan. Others may not see it clearly, but as a person who experienced it personally, he can see it clearly. That knife stabbed straight, and the wind of the knife directly and easily chopped up the fire style he used, and made Ryu Fujikari explode at an unimaginable speed, just like a Jonin fully performing the body flicker technique in front of him. Without giving him a chance to react, the blade slashed across his cheek and directly hit the big tree behind him. Uchiha Fugaku turned his head slightly stiffly, looking at the fallen tree and the debris on the ground. He has no doubts just at that moment if Ryu Fujikari directly attacked him, he would definitely die, even saving the rescue. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the binoculars technique and smoked a cigarette in a daze, completely thinking about the knife technique performed by Ryu Fujikari just now, the mystery of which even he did not understand. But he was almost sure of one point. The power of the strike just now was almost equal to that of a level ninjutsu. That is to say, that guy Kara actually created a sword technique that is powerful enough to compare with a level ninjutsu. It's really terrifying. Surrounded by the adoring classmates, when Ryu Fujikari returned to the classroom, it had already been in class for a few minutes. However, the substitute teacher of this class didn't say anything after seeing Ryu Fujikari and the others come back. It was normal to start the lecture and turned a blind eye to the students who were chattering all the time. After class, he left in a hurry. How far is the gap between you and me? Beside Ryu Fujikari, Kushina was like a little wife, silently helping Ryu Fujikari pack his things. At this time, Ryu Fujikari looked at Namikaze Minato who was coming and asked with a smile. The latter shook his head with a wry smile, stared at Ryu Fujikari for a while as if watching a monster, and finally took a deep breath. You are very strong, very strong. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are an elite chunin with your current strength. Ryu Fujikari thought for a while, elite chunin, it is indeed similar. Although he has a powerful A-level sword technique, but even with his current physical fitness, he can't use that level of attack a few times. Jonin's words are incomparable, but elite chunin's evaluation is very pertinent. However, after Namikaze Minato in front of him finished speaking, the next moment his face straightened up. His eyes were more serious than ever before. Student Ryu Fujikari, thank you for letting me see the gap between me and you. You are very strong, but I will not give up just like this. My dream is to become the shadow of this village. I have an idea for ninjutsu recently. After I'm done here, let's have a duel. Ryu Fujikari raised his eyebrows. Have a ninjutsu idea. Could it be the A-level MUJI Rasengan? But isn't that the inspiration for Namikaze Minato after seeing the tailed beast bomb? When walking from school to the village after school, along the way Kushina happily hummed an unknown song, followed Ryu Fujikari step by step, and carried Ryu Fujikari's school bag. She looks like a little daughter-in-law. Seeing Kushina like this, Ryu Fujikari is also in a good mood. Perhaps it is not necessary to become the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and to live a happy life under his protection is also what she hopes for Kushina. The imaginary third generation was summoned until halfway through the journey, but Ryu Fujikari did not wait for Anbu's notice. But Ryu Fujikari is sure that he, the Sarutobi teacher, has definitely known the battle between himself and Uchiha Fugaku today, and it is even very possible that he watched the whole process with that kind of telescope technique. Shaking his head, the other party didn't look for him, so he would save trouble and just go back and try to eat the dishes made of javelin ingredients for the second time, will the strengthening effect be weakened. By the way, Ryu Fujikari turned his eyes and looked at Kushina, who was always smiling at the corner of his mouth, and the corner of his mouth was also slightly raised. Yesterday, Longteng Yuta and the others captured a few female herbivorous dragons. It is said that after preliminary research at the pharmacy, they found that drinking them for women may promote the development of a certain part. This gave Ryu Fujikari an idea at once. Kushina. Ryu Fujikari was about to say, stay overnight at the Ryuto family tonight, and I will let you know where Master Uzumaki is. Suddenly, a loud noise on the side of the street interrupted his plan. Enough. You be ****D. I told you that if the price increases, the price will increase. Now it is during the war. Isn't it normal for the price of medicinal materials to increase? Besides, you use so many herbs for 10,000 years genin, it's a waste. In the rough voice, Ryu Fujikari keenly heard the words 10,000 years genin. When he turned his head, he saw the familiar green and watermelon head. It can't be such a coincidence. Ryu Fujikari muttered to himself, but his eyes suddenly became extremely hot after seeing the man who was kicked out of the store by the pharmacy owner. Can't go wrong. Isn't that familiar appearance the future Konoha Kenglin beast, the father of Might Guy who is known as Emperor Guy Might Die? Kari, what did you call me just now? Kushina looked suspiciously at Ryu Fujikari, who suddenly called him just now, and asked. Ryu Fujikari nodded, looking at the door of the pharmacy. The man, who was obviously full of desperation, said in his mouth, I want to invite you to spend the night in the clan tonight. Hearing this, Kushina's face turned red immediately. It was unbelievable that Ryu Fujikari would send the invitation so directly. Isn't it pretty obvious what it means for a girl to go to her boyfriend's house for the night? Dragon Long Tengkun that it's too early for our kind of thing. Kushina lowered her head, blushed, and didn't know what to say, but she didn't hear Ryu Fujikari's response after waiting for a long time, thinking that Ryu Fujikari was disappointed, and finally mustered up her courage. Yaoyu said, actually, if you don't do that kind of thing, well, it's not impossible, or you might die from Konoha Shinobi. The expected happy response did not come, but the familiar voice of Ryu Fujikari rang out from the door of the pharmacy not far away. Kushina followed the sound and saw that Ryu Fujikari had left her daughter behind at some point. My friend, I chatted enthusiastically with a man with a watermelon head and a strange shape. Kushina's small fists were clenched immediately, and in an invisible aura, her hair seemed to dance without wind. Thinking of how much determination she had made just now, she made a decision, but today it's hell dog. The embarrassment in Kushina's heart became more and more intense, and the urge to hammer someone could no longer be suppressed. However, at this moment, it is not clear that his cute little girlfriend, Ryu Fujikari, who has once again released the avatar of the fiery red chili martial soul, is enthusiastically chatting with Might Dai. I am indeed Might Dai that you are. Although the image of Ryu Fujikari is only a teenager, whether it is dressing or talking, it is full of nobility, so Might Dai, who is a 10,000 years genin, dare not speak casually. Ryu Fujikari's eyes became more and more fiery. My name is Ryu Fujikari, and I'm the Ryufu clan, a samurai family that just moved into Konoha village, you should know. So sure enough, Might Dai in front of him immediately thought of the identity of Ryu Fujikari. Seeing the other party's outfit, and at the same time there were several men who were more than half of the samurai not far behind, looking at this side. The identity of Ryu Fujikari is coming out. Are you the head of the Longteng clan? Seeing Ryu Fujikari nodding, Might Dai was even more puzzled. As the patriarch of the Ryuto family, Ryu Fujikari had mastered a huge industry not long after he came to Konoha, and the family also controlled Konoha's ninja department. How does such a big man know that he might wear such a 10,000 years genin? Naturally, Ryu Fujikari saw the other party's doubts at a glance, smiled slightly, pointed to the direction of the Longteng family clan and asked, Senior Might, if you have nothing to do, why don't you go to my family's place to chat with me? My Dragon Vine family can handle the medicinal materials you need. Might Dai looked back at the pharmacy behind him, thought for a while and nodded directly. That's not a problem. Patriarch Longteng doesn't think I'll bother you, but is that one with you? It looks like he's very angry now. Ryu Fujikari looked in the direction Might Dai was pointing at, and saw Kushina with fiery red hair fluttering, an angry face, and a ferocious smile on his face, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He had already recalled everything just now. He was too excited to see Emperor Guy's father just now, but inexplicably it made the little pepper beside him angry. Kushina, big pig's hoof. Kushina didn't give Ryu Fujikari a chance to explain at all, and turned his head and went back in the direction of the Senju tribe. Ryu Fujikari looked helpless, but it was not bad. At least Pepper took care of his face and didn't do anything on the street. But, well, this girl even took away his school bag. Under the leadership of Ryu Fujikari, Might Dai and several samurai bodyguards behind Ryu Fujikari walked towards the clan ground of the Ryuto family. The Longteng family has made a lot of noise in Konoha during this period, and Might Dai himself has heard about it. However, this is also the first time he has seen the appearance of the Longteng clan. He saw that the magnificent attics and small courtyards are connected together. Since it is close to the Death Forest, it was built on its original terrain. The gurgling water and the brightly blooming flowers filled the entire Longteng family land with the luxury of a rich family. Might Dai, who was not wealthy at all, couldn't help showing the astonished expression of Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden when he looked at the fierce-looking warriors in black warrior uniforms, who were in charge of standing guard and patrolling. Ryu Fujikari waved his hand and dismissed the several samurai behind him, while he walked with Might Dai towards his master's residence with a smile on his face. On the way, Ryu Fujikari asked, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. I heard from the villagers of Konoha that there is a ninja in Konoha village who is obsessed with physical training. The training method is very cruel, so I also know about Senior Might. By the way, Senior Might should have reached the age to get married, right? Do you have a girl you like? Being asked such a question by a boy like Ryu Fujikari might feel a little weird, but he, who has always been upright, blushed slightly and nodded slightly. Seeing the other party's appearance, Ryu Fujikari immediately understood. It's probably a crush, but if this is the case, Ryu Fujikari is more confident in his plan today. Bringing the other party into the living room, a warrior soon brought a pot of tea with a fragrance. Ryu Fujikari made a pleased gesture to Might Dai. This is a plant that my Longteng family recently collected from the Longaming realm. The tea it makes doesn't have any special effects, but it can quickly calm people down from anxiety. Might Dai heard this, took a small sip, and entered the tea soup. The steaming hot tea gave people a refreshing feeling, which made Might Dai's eyes shine. However, he finally asked his question immediately. Patriarch Longteng is looking for me today. Is there something? Ryu Fujikari put down the teacup in his hand, took a deep breath, and said quietly, My teacher is Lord Third Generation. Senior Might should know about this, right? Seeing Might Dai nodded, Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. I heard that you are researching and practicing the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates. I don't know how this forbidden technique has been improved by you now. Might Dai's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and his expression became solemn, but then he thought of the identity of the other party's Hokage disciple, and then he relaxed again, nodded and said, That's right, 8 inner gates, as the forbidden technique created by Master Second Hokage back then, has too many flaws and slow results, so many people dislike it. I have practiced 8 inner gates for more than 10 years. Patriarch Longteng asked this because he wanted to practice 8 inner gates. If so, I would like to remind you kindly in advance that you don't have to do this. In your capacity, it is not appropriate to practice 8 inner gates. Not to mention, there are still many flaws in 8 inner gates today, and I am also improving. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. 8 inner gates is Konoha's forbidden technique after all. Even if I am a Hokage disciple, if I want to practice, I need to apply to Master Hokage. Let's not mention this matter for now. I am doing it for another matter today. Senior Might second generation created the theory of 8 inner gates back then, but it was only a theory after all. The adults in second generation didn't think about whether many of the key points can be achieved, and the result is that Senior Might your current body should be in a very dangerous state, right? After all, if this is not the case, with the training intensity of Senior Might, Chakra's reserves are far beyond the level of Genin, and the only thing that can explain this situation is the practice of 8 inner gates has caused too much damage to your body, and the refinement of chakra is hindered. Hearing this, Might Dai's knuckles holding the teacup turned slightly white, and the silence explained everything. Even for the optimist Might Dai facing such a thing, it is impossible to laugh it off. Ryu Fujikari smiled and finally cast his bait. I can fix it all. In a word, Might Dai suddenly looked up and looked at Ryu Fujikari in disbelief. The latter did not speak, but at this time Ryuto walked into the living room and respectfully reported to Ryu Fujikari. My lord, dinner is ready. Ryu Fujikari nodded, stood up directly, and extended an invitation to the stupefied Might Dai. I don't like to use empty words to make promises to others. Senior might as well experience it for himself. In the dining room of Ryu Fujikari's residence, seeing the heat rising in front of him, the aroma seemed to be seductively eating a table of delicacies. Might Dai, who was so determined, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. A table, more than a dozen dishes, there are dishes and soup, all of which are delicious. And such a configuration in front of Ryu Fujikari is only too much. Might Dai is unbelievable, but can Ryu Fujikari, who looks like a teenager, eat so much in one meal? Ryu Fujikari gestured to Might Dai with his hand. You're welcome. Although my Longteng family is a samurai family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, it doesn't have the red tape like the damning mansion. Don't worry about it, please enjoy it to your heart's content. With that said, Ryu Fujikari had already thrown Might Dai aside, and he started a crazy turmoil. And when he ate the dishes made with the ingredients of the Great Javelin, his eyes narrowed immediately. The strengthening effect is still there, but just as he expected when they ate for the first time yesterday, it was reduced a little. Almost only 70% of yesterday's strengthening effect. Opposite to Ryu Fujikari, seeing Ryu Fujikari like this, Might Dai also let go of his concern, grabbed a grilled dragon steak on the side and bit it crazily. Where? He never thought that there could be such delicious things in the world. However, the shock obviously didn't stop there, as a warm current flowed through his body. Might Dai's eyes instantly widened and turned red. The damage on his body caused by cultivation miraculously began to recover slowly. Both Ryu Fujikari and Might Dai eat at manga-level speed. The former is entirely because I have now realized a peculiar way of chakra circulation from the pseudo-dragon style of swordsmanship, which can greatly speed up the digestion of the dragon meat I eat, and I don't have to worry about supporting myself. Might Dai, on the other hand, was completely dazzled by the improvement of his body. He was able to cry while eating at the moment. A big man with a rough appearance and even a bit old, his nose was full of tears. The appearance made Ryuto, who was standing quietly by the side, frown greatly. He didn't understand that in such a Konoha village, everyone mentioned and everyone looked down on 10,000 years genin, yet the patriarch actually treated him so grandly. However, even if he doesn't understand, Ryu Fujikari's order is an order, and he still needs to fulfill it with all his heart. Bang, ha. Ryu Fujikari slapped the large bowl in his hand on the table with a satisfied face, and finally swallowed a large bowl of keel soup. Finally, Ryu Fujikari felt the crazy swelling feeling from last night again. Before Might Dai asked with a confused look on the side, Ryu Fujikari had already rushed out of the yard. Following the sound of clang, there was the sound of metal colliding. Might Dai Zunsheng looked at it, but he almost didn't pop his eyes out. What did he see? Ryu Fujikari, who looked like a teenager, was baring his upper body at the moment, and his muscles that were not exaggerated were twisting. But he was holding a steel rod that was too exaggerated to be exaggerated. And there was a circle on the other side of the steel rod, let alone there is a load of more than 200 kilograms. Might Dai opened his mouth, with tears and snot on his face full of funny colors. How is this possible, this level of training? Ryuto at the side glanced at the unkempt Konoha genin and snorted softly. Then when he looked at the figure of Ryu Fujikari, his eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. This is the patriarch of my Longteng family, a man who will surely lead us warriors to the top of this world. While speaking, he glanced at the mess on the dining table in front of Might Dai and said quietly, I advise you to do some good activities, otherwise, the energy produced by the ingredients from Longming realm can be directly make you seriously injured. As soon as the words fell, Might Dai's complexion changed slightly, and he didn't pay attention when he was eating just now. After a while, when the body really started to digest, a stream of clear warm currents began to rush around the body. Without any hesitation, Might Dai directly devoted himself to his crazy youth training as usual. Yaoxi, if that's the case, let's do 3,000 push-ups first to show our respect for these magical ingredients. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, boom. This night, after the samurai living around Ryu Fujikari's residence woke up, they started talking about the extra Zhang Er's voice that came out of the patriarch's residence last night. After washing his body, Ryu Fujikari looked at Might Dai, who was so tired that he couldn't stand up straight, shook his head, and asked someone to directly move the other party into the dragon's blood medicinal bath medicine barrel that had been prepared for him. In the bathtub, Might Dai, who was originally as tired as a dead dog, was suddenly wrapped in a steaming dragon's blood medicine bath, and the whole person let out a groan that made Ryu Fujikari's brows twitch. Okay, Senior Might, I told you last night, you know the solution to your body deficiency problem, now I will talk about my condition. Might Dai came back to his senses and nodded in embarrassment, but his expression was more respectful than before. Ryu Fujikari calculated the time and estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be going to work soon, so to cut a long story short. First of all, I will apply to Lord Hokage to learn 8 inner gates, and you need to share your research results over the years with me. In the future, you and I will jointly research and develop the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates. Might Dai sat in the bathtub, looking in surprise at Shendu, who had changed, no longer as gentle as last night, but Ryu Fujikari, who had become strong, opened his mouth without making a sound to interrupt. And Ryu Fujikari's conditions are naturally more than these. Senior Might will be the physical instructor of my Longteng family in the future, responsible for teaching these warriors under my command to practice physical arts. In exchange, I will give you a monthly reward that is about the same as the usual A-level ninja tasks, and provide you and my Longteng family's unique training resources in the Longming realm. With this kind of treatment, Senior Might won't have to spend most of his energy on life and healing medicine in the future, and your life will be more chic than those Jonins in the village when you become rich. With such conditions, if you confess to the girl you like, Senior, the chance of success should not be low. Enough talking, I'm going to the Hokage building. Senior Might, just give me your answer after I come back. As he said that, Ryu Fujikari had already turned his head and left, leaving Might Dai alone sitting in the tub in a daze. Ryu Fujikari walked in the direction of the Hokage building, and Ryuto, who came out behind him, struggled for a while, but still couldn't hold back and carefully asked his own question. My lord, my subordinates have a question. Ryu Fujikari didn't even look back, but he already knew what this guy wanted to ask. Do you want to ask, why do I spend so much energy and resources to win over a 10,000 years genin to work for me? Ryuto nodded but hastily explained, this subordinate is not questioning your decision but simply doesn't understand. Ryu Fujikari shook his head without blaming the other party. Not to mention that a samurai like Ryuto would not understand this kind of thing. Even the major ninja clans in Konoha would definitely not understand it. Even Ryu Fujikari dared to say that even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was absolutely unaware of the potential and value of Might Dai. Think about it, in the original book, 10,000 years genin Might Dai made a move to launch 8 inner gates formation, which is to beat the famous mist shinobi ninja 7 people into 3 auspicious treasures. You won't understand things that are too far away. At least one thing you need to understand is that Might Dai's own views on physical skills are not inferior to ordinary jonin. With him joining, the future cultivation of the family's armed forces can also be achieved. Easier. All the way to the Hokage building, when Ryu Fujikari arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just at work. Yo, boy hunting, I thought you weren't going to explain what happened yesterday to the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, showing no sign of anger. The truth is, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only not angry at all, but in a pretty good mood. The nature of what happened yesterday is actually very simple. It was a simple duel after the two sides reached a consensus. Neither side suffered any injuries, and no one was able to pick out the fault. On the contrary, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has an extra disciple who can independently develop a ninjutsu knife technique comparable to a level ninjutsu. In the case of already having three outstanding disciples, the appearance of a Ryu Fujikari can make his title of Doctor of Ninjutsu even better in the entire ninja world. Ryu Fujikari clearly saw this too, shrugging and smiling. "Teacher, you can't scare me. At best, I just destroyed a tree in the ninja school. I just need to pay compensation according to Konoha's management regulations." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile, not to dwell on the matter. "Then what's the reason why you came to see me, old man, today?" Ryu Fujikari smiled and stepped forward. Now that the two have a master-student relationship, Ryu Fujikari didn't mean to be polite with Sarutobi Hiruzen and walked directly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding each other's shoulders while speaking surprisingly. "Well, teacher, I want to see sealing techniques." "What?" Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still enjoying his disciple's massage, had just taken a puff of cigarettes when he was so startled by Ryu Fujikari's bold request that he choked. While coughing violently, he immediately turned his head and looked at Ryu Fujikari solemnly. "Look at what that thing does. Although you have not been here in Konoha, you should know what sealing techniques means, right?" Ryu Fujikari nodded directly, very bachelor. "Naturally, sealing techniques are the secret of the village, and there are many forbidden techniques on it." "You want to learn those forbidden techniques?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became stern. The existence that can be called forbidden technique is either hurting others or hurting oneself. Most of them are hurting oneself. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's cognition, Ryu Fujikari is a very satisfied disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want any accidents for him, whether it is due to personal emotions or considerations for the village. Ryu Fujikari nodded directly. "I heard about a forbidden technique which may be helpful for my next research." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What ninjutsu?" "8 inner gates." Hearing this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved. Fortunately, what Ryu Fujikari wants is not some sorcery such as ghoul sealing, impure world reincarnation, or the like, otherwise he would have to educate the other party well. It's over. However, even 8 inner gates has obvious flaws. Ryu Fujikari seemed to know what Sarutobi Hiruzen would say next, so he directly told the story of how he recruited Might to study 8 inner gates. In Hokage's office, listening to Ryu Fujikari's well-founded request, plus the fact that the other party is indeed not the kind of existence that is so stupid as to let go of the existing wealth and desperately work with people. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and agreed directly. And just when Ryu Fujikari left the Hokage building and returned to the clan land, Might Dai finally agreed to accept the long-term employment of the Longteng family after seeing the permission document from Hokage in Ryu Fujikari's hand. To some extent, it has been separated from the sequence of Konoha Shinobi. During the next 2 days of ninja school holidays, Ryu Fujikari also officially started the planning and construction of his own Dragon Vine dojo. The so-called dojo is actually very common in the samurai era, similar to the concept of Ryu Fujikari's previous school. With the official establishment of the Ryuto dojo, the 3 vassal samurai families who followed the Ryuto family and came to Konoha, the Kuroki family, the Shumen family, and the samurai power of the Otomo family, finally entered Ryu Fujikari in the command system. But when Ryu Fujikari was busy formulating the rules of various dojos, 2 figures of the Senju tribe, one large and one small, one entering and one exiting, suddenly bumped into each other. Kushina, who was sitting on the ground, looked up and shouted in surprise, "Sister Tsunade, you're back." Tsunade's request to come back to rest from the front line was quickly approved by the 3rd generation project. Anyway, there are Hatake Sakumo and the current Nara Patriarch, plus Konoha Village's current Ryuto pharmaceutical and ninja department supplies has been delivered. It wasn't a problem that the situation gradually turned around, but it was Tsunade, obviously because the pressure there was too much, and the psychology itself had already appeared anxious. The 3rd generation's goal was to let him return to the village. And Tsunade just returned to the village, and after some frontline reports at the Hokage office, he returned in the direction of his family. However, when she walked near the Senju tribe's place, she was keenly aware of something wrong with the surroundings, and she always felt that various places seemed to have changed more or less. Is this refurbished? Tsunade recalled it for a while, and then remembered that when he set off for the front line, the area around his house was an old district of Konoha. and the houses where the Senju people lived were more or less old and dilapidated. The road surface in some places is also badly damaged. However, when she came back today, she was surprised to find that the clansmen still live here, but there have been great changes here. Some of the houses that were close to the level of dilapidated houses in her memory have all been rebuilt or carried out. Extensive repairs. This is something she, Tsunade, has always wanted to do, but due to some reasons, she has not been able to do it. The people of the Senju people also have a lot of smiles on their faces. Ah, it's Tsunade girl back, it's good to see you're not hurt. Several acquaintances saw Tsunade and greeted him with a smile. Tsunade also smiled back and walked all the way to his family's land looking around. His family's land also had obvious signs of repairs. The walls were repainted and the surrounding weeds were also cleaned up. The once somewhat dormant family and land, now under the sunshine, gave Tsunade a rare illusion that the family was reborn from the ashes. But at this moment of distraction, a figure suddenly collided with her. As an elite Jonin herself, a small impact naturally couldn't have any effect on her, but the person who hit her sat on the ground in embarrassment and let out a cry of pain. "You are Kushina-chan. Sister Tsunade, you're back, great." Tsunade apologetically helped Uzumaki Kushina up. Tsunade had heard about the identity of the other party in the letter and even saw the photos. Perhaps it was because he was a member of his grandmother's clan and the Senju family was now dying. It was the first time we met, but we got along very well. At this time, Tsunade suddenly noticed the school bag that had fallen on the ground. A stack of papers with densely written things emerged from it. Tsunade saw the complex structure diagram of acupuncture points on the human body at a glance and picked it up in surprise. Is the teaching difficulty of the ninja school already so great, the diversification of chakras flow path? What is this? Tsunade looked at the document in his hand suspiciously, and Kushina, who was beside him, was nervous to snatch it, but worried that he might accidentally tear it up, so he hurriedly explained. This is the draft that Ryuto-kun made when he was developing ninjutsu. It is very important, Sister Tsunade, please return it to me. Looking at the nervous Kushina, Tsunade didn't want to tease the other party at the moment, but looked at the contents of the paper in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. In the end, he let out an exclamation directly and sluggishly. Is this guy a lunatic or a genius? And taking advantage of this opportunity, Kushina finally took the document from the other party's hand and carefully put it in the school bag. After waiting for 2 days, Kushina did not wait until Ryu Fujikari came to apologize. In the end, despite all the grievances in his heart, he still mustered up the courage and decided to go to Ryu Fujikari by himself. Unexpectedly, he met Tsunade, who came back at the door. But just as Kushina was about to leave, a surprised voice came. I saw that Nawaki was just about to leave the clan at this time and happened to see this scene. Old sister, you're back. I thought it would be a few days before you came back. Then you should hurry up and see Grandma. I still have something to go out here. Tsunade frowned slightly and grabbed Nawaki's back collar directly with the fierceness of the eldest sister in his eyes. My sister came back from the battlefield and you just said hello and left. What could be more important than meeting your own sister? Nawaki was speechless for a moment, shrinking his neck, but he didn't dare to struggle. That I'm going to go to the land of the dragon and vine tribe, brother-in-law, I've eaten all the good things that Ryu Fujikari sent people that day, and I'm going to see if I can get some more. The effect of the dragon meat produced by their family's Longaming realm is really good. My chakra has grown a lot these days, and it is estimated that I will reach Chunin soon. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned even deeper. It's the Ryuto family again, and the name of Ryu Fujikari. After I came back today, Mr. Sarutobi also specifically explained to me that I have time to let her meet her future samurai junior. HMPH. I'd like to see if everyone is blowing that brat up like a god. Is it really amazing? Show me the way. Go to the land of the Dragon Vine clan. Along the way, Nawaki didn't dare to fart under the arrogance of his sister Tsunade. Looking at the aggressive Tsunade, Kushina didn't know where Ryu Fujikari provoked him. At this moment, he kept giving Nawaki winks, signaling that the other party should not forget what he promised when Ryu Fujikari was good. As a result, when Nawaki faced Tsunade, he was really terrified. All the way from the land of the Senju tribe to the land of the Longteng tribe, it should be impossible to see Kushina's wink at all, with a look of pretending to be stupid. The first time Tsunade and the others appeared at the gate of the Dragon Vine clan, the warriors who were in charge of guarding the gate noticed the person coming. Kushina is well known in the Longteng family, and the future wife that the head of the family has found for himself. These people naturally know them. The samurai also knew the identity of the Nawaki Senju clan. Some quick-witted people had already thought of the identity of the blonde woman who was holding Nawaki's ear at this moment. Who else is Tsunadeheim besides Princess Mori? The two warriors took a step forward. Even though they knew the identity of the visitor, they didn't show any expressions of stage fright and cowardice. Tsunade is the descendant of the top ninja family, and our patriarch is also the descendant of the top samurai family. Tsunade is Hokage's disciple, as is our patriarch. Master Tsunade, Miss Kushina, please come with us. The patriarch has specially instructed that Miss Kushina does not need to be notified when she comes to our clan. Tsunade glanced at Kushina, who was looking anxious, and gave a flat hum. Where's my younger brother? Teacher Sarutobi specifically asked me to come and have a look. Tsunade glanced at the land of the Dragon Vine clan, which was more affluent than his own family land. After labeling Ryu Fujikari as a giant rich in his heart, he asked. The head of the family is training with the family warriors in the dojo behind the clan, and I will. Take us there directly. Hearing Tsunade's words, the samurai leading the way was stunned for a moment, and then remembered what Ryu Fujikari said, that Kushina could also go to the area of the family dojo. So he turned his head and led a few people towards that direction. However, let the companion go ahead and inform Ryu Fujikari. In the dojo, Ryu Fujikari is undergoing daily pervert training. In a huge field, a boy or girl in samurai uniform is vigorously waving a wooden sword in his hand. On the other hand, their arms, waist, and abdomen were all tied with special metal weights. My lord, Ms. Kushina is here, along with Master Tsunade and Senju Nawaki. Master Tsunade seems to be in a bad mood. Long Tangshu, who was rattling and swinging the oversized dumbbell, paused but frowned slightly. Tsunade is back, still in a bad mood. However, although he was puzzled, Ryu Fujikari still stopped training. He put on a large black robe and showed his strong upper body, rode figure. It was Kushina and Tsunade them. Kushina, who trotted over, was about to say something when he suddenly noticed Ryu Fujikari's exposed upper body, blushed and turned his head aside and handed the school bag in his hand to Ryu Fujikari. Your things, give you back. Ryu Fujikari took the school bag with a smile but didn't forget to touch the other person's head, directly apologizing for his behavior a few days ago. Sorry. You are the teacher's new recruit, that samurai junior, Ryu Fujikari. You are still just a child after all. Ryu Fujikari turned his head and looked at Senju Tsunade, who was inexplicably speaking to him with a gun and stick in his words. He was also speechless. A handful of people from the Senju clan. Squinting his eyes slightly, Ryu Fujikari didn't say much, but led them towards a pavilion on the other side of the dojo. Soon there were warriors bringing hot tea. Senior sister Tsunade, let's have a sip of tea to calm down. You and I have never met before. If there is any misunderstanding, it seems that you won't be so aggressive when we first met, right? She was clearly a teenager, but Tsunade felt that the person sitting in front of her was an old general who was used to fighting and dealing with the world. After snorting, she took a sip from the teacup, but then she felt a heart-piercing coolness sweeping her whole body, and when the fragrance of tea lingered between her lips and teeth, even if she left the battlefield, these days her ears the wailing of the wounded, which had been lingering all the time, also disappeared. The unprecedented relaxation made Tsunade feel slightly lost for a while, and the anxiety between his brows also disappeared. Ryu Fujikari poured another cup of tea for the other party, looked at the other party with flat eyes, and at the same time looked at the other side, Senju Nawaki, who lowered his head in shame. So now, senior sister Tsunade, you can tell me what made you come to my door to find me after you came back and helped you Senju family's troubles. Tsunade was taken aback. Help my Senju clan, what does this mean? Nawaki lowered his head even more, but Kushina, who was beside him, couldn't bear it for a long time and stood up directly, as if to complain about his sweetheart. Sister Tsunade, I also want to know, Ryuto-kun probably hasn't provoked you, right? Why did you bother Ryuto-kun as soon as you came back? If it wasn't for Ryuto-kun, the old people of the Senju clan would still live in the original place in the dilapidated house. Tsunade suddenly looked in disbelief at Ryu Fujikari, who was looking straight at her with a flat face, and would think of what he saw in the clan area just now. It was you who helped my clansmen rebuild houses and repair roads. Tsunade asked in shock, however. What responded to her was Ryu Fujikari's flat, scrutinizing eyes. At this moment, a person as proud as Tsunade can't help but wish to dig a hole on the spot and stuff himself in it. On the training ground of the Ryuto dojo, a young girl dressed as a samurai is doing samurai hacking training that is incompatible with Konoha village. Yashiro Otsuka and Ryuta Yuta, as instructors, are always patrolling in the middle, correcting the wrong actions of some people. The stern voice spread in this area along with the youthful slashing and shouting of the boys and girls. However, At the gazebo not far from there at the moment, Ryu Fujikari and the others fell into unprecedented embarrassing silence. Or rather, it was only the Senju siblings in front of Ryu Fujikari who were embarrassed. Ryu Fujikari sipped his tea slightly, looking at the two of them calmly. Finally, even an elite jonin like Tsunade had to show an apologetic smile and bowed slightly to Ryu Fujikari under the circumstances of being wronged at this moment. Well, junior brother Longteng, I was impulsive about this matter. Please remember that I just got off the battlefield and my mentality is still unstable. Forgive me this time, please. Ryu Fujikari raised his eyebrows, looked at Senju Nawaki, who was even more embarrassed, and said quietly, Nawaki, the effects of those dragon meats are not bad, right? With a stiff smile on his face, Nawaki opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, after holding back for a long time, I had no choice but to bow down and apologize like the old lady beside me. Longteng-kun, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop my sister. Ryu Fujikari waved his hand, interrupted his apology, and beckoned. Immediately, a samurai came, whispered a few words to the other party, and the latter left respectfully. Not long after, when he came again, he was holding a tray with 3 large beer glasses in his hand. Inside were 3 cups full of milky white liquid. Watching the samurai place the 3 cups in front of him, Tsunade looked at Ryu Fujikari suspiciously. Some faint smiles finally appeared on Ryu Fujikari's face, and he opened his mouth to explain. Senior sister Tsunade hasn't tasted the products of my dragon vine family in the Longaming realm since she came back. It just so happens that this is the fresh dragon milk of herbivorous dragons. After research by our family and the Yakushi of the Nara clan, we found that this stuff can not only strengthen bones, it can also relieve fatigue in a short time and help chakra refine. Senior sister Tsunade came to trouble me today and she was aggressive in the village along the way. Many people should have seen it, right? Junior brother, I am also the head of the clan. Some things cannot be ended with a simple apology. Let's go through the process. I haven't tasted the specific flavor of this yet. I also invite senior sister Tsunade to punish herself with 3 cups, as if helping junior brother to taste this dragon's milk. Tsunade stared at Ryu Fujikari for a long while, but couldn't see the slightest flaw on Ryu Fujikari's face. Finally, he reached out to pick up a glass of herbivorous dragon milk and first sniffed it gently. There is no fishy smell as imagined, but a kind of indescribable grassy smell. After thinking about it, he felt that no matter how courageous Ryu Fujikari was, he would not murder himself because of this incident. Tsunade took a deep breath, and under the watchful eyes of several people around him, he raised his neck and gulped down. Beside Ryu Fujikari, Kushina secretly tugged at the corner of Ryu Fujikari's clothes, but Ryu Fujikari gave him a reassuring smile. I glanced at a certain construction foundation of Tsunade without a trace. Although I don't know how the mountains and mountains of Tsunade were formed in the original plot, but this time, let him Ryu Fujikari build a tall building on the ground. Bump. The cup was placed heavily on the table, and the corners of Tsunade's mouth were slightly milky white, making the faint smile on Ryu Fujikari's face a bit more intense. Without rushing to urge Tsunade to continue drinking the remaining 2 cups, Ryu Fujikari took a sip of the tea and asked, How is it, sister, is this grass-fed dragon's milk effective? Tsunade took a deep breath and faintly sensed the changes in his body. Although this kind of change is insignificant for himself as an elite jonin, if a person has been drinking for a long time since childhood, accumulated for a long time, the effect can definitely shock the ninja world. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade's face became more solemn. Junior brother Longteng, it seems that your family has mastered the 4th holy land. It is indeed true. Ryu Fujikari smiled, and after Tsunade drank the remaining 2 cups of grass-fed dragon milk, the samurai left with the cups, and a misunderstanding was resolved in this way. Kushina and Tsunade finally showed relaxed smiles on their faces. Tsunade glanced around at the samurai who were training in the Dragon Vine dojo, and there was some curiosity in his smile. When I heard Mr. Sarutobi say that Konoha joined a family, and it was a century-old samurai family, I couldn't believe it. Thinking about it this way, it was the first time I saw the samurai family's dojo. It turned out to be this look. Junior brother, it seems that you really plan to lead the profession of warriors and do a big job. Ryu Fujikari nodded with a confident smile on his face. Naturally, senior sister Tsunade's grandfather is Master First Hokage, the god of ninjas. If I want to lead the samurai to truly stand at the top of this world, then I must at least become a figure like Master First Hokage. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Even though Ryu Fujikari's expression is quite confident at the moment, she knows how powerful her grandfather is, but she doesn't think that Ryu Fujikari can do it. On the other hand, Kushina raised two small fists with an encouraging face, cheering for Ryu Fujikari. If it's Long Teng-kun, it's definitely possible. Ryu Fujikari smiled and stroked Kushina's long red hair. Only Ryu Fujikari could do this kind of action in Konoha. Holding the teacup, Tsunade looked at the happy Kushina who squinted his eyes, but he didn't know what to think of and his expression was slightly sad. "Senior sister, are you still thinking about what happened in the Land of Rain?" Tsunade nodded and said in a dark tone. "War, whether it's a ninja or a commoner, what exactly did you get? If it weren't for the batch of new medicine you provided this time, the ninjas in the villages I led would have survived and they would never have survived. How much is left?" "My main purpose of coming back this time is actually for another matter." Tsunade did not come back this time just to recuperate. A few days later, when Ryu Fujikari was still using the shadow clone technique to listen to the class and was writing hard to study 8 inner gates, an Anbu member came to Ryu Fujikari's class. In front of everyone, he said, "Patriarch Longteng, Lord Hokage has summoned you. We have important matters to discuss." The ninja school teacher who was about to say something on the stage opened his mouth and wisely chose to remain silent. Everyone in the entire classroom looked at the most special existence in the class, and even in the entire ninja school. While they were still worrying about things like examination results, ninjutsu test, and sleeping in class, Ryu Fujikari, who is the same age as them, has now reached the level where Hokage summoned him to discuss major issues. This point, even Nara Shigeru and others have not experienced it. In the class, Namikaze Minato stared at Ryu Fujikari, who had recovered from being pulled by Kushina, and secretly made up his mind. "Long Teng-kun, I am really lucky to have someone like you as my opponent in my next life. Wait, when I become Hokage and you become the strongest samurai, it will be up to you and me to decide which one is stronger and which is weaker between ninja and samurai." Ryu Fujikari didn't know at all that at this moment in the class, the little golden sun had already bloodied himself when he stood up, and regarded Ryu Fujikari as his lifelong rival. "Hand over the school bag to Kushina for safekeeping and follow the Anbu members towards the Hokage building." When he appeared under the Hokage building, he found a few familiar people here. The family's chief blacksmith Ryu Fujioka and Tsunade. After seeing him, Tsunade's exquisite face was slightly flushed, and she stood in front of him with her chest folded, wanting to say something, but finally snorted coldly and walked into the Hokage building with a blushing face. Master Patriarch, is there any misunderstanding between Master Tsunade and you?" Long Fujioka asked cautiously. Ryu Fujikari shook his head. How could he not know why the other party was staring at him, but he didn't talk about this kind of thing, so wouldn't Tsunade have the nerve to say it? Having said that, Ryu Fujikari is obviously helping her build up her confidence as a woman, okay? "Did Hokage summon you for something?" Mentioning this matter, Long Tengang finally became serious. "It was originally a routine meeting, but I don't know why, but today I was called, and even the Patriarch was called here." Ryu Fujikari nodded, and soon in a huge conference room in the Hokage building, when Ryu Fujikari came in, there were already a lot of people sitting here. Third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nabekid Shimura Danzo, 2 Hokage assistant Lao Bai who will be killed by Ryu Fujikari sooner or later, and some ninja chiefs. Ryu Fujikari keenly noticed that almost all of these people had clear management positions in Konoha. After seeing Ryu Fujikari, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to an empty seat next to Tsunade with a smile and said, "Patriarch Ryuto is here, come sit here." Ryu Fujikari bowed to salute, and then when he saw the sign of Minister of Medicine in front of that position, he was slightly taken aback. At the same time, he obviously found that the woman Tsunade looked at him, and something seemed even more wrong. It's the kind of look that wants to be angry but has to hold back. However, since it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, Ryu Fujikari did not call to express his opinion. As a young man, he sat silently among these Konoha bosses. And in front of the seat of Ryuto of the Ryuto family who was present, there was also a sign of Deputy Director of the Ninja Tool Department. It can be said that the Longteng family, a family that has only come to Konoha not long ago, has almost controlled the 2 real power departments of Konoha village. However, even so, after Ryu Fujikari sat down, the patriarchs of the surrounding tribes cast kind eyes one after another. Seeing everyone present, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally cleared his throat and started the main content of today's meeting. Over the Land of Rain, Hatake Sakumo recently sent the latest battle report. After waiting for a long time, Konoha village seized an opportunity. "In the border area of the Land of Rain, I had a big battle with Sunagakure and we won a big victory." As soon as this sentence was said, smiles appeared on the faces of some people present. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. The news that our Konoha village has obtained new healing medicine and weapons has been known to other countries. Hokage Sakumo personally led a team to investigate and found that Hanzo of the Salamander seems to have signs of alliance with Rock Shinobi Village and Sunagakure. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces in the originally cheerful conference room turned gloomy. Shimura Danzo, who was beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke at this moment. The so-called alliance of Hanzo of the Salamander will definitely not be a real alliance. However, the situation on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain is very likely because of this incident. Konoha's actions. Ryu Fujikari also did not expect that these things produced by his family would bring such a big reaction to other ninja villages. Ryu Fujikari couldn't help asking, Master Hokage, if it's just a victory, it shouldn't cause such a big reaction from all countries, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily and then said something that caused an uproar in the scene. Hokage Sakumo and Chief Nara found out the location of Sunagakure's base camp in the Land of the Rain by accident, so they intentionally exposed Sunagakure and let them know that our Konoha village army has many wounded and is secretly transferring. Ryu Fujikari doesn't need to listen to the latter words. For the transfer of the wounded, just a little investigation can tell the number of wounded on Konoha's side, as well as the status of most of the injuries. Knowing that there are thousands of ninjas in Konoha village who cannot be cured by medicine, the army of Sand Shinobi village will never miss this opportunity. However, they never imagined that Konoha village would have a holy medicine for healing such as dragon vine medicine honey and a weapon for battlefield endurance like dragon meat Bing Liang Wan. The result is self-evident without thinking. Sure enough, in the end Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a record that made everyone present gasp. In this battle, Sunagakure's troops in the Land of Rain were wiped out by us at least 3,000, almost completely lost. In this battle, Sunagakure's troops in the Land of Rain were wiped out by us at least 3,000, almost completely lost. Ryu Fujikari, more than 3,000 ninjas were annihilated, even Konoha who was placed in the know. One ninja village would definitely lose his vitality. Not to mention, such horrific casualties occurred in such a poor and barren village as Sunagakure. I am afraid that third Kazekage, who is in power at the moment, can't wait to join the battle in person. It's no wonder that Konoha's high-level executives were so nervous after winning a big victory. Can't help but they are not nervous. It was originally a melee, a long-term war that consumed each other's strength. Suddenly, one of them can crush the others at will. How can such a game be played happily according to the rules? Hokage-sama, did Captain Haddock ask the village for help? Asked the patriarch of the Akamichi family. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The situation on the battlefield has changed too quickly. Although the alliance relationship between the other three parties has not yet been formally established, just in case, I decided to send more troops to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. And Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then turned to look at Ryu Fujikari, who was stunned. Patriarch Longtang, Konoha needs more healing medicine honey, Bingliang pills, and ninja tools, especially the first two. The village currently needs a lot. I wonder if the Longtang family can afford it. Ryu Fujikari nodded immediately. Teacher, don't worry, I will immediately gather my tribe when I go back today and enter the Longaming realm to collect raw materials. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. At this time, this disciple is willing to help with all his strength, and the pressure on the village can be relieved a lot. And just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to start counting troops and generals, Tsunade, who was sitting next to Ryu Fujikari, stood up suddenly. Teacher. I have a proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, nodded. What proposal? I hope that in the team that the village can perform missions on the battlefield, a medical ninja will be added to each team of 3 as a guarantee, so. Boom. Tsunade, do you know what you're talking about? Before Tsunade finished speaking, a rough voice interrupted her, but it was Udatane Koharu who was sitting next to Hokage. At this moment, she patted the table with an angry face. Each team is equipped with a medical ninja. Let's not talk about whether there are so many medical ninjas in the village. Even if there are you going to send those medical ninjas in the Konoha Shinobi Hospital who have no actual combat experience to the battlefield? At that time, is the team going to carry out the mission or protect the medical ninja? Tsunade is not a good-tempered person either. Hearing Udatane Koharu's rebuttal at this moment, he immediately refuted it back. What do you know? Do you know how cruel the battlefield in the Land of the Rain is? There are not enough medical ninjas. In such a harsh environment, once injured, it is absolutely impossible to recover naturally. Equipment of a medical ninja will give all members of the team an extra layer of assurance, Even evacuation can be done more calmly. Udatane Koharu sneered. Evacuate? Tsunade Jai, you mentioned it. Those ninjas who were injured on the battlefield did not retreat. They continued to fight under the leadership of Captain Hatake Sakumo. As the coach at that time, now I am living a good life in the village. Tsunade was furious, and the chakra on his body had already started to explode. You damn old hag, what are you talking about? Seeing Tsunade, who was about to strike, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately let out an angry shout. Tsunade, what are you doing? Are you going to do something here? Immediately, Tsunade clenched his fist, trembling with anger, but he didn't swing out the fist that contained strange power. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and waved his hand. The proposal to equip each team with medical ninjas is too unrealistic, and the village cannot afford such a large manpower consumption. Now that the village has honey medicine from Longtang pharmaceutical industry, there is no need to spend such the price. Tsunade, don't mention this matter again. Udatane Koharu suddenly showed a proud sneer on his face. This scene happened to be seen by Tsunade, and she was about to explode out of her temper, but at this moment a hand suddenly held her hand. A calm voice rang in her ears. Sit down, it won't do you any good if you keep making trouble like this. Turning her head, Tsunade saw Ryu Fujikari's extremely calm eyes. For some reason, Ryu Fujikari, who was obviously the youngest present at this time, made her feel inexplicably at ease. By a strange coincidence, he sat back in his seat. At this moment, Ryu Fujikari showed a smile on his face, looked at Udatane Koharu, who was looking proud, and said quietly, "It seems that I underestimated Mr. Xuanju before. With such a shrewd opinion, it's no wonder that I can become the village's Hokage consultant. I want to apologize to you for my previous rude behavior." Udatane Koharu was taken aback for a moment, not understanding what Ryu Fujikari's sudden resignation meant, but she still snorted coldly. "I'm not such a superficial person who cares about juniors." A relaxed and admiring smile suddenly appeared on Ryu Fujikari's face, and he nodded gratefully to the other party and said, "That's really thanks to Mr. Xuanju for your forgiveness. However, I also have one thing to kindly remind Mr. Xuanju." "What's up?" Seeing everyone's gazes under the conference table, Ryu Fujikari's hand holding Tsunade was slightly clenched. A pair of smiling eyes were full of awe that made some people gasp. Now our Konoha is very likely to attract the attention of several ninja villages, so village elites like Master Xuanju are definitely a thorn in their hearts. Originally, Master Xuanju had a bounty of 800 on the black market, 10,000 taels. Now I estimate that it will rise to more than 30 million taels anyway. Master Xuanju, the village is about to face a big battle, and a large number of forces have been dispatched out of the village. It is very likely that some people who want money or life will take advantage of the loopholes. You have to be careful. Bang, you be *****D, what do you mean? Udatane Koharu could only feel chills from being stared at by Ryu Fujikari, especially the hidden meaning revealed in the other's words, which made her body unable to bear live trembling. "Are you going to assassinate the Hokage advisor of my village? Are you going to assassinate the Hokage advisor of my village?" The roar of Udatane Koharu spread in the meeting room, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to turn his head to look at Ryu Fujikari at this moment. The meaning in the other party's words just now, "As long as you are not a fool, you can hear what it means." Not to mention anything else, if Ryu Fujikari didn't have such an idea, would he know how much Udatane Koharu's bounty is now on the black market? At this moment, even the other Konoha executives present looked at the young warrior patriarch as if they were crazy. Sitting on the position of head of the Konoha Security Department, Uchiha Great Elder, who is the representative of the Uchiha family, is looking at Ryu Fujikari with a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes are full of malice. He is very concerned about the danger level of Vice Admiral Ryu Fujikari. A section was mentioned ruthlessly. Facing Udatane Koharu's accusation, Ryu Fujikari's eyes widened at this moment, and he said with an innocent and sad face, "Master Xuanju, why do you slander me so much? I admire you very much. Didn't you just say you want to forgive me?" As he spoke, he looked at his teacher Hokage with an aggrieved face. "Teacher, how can Mrs. Yuanbin slander my personality in front of so many people? Could it be that I have done so many things for Konoha, and am I still being slandered like this? Teacher, Master Xuanju is insulting the lintel of my Longtang family's century-old warrior family. She is representing the Xuanju family and launching a war against our family. My Longtang family joined Konoha not long ago, but it is not easy to be manipulated by others. Teacher, Master Hokage, if you don't care about this matter today, then I can only invite the daimyofu to ask him to allow my family go to war with the sleeping clan. I will never die. Ryu Fujikari's voice was getting higher and higher every verse, and the wonderful expression from the grievance at the beginning to the grief and indignation and now the madness, wishing to tear Utatane Koharu's ferocity alive on the spot. Tsunade stared blankly at the side. For a moment one hand was still held by Ryu Fujikari, and he forgot about it. In the meeting room there was no sound. Even Utatane Koharu was dizzy from being smashed by Ryu Fujikari one hat after another. Every hair on his body was trembling with anger, and every cell was conveying anger. However, the series of words Ryu Fujikari just said made Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen not know what to say for a while. After Ryu Fujikari mentioned the existence of daimyofu, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized a problem. The ninja village, including the shadow of the village, is actually under the jurisdiction of a daimyo. The daimyo is the controller of the entire country, and a Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen is equivalent to a powerful general under the daimyo who has a powerful armed force. Hokage controls the ninjas of the Fire Nation, and samurai like the Ryuto family are not under Hokage's jurisdiction. It is also a headache to think about the key Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while. He noticed the sad and indignant look of the old man Utatane Koharu asking for help. Now thinking that the war is imminent, and the village still needs a lot of logistics supplies from the Longteng family, he can only turn his head aside at this moment. Looking at Ryu Fujikari, who looked sad, angry, and mad, he waved his hands to comfort him. "Shun, don't mess around. The sleep transfer consultant definitely didn't mean that. She just said the wrong thing because of the urgent battle situation on the front line and too much pressure." Seeing that Ryu Fujikari still had a look of disbelief, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly. "Why don't you even want to believe my teacher's words?" At this time, the angry look on Ryu Fujikari's face finally subsided slowly, and he snorted coldly at Utatane Koharu with an unbelievable face. "Since it's what you said, teacher, I naturally believe it. However, Mr. Xuanzhu should be cautious in his words and deeds in the future, and don't think of other people's good intentions so disgustingly." The cold words made Utatane Koharu faint. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern eyes. Afterwards, the meeting suddenly seemed to become boring. Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed several ninja chiefs one after another and led the Konoha shinobi to attack to support the Rain Country battlefield. And Tsunade, who was still being held by Ryu Fujikari at the moment, was among them. Finally, due to the help and great effect of Ryuto pharmaceutical on the village, from now on Ryu Fujikari, the head of Ryuto's family, will be the head of the village's medical department. On weekdays, you can let your assistant be in charge of the department's work, and you can continue to work in studying at ninja school. Okay, let's end the meeting like this. Walking out of the Hokage building, Tsunade finally stopped after walking a section and looked at Ryu Fujikari with a half-smile or at the hand still being held by Ryu Fujikari. "If I don't tell you, when are you going to wait?" Ryu Fujikari looked, recovered, and scratched his head in embarrassment. I was thinking about something just now, and I forgot. Senior sister Tsunade shouldn't have the same knowledge as a child like me, right? Tsunade crossed his arms, looked at Ryu Fujikari up and down, and asked suddenly, "Are you really going to kill Utatane Koharu?" Ryu Fujikari's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Tsunade in shock and hurt with a look of "I am such a person" in your heart. However, the other party pouted directly as if he had seen Ryu Fujikari's true face. "Don't make such an expression, you stinky brat's little action when you held my hand just now has fully exposed your filthy soul. Ryu Fujikari, even though I don't like that old witch, she is from the village after all, so you must not be impulsive." However, just when Ryu Fujikari was about to say something, a voice came from one side. "Master Tsunade, Lord Kari." The two turned their heads and saw a young man with light blue long hair walking over. As soon as the opponent came over, he bowed slightly to Tsunade beside Ryu Fujikari. "Master Tsunade's medical ninja proposal just now, I think, is very necessary. I support your proposal very much." Tsunade recalled. "Are you Kato Dan Jonin?" Ryu Fujikari raised his eyebrows slightly. When he was hunting, this guy dared to come close to him. It seems that it is time for the Tree Yi Fei dance to contribute to the village again. Kato Dan spoke eagerly to Tsunade about his support for the other party's proposal. And then he asked why he was just a small team leader of Anbu, who didn't have much right to speak, and could only support Union spiritually. Tsunade didn't feel anything at first, but as the guy kept talking, and the smile on Ryu Fujikari's face became more and more creepy, she finally realized something vaguely. The Kato Jonin in front of her, who was not familiar with her, seemed to come with some purpose. Finally, Tsunade cleared his throat and interrupted the other's attentions. "Thank you Kato Jonin for your support, but what teacher Sarutobi said is not wrong. Today's Konoha should indeed give priority to using dragon vine honey medicine. It is better to wait until the end of the war to decide on the systematic training of medical ninjas. I still have something to do here, so go ahead and get busy. When Tsunade said that, the expression on Kato Dan's face froze slightly. As if he had finally realized his abruptness, he bowed slightly, ready to leave. However, just when the other party was about to leave, Ryu Fujikari suddenly stopped the other party. Kato Jonin, I've heard of your name. It seems that you have a secret technique that is very suitable for investigation, right? Kato Dan was taken aback for a moment, but nodded anyway. I am indeed mainly responsible for the execution of the investigation mission in Anbu. Is there something wrong with Minister Longtang? The smile on Ryu Fujikari's face immediately bloomed, and when Tsunade felt bad, it was too late to stop it. Just right, the teacher asked me to collect as much raw material as possible in Longaming Realm during this period of time. But there are many dangers in Longaming Realm, and the warriors of our Longtang family are not strong enough, and they are not good enough in the field of investigation. Good at. It's all for Konoha village. I don't know if Kato Jonin is willing to come to my Longtang family and enter the Longaming Realm with us, so as to help the village collect enough war resources as soon as possible. Kato Dan's eyes widened in surprise, and he pointed at himself. You mean allow me to enter the Longaming Realm? Ryu Fujikari nodded with a look of indifference. It's all for the village. If Kato Jonin is willing to venture in, then I'll apply to the teacher. But I think that Kato Jonin, who has the will of fire, shouldn't lack such courage. Kato Dan would never have thought that Ryu Fujikari, who looked like a boy in front of him, already regarded him as an excellent inheritor of the will of fire, because of his behavior of approaching and coveting Tsunade. Ryu Fujikari felt that the other party would never refuse this opportunity to become a village hero. And the fact is the same, Kato Dan is excited at the moment. Not only can enter the Longaming world, but also may have a relationship with the new Konoha family like the Longtang family in the future. As long as I make great contributions and be promoted to elite Jonin, if I succeed in pursuing a forest princess like Tsunade Heim, wouldn't the position of Hokage be in my pocket in the future? After getting Kato Dan's consent, Ryu Fujikari patted the opponent's arm with appreciation, ignored Tsunade's warning gaze, and went directly to Hokage's office. It didn't take long for Tsunade and Kato Dan to see Ryu Fujikari coming out of the Hokage building with an extra scroll in his hand. Handing the scroll to Kato Dan, Ryu Fujikari smiled warmly. Jonin Kato, the teacher, agreed to this matter. This is your transfer order. For the next period of time, you are subject to my restraint and assist me in completing the production of the village's materials. Kato Dan immediately raised his head and bowed to Ryu Fujikari energetically. Yes, Minister Longtang, for the sake of the village, I must go all out. He told the other party to report to the Longtang family clan the next day, and after the other party left, the smile on Ryu Fujikari's face slowly faded away. What are you going to do? Tsunade frowned, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. Naturally, for the victory of the village war, more raw materials were collected in Longaming Realm. For this kind of thing, I need someone who is good at scouting. Is there any problem? Tsunade took a deep look at Ryu Fujikari, who also looked straight at her without hesitation. In the end, just like the first time I met Ryu Fujikari at the Dragon and Vine Land a few days ago, Ryu Fujikari's calm but extremely deep gaze finally made Tsunade choose to back down. The next day, Ryu Fujikari asked for leave directly at the ninja school, and then he was ready to explore the situation of the ancient tree forest while Kato Dan, a person who can spiritize technique, was there. Look for traces of other large monsters. In order to ensure that he is in the best condition, Ryu Fujikari doesn't even have the intention of going to school with Shadow Clone. When? Master Patriarch, this is the work we have completed during this period of time, according to the family's original forging method of the Kusanagi sword, after mixing the keel and scale of the Great Jaeger and the thing called Dragon Jade that the Patriarch specially ordered. It is extremely sharp, and there is almost no wear and tear during the transmission of chakra. It can definitely be said that among the few Kusanagi swords that exist today, they are all top-notch. Ryu Fujikari lightly flicked the short sword with a dark golden scabbard in his hand, and the expression of satisfaction on his face grew stronger when he heard the explanation from the family chief short sword master Ryuto. Kusanagi sword in the world of Hokage does not refer to a specific sword, but can be regarded as a series of magical weapons. Now my big brother Orochimaru, who is on a mission outside, has a Kusanagi sword that can be stretched and shortened. Master Patriarch, you might as well give this sword a name. Long Tengang rubbed his hands excitedly and suggested, his ancestors have been forging knives for the Longteng family. There was a Kusanagi sword in history, but it is their pride until today. However, Longtengang has actually forged a Kusanagi sword. Ryu Fujikari smiled slightly. We are sitting on the entire Longaming realm. In the future, the family will definitely be able to hunt more dragons. At that time, Master Gang will also be able to forge more magic weapons. Even the whole family, each person has such a weapon. Impossible. Long Fujioka nodded again and again, but Ryu Fujikari still thought about it for a while, thinking that this was his first real saber. He took a look at the dark golden pattern on the scabbard and hilt that was the same as that of Jave's. Since it is forged from the material of the Great Jaeger, it should be called the Gold Thief. And just when Ryu Fujikari had just confirmed the name of the saber in his hand, Ryuto Yuta came to report. My lord Kato Dan is here. Murderous intent flashed across Ryu Fujikari's eyes, sheathed his knife and said quietly. Then let us take this Lord Konoha shinobi who has the will of fire, and have a good look around our Dragon Cry realm.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.